Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Special Agent Li Chengfeng from the FBI's Republic headquarters had just transmigrated, and to his surprise, he found himself to be a top-tier agent. He was a master of over 50 fighting styles and weapons, with a mind for tactics, interrogation, and criminal psychology. The good news was that as an elite agent, his life was relatively safe. The bad news? He was now working at the American FBI headquarters. As he rode the elevator to the 31st floor, he tried to make sense of this new world. It seemed to be a parallel universe with a powerful World Federation and a unified World FBI. The display in the elevator played news he wasn't prepared for. Bruce Wayne and Tony Stark were both in the headlines. His new reality wasn't just a mix of different worlds, it was a mashup of everything. Was this a joint DC and Marvel universe? Just as the elevator stopped, a strange electronic sound echoed in his mind, and a system appeared. It was called the strongest agent system in history, and it granted him a random ability from a mission target every time he solved a case. This was a lifeline in a world of superhumans. He walked out of the elevator and headed for the strategic analysis room. The man waiting for him had his back turned, but Li Chengfeng already had a bad feeling. He introduced himself as he got closer, and the man turned around. To Li Chengfeng's horror, it was a bald, one-eyed man, the very person he'd seen in the headlines. Nick Fury. Now in Nick Fury's office, Li Chengfeng accepts a folder from the one-eyed director. The title of the folder, Arkham Asylum Patient Files. Li Chengfeng opens it to find a file for Harley Quinn, complete with a photo that looks exactly like Margot Robbie's version of the character. This confirms his worst fears. This world is an absolute mashup. As if his day wasn't strange enough, Nick Fury reveals Li Chengfeng's first mission, to form a team and recruit Harley Quinn. Though Li Chengfeng tries to argue he's a solo agent, Fury is firm and promotes him to a rare level 7 agent, answerable only to him. On his way out, Li Chengfeng can't resist a final jab, asking if the scars under Fury's eye patch were caused by a cat. A flustered Fury tells him to get out, and Li Chengfeng, knowing the truth of the scars, smiles to himself. He heads down to the 30th floor to meet his new adjutant. He hopes it's one of the women he's seen in the movies, like Maria Hill or Sharon Carter. He enters the 30th floor, which has a futuristic feel unlike the rest of the building. As he looks around, a hand on his shoulder makes him turn. It isn't any of the women he was hoping for. The woman is wearing a red cheongsam with a holster on her thigh. She has short black hair, a mysterious vibe, and a sly smile. "You can call me King Ada," she says. Finally, we meet. Ada Wong, mostly referred to as Annie Wong, Sister Wong, or the Beaten King, is a mysterious and multifaceted spy who is both good and evil in the Resident Evil series and is a legendary figure in the underground world. Definitely, this is in the Resident Evil game. But the Sister Wong in front of you is a member of the world's FBI. Her appearance really surprised and delighted Li Chengfeng. What's surprising is that this means that this world has also integrated the Resident Evil world, and maybe a tyrant will suddenly jump out from that corner or chase after us. The good news is that compared to the bizarre American comic worlds like Marvel and DC, the Resident Evil world can definitely be considered in novice mode. After all, in the worldview of Resident Evil, there is basically no creature that cannot be dealt with by hot weapons. If so, send more. Sister Wong, I have long heard of your name. Compared to the youngest ace agent of the Republic Bureau, I am indeed a little old. For some reason, King Ada's tone was a little resentful. I was just joking. Hearing this, Li Chengfeng hurriedly shook the other party's outstretched hand. Nice to meet you, Ada. Me too, Agent Li Chengfeng. Ada Wong smiled appropriately and restrainedly. Let's head to Gotham City first. I have already reported this mission to the Bureau. His time's so tight. We're going to Gotham after all, and no one wants to visit that city late at night, especially if Arkham Asylum is your destination. Li Chengfeng scratched his head. What King Ida said was right. And the most important point is that if you want to take a patient away from Arkham Asylum, you will inevitably have an intersection with Bruce Wayne, whether it's the playboy during the day or the bat at night. TSK, the America General Administration is really rich. They are willing to refurbish the former Air Command Center and give it to us for use. Li Chengfeng sat in the spacious rest area, looking through the various materials that King Ada had prepared long ago. The vast majority of the information piled up like a mountain is detailed information about various extraordinary people. The first one still belongs to Harley Quinn. Unlike the medical records Nick Fury had given him, this was a truly detailed biography, from his birth time down to the second, to such trivial details as which finger he used to pick his nose the most. This demonstrates the intelligence capabilities of the world's largest law enforcement agency. And the detailed establishment process and plan mentioned at the beginning, damn it, only took up one page, and it wasn't even full. You can imagine how anxious Nick Fury is. What does it mean that you can choose the right person in the future? What do you mean it doesn't matter whether you're a human or not, as long as you look like a human being? Have I been cheated? Does this black-salted egg want to help him collect superheroes by asking him to form a team? This Airbus has been operating at full capacity until the 1990s. It has only gradually become a symbol after the construction of the flying aircraft carrier. Both its performance and load capacity are impeccable. Ada Wong, who had just set up automatic navigation, walked out of the cockpit and sat next to Li Chengfeng. It seems that you should have read the formation plan left by director Nick Fury. Yes, after reading it, I felt like I had run into a scammer. Can I choose to arrest him directly? Throwing that black-salted egg into the army of online fraudsters will make me a big boss. Director Nick Fury does operate in this style, but the simplicity of the plan shows that this team has a high degree of autonomy. I definitely understand this. If they want to find a lunatic as a team member, won't their autonomy be high? In our republic, the old guy on the street will definitely report us to the Disabled Persons Federation for exploiting the disabled. But compared to the purpose of forming this team, I am more curious about why Nick Fury designated Harley Quinn as the first member. Strictly speaking, I'm the first member of the team. Ada Wong bit her fiery red lips lightly, revealing a slightly moist luster. As for the reason for designating Harley Quinn, it's simple because she is one of us. One of our own. Li Chengfeng was instantly intrigued by this description. A psychiatrist in Gotham City's insane asylum and Joker's partner in crime was actually called one of our own by a well-established elite FBI agent. To be precise, she almost became one of us. Before she finished her studies, she was included in the FBI's Talent Reserve program and was granted the status of a reserve agent. Otherwise, how could she have entered a high-risk unit like Arkham Asylum for research right after graduation? Ada Wong was still that mysterious yet teasing bad woman. She gently stroked the back of Li Chengfeng's hand with her fingertips and took the biography of Harley Quinn and gently opened it. I have summarized all of this in detail in the materials. You didn't just read the first and last pages, did you? You're so long-winded. Who would read so much information in such detail? She is really worthy of being Sister Wong, a pure bad woman. This type is the hardest for him to deal with. I can't stop. However, Li Chengfeng still felt that it was somewhat outrageous that Harley Quinn was a reserve agent of the FBI. Although the reserve agent has not yet officially become a first-level agent, he has also received a complete agent course. In addition, he was originally a researcher in mental illness, but was attracted to the madman Joker and finally defected. It's not that Harley Quinn's will is not strong enough, but that the madman Joker originally has outrageous and weird mental pollution, which is completely beyond the scope of science. The smarter people are, the more easily they are influenced by him. It's clear that Harley Quinn was a smart person back then. By the way, has the FBI contacted Arkham Asylum about transferring Harley Quinn? Arkham Asylum is not a public institution, but a private prison. That's right, a prison, and in theory its security level is second only to space prisons like the Phantom Zone, and is even higher than the Dream Prison where Suicide Squad is imprisoned. Although Amadeus Arkham is the founder, the first sponsor of the current Arkham Asylum is Bruce Wayne. The connection was completed before departure. Ada said an Airbus's intelligence system projected a video call request on the big screen. "Oh, you see, it's just right." "What's just right?" Li Chengfeng subconsciously responded as he looked up and then saw the video call request on the big screen. "From Bruce Wayne. TSK, connected." "Good." Ada Wong skillfully manipulated the projected three-dimensional screen, and the next moment, a deep and sexy male voice resounded throughout the lounge. "Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. How come everyone can call out my name? Am I that famous? Even Bruce Wayne, the famous man in Gotham City, knows me? I'm not some celebrity or model who wants to be famous, am I?" I can hear a lot of sarcasm in your words, but I take it as a compliment. Bruce Wayne in the picture didn't seem to care about the sarcasm at all. Instead, he nodded to Li Chengfeng. His square-chinned, handsome face with a strong sense of justice exuded a sense of righteousness. I really don't know how he used this face to disguise himself as a playboy. Nick Fury and I are old acquaintances. Wayne Group is one of the outsourcing partners of the American General Administration. My goodness, Nick Fury is actually having an affair with his grandpa? Will Tony cry? It feels like NTR. Since you're an old acquaintance of Nick Fury, you should naturally know Harley Quinn's identity. Li Chengfeng leaned on the armrest of the sofa, supporting his chin with his right hand, and said playfully, "But aren't you caring too much about her? Dr. Harleen Quinzel was once my friend. You should understand that people like me rarely have true friends, especially those of the opposite S***X. Then I can assure you that this matter will only benefit her and not harm her. I, Li Chengfeng, will always keep my word." "If that's the case, that would be great." Bruce Wayne nodded. "Well, as a playboy, I have an appointment tonight and cannot personally see Dr. Quinzel off. Please do as you please. There are always some regrets in life. Just like a bat can't always successfully catch its prey, right?" When Bruce Wayne heard this, his expression did not change, but his eyes changed, 3 parts sharp, 3 parts thoughtful, and 4 parts suspicious. Li Chengfeng pretended not to see the fan-shaped statistical chart in the eyes of the Gotham Romantic Proxima Midnight boss and hung up the video call directly. "It looks like we won't be able to see this richest man again." "That's right. Ada, we may not see Bruce Wayne. The daytime, dude seems to be busy. But that bat didn't look like he had a date." Chapter 4, Is This a Prison Cell? At the speed of the Airbus, it wouldn't take long to fly to Gotham City. So a few minutes after hanging up the video call with Bruce Wayne, Li Chengfeng saw the legendary Arkham Asylum. He had only seen its true appearance in comics and games. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he had to admit that it was much bigger than he had imagined. Although the Airbus can take off and fall upright, its size is also quite astonishing. However, Arkham Asylum actually has plenty of space for the Airbus to dock directly. But as soon as he landed, Li Chengfeng frowned. Is the defense so weak? There are only a few security guards in such a large place. This is the prison that is said to be second only to the Phantom Zone. Welcome, welcome. I am the Deputy Director of Arkham Asylum. Mr. Wayne has already greeted me in advance. You must be Agent Li, right? Yes, please lead the way. I hope to take Harley Quinn away immediately to prevent any complications. Li Chengfeng shook hands with the Vice President who came out to greet him. After all, she is inextricably linked to the most troublesome guy in your Gotham. You're right. A pure madman like Joker is really troublesome. Who knows what he will do? The Vice President had an expression of deep approval, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then walked to the side to lead the way for Li Chengfeng and Ida. He also introduced Arkham Asylum as he walked, in a rather long-winded way. Li Chengfeng used the FBI's exclusive personal terminal to contact the FBI internally and asked them to investigate some things in his capacity as a Level 7 agent. So he responded in a disjointed manner. Because of the danger and special nature of Harley Quinn's original room, her room is located in the deepest and most difficult-to-reach place. Even with the Vice President leading the way, it still took quite a long distance to arrive. A name tag with the words Harley Quinn was hung on the heavy iron door. It's fine that there are no guards patrolling inside, but Harley Quinn is such a special and dangerous patient, and you didn't assign any extra guards? You don't know this. This ward is originally guarded by the best guards. If she can successfully escape from the ward, believe me, the guard available on the market will basically not be able to deal with this woman. That's true. Li Chengfeng responded perfunctorily, but did not agree with the explanation. Harley Quinn originally possessed the physical fitness of a gymnast and the basic skills of a reserve agent. After going crazy, she seemed to begin to ignore the limitations of the human body, as if she had unlocked the legendary genetic lock and her combat effectiveness sword. The older generation in the Republic always said that crazy and stupid people are naturally strong, which is somewhat true, but this is no reason to have no guards. But it's best not to bring weapons in. If she gets hold of them, it will be difficult to deal with. We are only here to transfer the patient. Where are the weapons? Li Chengfeng patted his suit and a magnum gun underneath it that he couldn't let go of. Before he traveled through time, he could only play this thing in computer games. I'll have to put it under my pillow every time I sleep. Okay, then please be careful, both agents. The vice president said this as he prepared to open the door of the ward. The door was made entirely of some kind of alloy and was quite similar to the safe door of a bank vault. After the sound of gears turning, Harley Quinn's ward revealed its true appearance. Is this how you treat high-risk patients? The corner of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched, and he resisted the urge to complain. How can this be a ward or even a prison cell? Isn't this a pure little girl's boudoir? And it's the kind that's full of girlish heart. All furniture and electrical appliances are available, and all are high-end custom-made, all in tender pink colors. There is even a hyena in a princess dress, snoring on a cushion. Except that you can't leave or contact the outside world on your own. It's a perfect dead-end base. It's more exquisite than my bedroom. This scene even made the mysterious Ada Wong unable to help but complain. Shouldn't your bedroom be like that? There is no light source, only the moonlight from the window. Then you sit on a throne made of some kind of skulls, drinking blood-red wine while showing a sinister smile under the moonlight from the window. Interested in my bedroom? King Ada raised his eyebrows, his words full of temptation. Do you want to explore it in person tonight? No. I'm afraid that you, Ada, will evenly cut it into 300 pieces, each weighing 250 grams, and then eat one piece for breakfast every day, stir-fry, deep-fry, or make soup based on your mood. What do you think of me? Li Chengfeng chuckled, but there was still a question in his mind. Is King Ada a little too enthusiastic about herself? It seems like there is some inexplicable feeling. Harley Quinn in the room looked at the new guest with interest and took off the pink cat ear headphones she had been wearing. Look at your murderous looks. Are you from the FBI? How is that black salted egg Nick Fury doing these days? Are you familiar with Black Sauce Egg? Not that I know him very well. He was my graduate supervisor in criminal psychology, and he also took me through all the preparatory detective courses. Li Chengfeng was stunned and subconsciously looked at Ada, only to see an expression on her face that said, I told you to finish reading the information. Are the levels of crossover and modification of the worlds too deep? Judging from her resume, Harley Quinn is definitely Nick Fury's favorite disciple, just like Vibe among the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to Phil Coulson. No wonder he specifically wanted to recruit her into the team. As I get older, I always feel sorry for the younger generation. Plus, Bruce Wayne said he considered her a rare, true friend. The facilities in this room are probably the masterpieces of these two people. You don't know this. This ward is originally guarded by the best guards. If she can successfully escape from the ward, believe me, the guards available on the market will basically not be able to deal with this woman. That's true. Li Chengfeng responded perfunctorily, but did not agree with the explanation. Harley Quinn originally possessed the physical fitness of a gymnast and the basic skills of a reserve agent. After going crazy, she seemed to begin to ignore the limitations of the human body, as if she had unlocked the legendary genetic lock and her combat effectiveness sword. The older generation in the Republic always said that crazy and stupid people are naturally strong, which is somewhat true, But this is no reason to have no guards. But it's best not to bring weapons in. If she gets hold of them, it will be difficult to deal with. We are only here to transfer the patient. Where are the weapons? Li Chengfeng patted his suit and a magnum gun underneath it that he couldn't let go of. Before he traveled through time, he could only play this thing in computer games. I'll have to put it under my pillow every time I sleep. Okay, then please be careful, both agents. The vice president said this as he prepared to open the door of the ward. The door was made entirely of some kind of alloy and was quite similar to the safe door of a bank vault. After the sound of gears turning, Harley Quinn's ward revealed its true appearance. Is this how you treat high-risk patients? The corner of Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched, and he resisted the urge to complain. How can this be a ward or even a prison cell? Isn't this a pure little girl's boudoir? And it's the kind that's full of girlish heart. All furniture and electrical appliances are available, and all are high-end custom-made, all in tender pink colors. There was even a hyena in a princess dress, snoring on a cushion. Except that you can't leave or contact the outside world on your own. It's a perfect dead-end base. It's more exquisite than my bedroom. This scene even made the mysterious Ada Wong unable to help but complain. Shouldn't your bedroom be like that? There is no light source, only the moonlight from the window. Then you sit on a throne made of some kind of skulls, drinking blood-red wine, while showing a sinister smile under the moonlight from the window. Interested in my bedroom? King Ada raised his eyebrows, his words full of temptation. Do you want to explore it in person tonight? But this Harley Quinn doesn't seem crazy. Li Chengfeng even felt that the person he was talking to was not Harley Quinn, but psychologist Harleen Quinzel. Okay, don't stand outside the door, come in and sit down. Harley Quinn, who had been squatting on a huge sofa chair, stood up and landed on the ground with a light and stretching backflip. What would you like to drink? Coffee? Tennessee whiskey? Or the evil and depraved green carbonated drink? Random. Then coffee will do. He was busy like a normal person with visitors at home. However, King Ada, who walked into the room first and looked around, did not think so. Li Chengfeng followed her ghostly gaze and looked. The only normal part of the room was the area visible from the door. Every inch of the rest of the wall was covered with a photo of one person. Green hair, sloppily applied white makeup, and lips so red they seemed to be cracked all the way to the ears. Gotham's Prince of Crime, Joker, Mr. J. Joker. There are many names, but they all express fear of this person. However, in all the photos, half of the face was painted black or even scratched violently. The confusion is obvious at a glance. Unless this Harley Quinn is Two-Face in disguise. I know this scene is a little weird, but believe me, this is not the weirdest thing. Harley Quinn turned her back to everyone and made coffee. Have you ever seen fireworks and ribbons gushing out of people's wounds? Harley Quinn will see many strange scenes from her perspective. She is referring to herself in the third person. Dr. Quinzel? Yes, for now it's Quinzel, but just keep calling me Harley Quinn. I'm used to it. Harley Quinn turned around with the tray in hand. All four of you can sit down. The sofa is spacious enough. Four? The moment Li Chengfeng turned around, he pulled out the magnum and pointed it towards the door. Behind everyone, a figure wearing a classic black cloak seemed to have been standing there from the beginning, motionless. Even if a magnum gun that could knock down an elephant was aimed at his head. When did Gotham's bats start flying out of their caves during the day? Previous. Please don't be nervous, Agent Li Chengfeng. I wasn't nervous at all. I just didn't expect the legendary Batman to be standing in front of me like this. Li Chengfeng curled his lips and deflected the gun. Bats are trustworthy. Besides, a pistol doesn't pose much of a threat to this guy. I have a different attitude towards the FBI taking Harley Quinn away from Arkham Asylum. Batman walked forward silently. Although he was standing in front of Li Chengfeng and talking to him, the Bat's eyes were looking at Harley Quinn. She is not only an accomplice of the Joker, but also the clue to finding the Joker. After a pause, he added, "The only clue now." Li Chengfeng scratched his head with the barrel of the magnum and thought that it was indeed because of this F*** reason. Every time it comes to this kind of painful moment, You really don't know whether Batman is committed to justice. Still obsessed with Joker originally. Don't involve other people in this perverted game between you and Joker. Li Chengfeng did not back down and continued to stand in front of Batman. The height difference meant that he could just see his chin when he looked straight at him, so he had to raise his head. People who put on Joker makeup to kill and set fire, and people who wear masks, capes, and tights to do justice at night, are all crazy. Are you also the type who thinks that vigilantes and those so-called superheroes are criminals? Batman slightly distanced himself from Li Chengfeng and stood to the side of the door. I have no opinion on the level of the FBI agents. Don't talk about our level. I know you're all good people, even real heroes. Li Chengfeng curled his lips and leaned back on the sofa. But the fact that you are a hero and you are a lunatic are not contradictory. Okay, gentlemen, let's put the confrontation between the FBI agent and the Proxima Midnight Vigilante in the refrigerator, okay? Shouldn't the focus now be on whether to get me out of here? Harley Quinn said this while sitting on the bed with a cup of coffee in her hand. Definitely, her personality at this moment is most likely Harleen Quinzel. She sipped her coffee slowly, watching with interest the two men who were fighting each other for her. Anyway, we must take Harley Quinn away. Although Li Chengfeng appeared to be very tough, he was somewhat worried in his heart. After all, he was facing Batman, the only designated father of DC Comics, who might do something weird. As for Joker's whereabouts, you can cooperate with the FBI, right? After all, the FBI is not comparable to those useless state agencies in America. Although he made some verbal criticisms of the country of America, Li Chengfeng's attitude was generally quite sincere. There are two best ways to deal with the existence of Joker. The first one is to stay away from him. Most of the time, he will just wreak havoc on Gotham and Bats. The second option is to mobilize all resources and work together with Batman to deal with this madman. Li Chengfeng is more inclined to the first option. He is not sure whether his IQ can beat Joker. As for the success probability of the second option, let's not talk about it for now. Will this world have 3 Jokers, just like what the Mobius chair said in the big event Rebirth? Even if he is caught, Joker still possesses the Dionysus factor that can cross the line between life and death. No matter how you look at it, it's pretty cost-effective. And his first priority now is to complete the FBI's mission so that he can gain more abilities. In this inexplicable universe, the mere limits of human beings are really not enough. Even as humans reach their limits, their combat skills are still far inferior to those of the Bats in front of them. And Harley Quinn is Nick Fury's favorite disciple. With your status, whether you were that guy during the day or this guy now, you should know him. Li Chengfeng used the most effective strategy, using his power to overwhelm others and making a fuss about the true identity of the Bat. Okay, I'll have a good talk with Nick Fury about this. Batman nodded. Although his face was hidden by the mask, Li Chengfeng could already imagine the expression of a domineering boss who was ready to settle the score later. Alas, let's observe a second of silence for the black braised eggs. Deputy Director Jack Lawson, where is the regular security force today? It is almost only 1/10 of the usual guards. Perhaps Li Chengfeng's suggestion was more reliable, so Batman quickly turned his attention to other places, and even the protection system of the entire Arkham Asylum is only maintained at the lowest level. This is because the obese Vice President Jack Lawson's face turned pale in an instant, and cold sweat broke out. Under Batman's deathly gaze, he wiped the oily sweat dripping down his forehead with trembling hands. Li Chengfeng and Ada Wong looked at each other. There is something fishy today. He felt something was wrong from the moment he entered Arkham Asylum. As a place where all kinds of highly intelligent criminals and terrifying lunatics are imprisoned, there are not even a few guards to be seen. No matter how high-end the prison is, there must always be a backup plan, right? We can't just adopt the strategy of locking people up in cells if they can, and leaving them alone if they can't, right? The one who explained all this as a normal phenomenon was the vice president who was responsible for receiving Li Chengfeng. However, Li Chengfeng is not a naive person like the one around the domineering boss. Buzz. At this moment, his personal terminal made a buzzing sound. Li Chengfeng immediately came to King Ada and opened the terminal screen. Captain Lee, Agent Ada Wong. This is Ingrid Hannigan from the Field Support Division. Agent Hannigan, how's the investigation going? According to the Chief's request, I investigated all the information and recent situation of the leadership of Arkham Asylum. Among them, $3 million were transferred into the overseas account of the wife of Vice Dean Jack Lawson at one time, and his 10-year-old son has been missing for a whole week, but he did not call the police. Well done, Agent Hannigan. Your intelligence is crucial. I can now conclude that Jack Lawson was bribed and his son was taken hostage to ensure the perfect progress of the matter. Lee Chengfeng said, glaring at the sweaty deputy dean, and then continued to say to Hannigan, immediately use my authority to mobilize the field team and the Gotham Police Department to search for Jack Lawson's son. He should be detained somewhere in Gotham City. The specific clues will be handed over to you. Yes, sir. Hannigan nodded and closed the terminal video call. It was obvious that he was a decisive person. Fortunately, Lee Chengfeng was careful and asked the FBI's Field Support Department to investigate. Sure enough, hey, fatty, it's you who should pay the price, not your son, so the FBI will do its best to rescue him, don't worry. Lee Chengfeng said as he suddenly stretched out his hands and fiercely pinched the other's fat double chin with his iron-like hands. What you need to worry about now is yourself. Who bribed you? What did they ask you to do? You could choose not to say anything, but I don't mind turning around and staying quiet for a while. And when I turn around, even if 2 grenades are thrown at me from behind, it has nothing to do with me. I will pretend that nothing has happened, including what the bat is going to do to you. Lee Chengfeng pointed at Batman in the corner. No prize guessing. Will he be a law-abiding person? I'll tell you everything. Don't hand me over to the bats. His fear of bats was obvious. After all, more than half of the criminals in the asylum were sent there by bats. Jack Lawson struggled breathlessly. Lee Chengfeng pushed his face away in disgust and wiped it twice on the sofa beside him. Hey, this is my couch. Harley Quinn rolled her eyes in dissatisfaction. When you return to the FBI, someone will help you clean the furniture inside and out and send it over. Interrupting Harley Quinn's complaints, Lee Chengfeng continued to stare at Jack Lawrence's fat face. Okay, tell me. It's Joker. Joker? How come I'm not surprised at all? What did he ask you to do? He asked me to dismantle Arkham Asylum's defense system. Then the Jokers will break into Arkham Asylum with only one goal, and that is to rescue Harley Quinn. Save her. Lee Chengfeng rubbed his temples, then showed a fake smile. You'd better not tell me. It's today. Yes, that's right. Today. F***K. Lee Chengfeng kicked the fat pig to the ground and looked at the others. Sure enough, at the mention of Joker, Harley Quinn and the Bat's temperament and demeanor changed drastically. Especially Harley Quinn, her Dr. Quinzel demeanor disappeared in an instant. She suddenly reached out and pulled off her hair tie. Her long, light, golden hair with red and blue ends splashed down. A kind of crazy and broken beauty came toward her. My pudding, you're finally here? Ha ha ha. The almost hysterical laughter was particularly harsh in the silent environment where everyone was staring at each other in silence. But suddenly, footsteps sounded from outside the door. At first it was very far away, so it was very blurry. At the moment when the blurry light turned clear, Lee Chengfeng saw a leg sticking out from the corner. Dark purple suit pants and shiny black leather shoes. Then what came into view was pale skin and scary makeup. The pale green hair revealed his sin and madness. Joker. Batman looked solemn, staring closely at his greatest enemy in his life. Ha ha ha. Isn't this my favorite bat friend? How come you have time to visit my most outstanding work today? What do you want to do? Wow, your aggressive tone is really nostalgic. I'm just a selfless good man. I'm here to pick up a friend from the hospital. Joker paused, and after hearing the faint sounds of looting and burning coming from the outside, he continued with satisfaction. Definitely, by the way, I want to blow up this insane asylum where quack doctors are harming people. As he was speaking, Joker had already strolled to the door and was face to face with the Bat, a king meeting a king. Harley Quinn jumped up from the bed excitedly, and just as she made a sound, Ada Wong pinned her down on the bed with a lock and covered her mouth. Don't make any noise, or I won't mind dislocating your limbs first. Hee hee. Instead of getting angry, Harley Quinn let out bursts of dull laughter, which was indescribably crazy. Ada, your job is to keep an eye on her and don't let her get involved. Li Chengfeng lowered his head and entered a series of information on his personal terminal. After confirming that it was correct, he breathed a sigh of relief and put away the terminal. Are you the Joker? Who are you? Oh yes, the great FBI agent. It's really scary just thinking about it. There was a lot of laughter in Joker's words, as if the FBI was a joke. In his eyes, everything is a joke. He and the Bat are the craziest and funniest parts of a joke. To him, everything except bats is boring, especially the FBI. Bang! The deafening sound the Magnum gun rang out instantly, hitting Joker right between the eyebrows, and his smile froze instantly. Don't stare at me with those crazy eyes. I'm really scared. Many people do not have a thorough understanding of Joker and think that apart from a madness that is beyond human cognition, he is just an ordinary person. However, Joker's melee ability is not inferior to Batman's, and he can even defeat Batman head-on in a sword fight. However, Joker never wears a complete set of bulletproof and weapon-proof uniform like Batman. Moreover, perhaps due to his disordered madness, Joker is always overconfident. After all, his biggest enemy is a hero who does not kill. Joker never took other people seriously and regarded them as clowns who could be easily dismissed. Unfortunately, this is the real world, not a comic book special revolving around Batman and Joker. Everyone falls into trouble, including Joker. If you're not careful, you will really die. What's more, Li Chengfeng doesn't think he is a sewer. He just doesn't want to play the game of humanity and IQ with Joker. Bats are more useful than brains. JPG. Gotham's Prince of Crime just fell like that. Li Chengfeng came forward and observed Joker's death with interest, without any discomfort from killing someone for the first time. By the way, will you keep his body in the display cabinet, Bat? After all, a dark Yandere like you doesn't seem like someone who could do such a thing. What did you do? Batman finally recovered from his brief shock and grabbed Li Chengfeng by the collar. Joker should be punished by law, not a bullet from the FBI. Legal sanctions? Don't be silly. In the eyes of a Republican like me, your American laws are a joke in most cases. Li Chengfeng chuckled nonchalantly and used the muzzle of his gun to push away the bat claws that were grabbing his collar. You have a principle of not killing, but I don't. The most terrifying criminal in Gotham smiled at me so creepily, which obviously threatened my life, so I shot him in the head. It's reasonable, right? Do you have to fight for human rights for the most crazy super criminals in America? That's really funny. Li Chengfeng's reasons were impossible to refute. The words, "I am a citizen of the Republic," left Batman speechless. After all, the so-called non-killing principle is just his personal behavior, and he has no right to ask a high-level FBI agent to obey his command. Seeing Batman gradually regaining his sanity, Li Chengfeng turned and walked to the bedside. At this moment, Harley Quinn's eyes have lost focus, and her helpless and desperate expression is like a child who lost his father. Li Chengfeng sighed and said, "Ada, let her go. Are you sure?" "I'm quite sure of that." After getting a positive answer, Ada Wong didn't even hesitate a bit and immediately released the hands that were restraining Harley Quinn. Just as Li Chengfeng expected, Harley Quinn did not have any impulsive reaction. Instead, he looked at the Joker with a complicated expression, who was shot in the middle of his eyebrows but fell down with a smile on his face. How complicated is it? There is the admiration and respect as a worshiper, the madness and sadness as a Joker protege, and the hatred and pain as Harleen Quinzel. Hot news! Joker has never loved Harley Quinn. On the contrary, Joker dislikes and even hates Harley Quinn. Everything he did, try to blow up Harley Quinn, and then spending a lot of money to rescue Harley Quinn after failing, was just a pastime for the Prince of Crime, who wanted to see how low the psychiatrist who originally tried to treat and study him would fall. In fact, he succeeds, and Harleen Quinzel fully becomes Harley Quinn. But he failed, too. Even Harley Quinn retained the last sense of good and evil and subconsciously pursued the light. Thus, a brand new Harley Quinn that had never existed before was created. A Harley Quinn who isn't completely insane. Li Chengfeng was very sure that although Harley Quinn's feelings for Joker were extremely complicated, there was definitely no love for her. Even if there was, that twisted admiration disappeared without a trace when he was deliberately blown to the brink of death by Joker. Even Harley Quinn in the original work gradually broke away from Joker and even the ranks of villains, becoming an anti-hero and even a non-staff member of the Bat family. And he is a non-staff member with extremely high priority. This proves that even the crazier and more extreme Harley Quinn is always rejecting Joker in her heart. Faced with this situation, things become much easier. Harley Quinn, do you love Joker? Love? Love a lunatic who turned me from a promising FBI agent candidate into an inmate of Arkham Asylum. Do you hate him then? Definitely all the time. Harley Quinn's expression gradually became indifferent, but he gave me a new life, and in a sense, he even replaced my dead father whom I had never met. So, you should understand that the conflict between father and daughter is always as fierce and entangled as a war. I thought the position of father was more suitable for Nick Fury, but it doesn't matter now. Joker is dead. Li Chengfeng squatted down, lifted her chin, and looked into her eyes. Although he will be resurrected, he is indeed in a dead state now. I killed him, knocked down the omnipotent symbol of patriarchy, tore apart the terrifying pale demon, and restored his true appearance. A real madman who is keen on destruction and self-destruction. Resurrection? It wasn't just Harley Quinn who exclaimed, but also Ada Wong. On the contrary, Batman on the side remained noncommittal. I think he has already witnessed the ability of the pure Dionysus factor to trample on life and death. So it is understandable that Bats doesn't want Joker to die. Maybe he thinks that Joker who is still alive is easier to monitor than Joker who dies and may be resurrected again without knowing when and where. You mean Mr. Boo? Mr. J will be resurrected? He kept everything from you, didn't he? Li Chengfeng helped Harley Quinn up, held her hand, and came to the Joker's body. Why pour your feelings into someone who is obsessed with torturing and destroying you? Harley Quinn looked at Joker's body so closely and sighed deeply. Don't sigh. Why should you sigh when facing a good ending? Here, take this. Li Chengfeng put his head on her shoulder and whispered softly in her ear at an extremely ambiguous distance, like the whisper of a devil. Come on, shoot. As a former reserve agent, your marksmanship should at least be up to the passing level. Ada Wong was about to say something, but stopped herself because what Li Chengfeng stuffed into Harley Quinn's hand was his own magnum. As an elite agent who is also proficient in psychology, she saw that Li Chengfeng was ready to use collapse therapy at this critical juncture. But will this really work? If Li Chengfeng could hear King Ada's inner mumbling, he would definitely laugh out loud. Bullshit collapse therapy. He just knew that these cartoon characters were most susceptible to this kind of reverse persuasion. Sure enough, after taking the gun, Harley Quinn took only 2 short breaths and then fired 7 of the remaining 8 bullets into Joker's body. With every bullet fired, her expression became more like the Harley Quinn in Li Chengfeng's mind. With a laugh that gradually grew louder and finally became hysterical, Harley Quinn suddenly turned around, hugged Li Chengfeng tightly, and buried her head deeply in his shoulder. To be honest, Li Chengfeng really enjoys this kind of treatment. If only the magnum with the last bullet left wasn't pressed against the back of his head. Dear Miss Harley Quinn, how do you feel now? Are you going to send me away as well? Li Chengfeng laughed awkwardly twice. It shouldn't be that serious. If you don't want me to send you away, then take responsibility for me. After saying that, Harley Quinn raised her head and kissed Li Chengfeng hard on the corner of his mouth without any warning, leaving a rather fragrant bright red lip print. You make me even crazier. You are even more hateful than Joker. Putting Mr. J Joker. The change in address reveals her transformation. Finally, a series of crazy yet charming laughter echoed in the cell. Mission, team creation, completed. Harley Quinn joins the team. Li Chengfeng was stunned. Is this completed? He thought that he would only be officially successful after he returned to report to Nick Fury. The system prompt sound continues to sound. Quest-related characters: Ada Wong, Harley Quinn, Batman, Joker. Rewards are randomly selected. Obtain Ada Wong's undercover disguise. Gain Harley Quinn's flexibility. Gain Batman's willpower. Obtain Dionysus factor. Among the characters in the lottery, those with a huge number of skills are more likely to pollute the prize pool. The first three are all pretty average. The only thing worth mentioning is Batman's willpower, which is enough to control the Green Lantern ring. But compared with the Dionysus factor, it seems ordinary. The most powerful ability among these four is probably Joker's Dionysus factor. The Savage Vandal Savage, the Ninja Master, Ra's al Ghul, and the Claws of the Court of Owls are all well-known villains, and they're all just the owners of the degraded version of the Dionysus factor. Only Joker possesses the pure Dionysus factor, which is almost immortal and beyond the law. But no matter whether it is the degraded version or the pure version, the Dionysus factor will only provide the ability of self-healing, immortality, and even resurrection from the dead, and will not enhance its physical fitness. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. The first time you complete a mission, you will gain this life-saving, self-healing ability. For someone whose biggest prize before traveling through time was 2 bags of soy sauce, this was simply incredible luck. But it seemed a bit vulgar to smile like that with the lip print that Harley Quinn had just left on him. Ahem. Ada, there's something wrong with your eyes. At the moment, it was very difficult for me to resist the urge to call the police. Stop it. You call the police in person, and I answered the phone in person. What can you do to me? Besides, we still have problems to solve. Li Chengfeng made a joke and walked out the door. This is Joker. Since he came to Arkham Asylum, it means that the organization that follows him like a shadow has also come out in full force. Joker's Batman, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. He looked at Harley Quinn with complicated eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, Joker's trip to rescue Harley Quinn is just a cover. His real intention is to capture and occupy the entire Arkham Asylum, right? Harley Quinn's face also changed, and then she pulled the trigger at Joker's body again. The last bullet was also delivered to the body. Then a series of click sounds interrupted everyone's thoughts. Magazine. Harley Quinn naturally reached out to Li Chengfeng. No more bullets. Li Chengfeng was not vague and stuffed all 3 magazines into her hands. But no one expected that after getting the bullet, she would hold the barrel of the magnum in reverse and swing the handle hard at Joker's head, which already had a hole in it. This makes my imagination even bigger. Use, once again. Joker, I used to admire you immensely. Harleen Quinzel has been reminding me from the beginning to the end, but I have always turned a blind eye. Harley Quinn calmly stared at Joker's broken head. I heard that you will be constantly resurrected. From now on, I will open such a big hole in your head again and again. Okay, big sister, stop talking so hard. Let's solve the Joker's problem first, okay? Li Chengfeng showed an anxious expression, but he was not panicked at all. As a former accomplice, you know how big the Joker's is. If we are not careful, we mortals will be solved. Although Batman said nothing, he had the same idea. If you're not careful today, you may indeed have an accident. As we all know, although he will win a fight, he will lose a battle. If Batman cannot bring into play his money ability and planning ability, then he is just a representative of the limits of human beings. Fighting hand-to-hand with dozens of people might still be within the tolerance range. But when facing hundreds of armed enemies, the difficulty will increase exponentially, and you will suffer heavy losses if you are not careful. It is obvious that the so-called Justice League has not yet been formed in this world. Even Batman is so young that he has not yet formed the Bat family. Otherwise, based on his character, he would have definitely recruited people long ago. It is estimated that he is still in the stage of being unruly and fighting alone. But if the Jokers launch a full-scale attack on Arkham Asylum, then the fat guy's son will probably be safe. Li Chengfeng turned around and pointed at the shivering Deputy Dean curled up on the sofa and said, "You, carry Joker's body and follow us." Me? What else? If you're willing to fight Joker's head on, I can take your responsibility. No. I'll carry you. I'll carry you. When he thought of the crazy army like Joker's, he immediately changed his words. Carrying Joker's body is much better than dying directly. Very good, let's do it. After saying that, Li Chengfeng took the lead and walked out of the door with Batman. Next came Ada, who looked calm, and Harley Quinn, who looked excited as if she was going to a party. Finally, it was the pale-faced traitor who carried Joker's body. Li Chengfeng loosened his tie, unbuttoned his shirt cuffs, and flexed his wrists, looking at Batman, and asked with a playful smile, "How about it, Batman? Are you confident that you can break through the siege? Are you too relaxed? Are you not worried at all? It's okay, I'm pretty good at fighting. Shit, so many people." They arrived at the patient's activity hall, which was empty when they came before, but now there is a constant stream of people wearing Joker makeup and clothes with Joker elements pouring in. As long as you pass through this place, you will reach the place where critically ill patients are held, which is also where the supervillains are held. Arkham Asylum's defense system has been completely paralyzed by the Joker's full-scale invasion, and the key to the intensive care ward has been taken by the woman in charge. A high ponytail with highlights, bangs at the same level as the eyebrows, and a simple Joker makeup with black and blush as the main colors. The purple three-quarter sleeves and ripped purple socks are the classic Joker color combination. Funny point, Alexis, the second-generation ugly girl, Harley Quinn's replacement. Unlike the crazy and extroverted Harley, Funny seems to be a calm and reserved assassin, especially the double-edged dagger in his hand that was shining with cold light. That fat guy, leave Mr. J behind. Impossible. Li Chengfeng looked at the information on his personal terminal, then stepped forward and rejected Xiaodian's request. Joker is the most vicious criminal in Gotham City and even in the entire America. Even if he is shot dead, the body must be handed over to the FBI for disposal. How about this? If you hand over Mr. J's body, I can let you leave safely. Xiaodian's fake smile looked a little eerie. It's just a corpse. Is there any difference between returning a corpse that can be resurrected from the dead and letting a tiger go back to the mountains? How could you? Never mind. Xiaodian waved the dagger in his hand and ordered, "Tear them to pieces, including the bat." You are crazy. Why do you keep thinking about attacking public officials? Li Chengfeng shook his head. Although Li Chengfeng looked calm and composed, he was actually a little shocked in his heart. Why is it Iron Man who came? Although when he asked Nick Fury for reinforcements through his personal terminal, he did ask him to find some people with strong combat power, otherwise hundreds of people would not be enough to handle the situation. But isn't this combat power a bit too strong? He didn't want to tear down Arkham Asylum. Tony Stark, why are you here? The smile made his eyes widen. A Batman who was not prepared in advance was still within the tolerance range. But now, there is a playboy who can operate a flying mecha. This is not good. Xiaodian glared at Li Chengfeng with hatred as he looked very smug. Judging from the situation, Iron Man should be the support that the FBI agent had found. Damn it, retreat. You want to escape? Do you think Arkham Asylum is a place where you can come and go as you please? Or do you think our FBI will let a violent group of several hundred people leave? Li Chengfeng showed a smile as bright as the sun. Mr. Stark, you could do whatever you want and make the Joker's troops outside lose their combat effectiveness. Definitely. I will not hold you accountable even if you use heavy hands. I'm not some murderer. Tony Stark looked at the young Republic agent, muttered, and flew out. Since he came to support, he would naturally follow orders. A few hundred armed thugs were a piece of cake for him. Now, the situation of attack and defense is different. Li Chengfeng and Batman didn't show any hesitation at all and rushed into the crowd like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Following closely behind them was Harley Quinn, who ignored the Joker's members who were waving their weapons at her, dodged the attacks nimbly, and chased after the Jokers who had already started to run away. Although she has broken up with Joker, but she was disgusted with the woman who had taken her place. Bang bang. 2 shots hit the door handle, forcing Xiaodian to turn around and face the other party. Harley Quinn, it seems you still can't forget Mr. J. It doesn't matter whether I am obsessed with Joker or not. What matters is that no one can replace me. Harley Quinn showed an inappropriately cute smile, which formed a huge amount of contrast with the huge pistol in her hand. Just when she was about to pounce on and teach this little b** sage who occupied her position a lesson, she didn't expect a pair of hands to suddenly pull back the back collar of her clothes. "Don't stop me." "Nonsense. You put your pistol aside and rush up to fight a man with a dagger. What kind of psychedelic operation is that?" After Li Chengfeng pulled her back, he pushed her behind him. After the fight, just now, more than half of the dozens of Joker's members in the hall were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. And Ida didn't even take any action. She just stood behind and watched Batman bully the weak ones. "Miss Smile, I recommend that you surrender. After all, I'm not Batman, and I don't have a no-kill rule. If a criminal like you who has committed many serious crimes resists, I will choose to shoot you directly. Believe me, I won't hesitate." Batman quickly killed the last few people. And then as explosions and screams continued outside, no one spoke in the hall. The silence was so quiet that it made people tremble. "I surrender." I tried to smile, but found that I couldn't laugh anymore, especially when being stared at by this guy Batman. In just a few minutes, they went from having a complete advantage to being completely annihilated. When the FBI field team and Gotham Police Department officers found Jack Lawson's kidnapped son in an abandoned factory in southern Gotham, they rushed to Arkham Asylum without stopping. James Gordon, the highest commander of the Gotham Police Department's field operations, was confused by the scene when he led everyone into the gate of the asylum. The worry on his face instantly turned into astonishment. In addition to the Joker's members all over the ground, the most conspicuous ones are the man wearing a steel battle suit and Batman. Before he could say anything, a hand patted his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw an ID card blocking his view. The world's FBI Level 7 agent, Li Chengfeng. "Yes, I was the one who issued the joint search and rescue mission between your Gotham Police Department and the FBI field team. So, you guys took care of Joker and his Jokers? What? Don't you trust me?" Li Chengfeng smiled. Even in another world, the relationship between the FBI and local law enforcement agencies is average. Even if you don't trust the FBI, you should be able to trust the Bat, right? He pointed at Batman, who was chatting happily with Tony Stark, who had taken off his helmet. Gordon smacked his lips twice and looked at the overly young Level 7 agent again. As a senior detective, he is now the de facto head of the Gotham Police Department. It is only a matter of time before he becomes the director. Therefore, he knows the hierarchy of the FBI much better than ordinary detectives. There is absolutely no problem in commanding the Gotham Police Department across units with the authority of a Level 7 agent. He waved his hand, signaling the officers of the Gotham Police Department to get to work and arrest all the thugs lying on the ground unable to resist. There is no need to even escort him to the police station. He can be directly detained in Arkham Asylum, which is much better than a detention center. And this guy, Li Chengfeng, saw the police officers start to act, and by the way, he grabbed the trembling traitor Jack Lawson. The Joker's people can be locked up in Arkham Asylum, but this guy doesn't deserve to be locked up with these crazy people. But he can't continue to be the vice dean. Wait, is that Harley Quinn? Gordon's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously drew his pistol again. Harley Quinn was originally a reserve agent of the FBI, and now she has recovered. I have been ordered to take her out of the hospital and resume her duties. Healed? How dare you say that? Gordon wiped a cold sweat after taking a look at Harley Quinn, who was obviously still a little crazy. Then they handcuffed the fat traitor's hands behind his back and escorted him to the police car. He still thought it would be better to leave this place as soon as possible. If I spend too much time with this group of people, things will always feel weird. He was not interested in these strange tight uniforms. Nice to meet you, Mr. Stark. Shouldn't you be in New York? How did you get to Arkham so quickly? It seems you are Agent Li Chengfeng that Nick Fury always mentions. Nice to meet you, Tony Stark said without any airs. It's because I happened to be in Metropolis recently, so I can come so quickly. As we all know, Metropolis is separated from Gotham by a river. But why did you go to the Metropolis? Confused, Li Chengfeng suddenly remembered the gossip he saw at the beginning. You didn't come to the Metropolis just to flirt with Lois, did you? After all, Miss Lois is the first woman to be rude to me, which makes her particularly special. Mr. Stark, are you a domineering boss who popped out of some old novel? Oh, you really are a domineering boss. Li Chengfeng rubbed his forehead. But didn't anyone say that your words just now were greasy? Yes, Miss Lois said so too. Tony Stark laughed heartlessly and stretched out his right hand towards Li Chengfeng. Just call me Tony from now on. After exchanging contact information with Iron Man, Tony Stark, the other party flew towards Metropolis. It seems you haven't given up yet, Teacher Tony. Li Chengfeng shook his head, hoping that this guy would give up pursuing Lois before he angered some Kansas redneck. Otherwise, his mecha would not be enough for that person to dismantle. Tony Stark disappeared from the public eye for quite a while. It turns out that he was making this thing. Why? As a billionaire who also sells his romantic talents, do you feel like you've been overtaken? Mechas are simply putting the cart before the horse. I have no interest in them. Unless... Batman did not pick up Li Chengfeng's words, but sighed and continued. When I meet an opponent that I cannot defeat no matter what, I will consider it. I just told you that I know your true identity. Wasn't your reaction too calm? Didn't you hint at this when we first spoke? 2. Li Chengfeng and Batman stood side by side, looking at the perimeter of the asylum that was blown to pieces by Tony Stark, without saying a word. But Ada and Harley were shocked when they heard the conversation between the two. Batman is Bruce Wayne. I have known Bruce Wayne for at least 10 years, but I haven't found any traces of Cobweb. TSK, I have to admit that in the field of lunatics, my qualifications are much shallower than his. Seeing that the cleanup work was almost finished, Li Chengfeng pointed to the body of Joker at Ada's feet. Bat, you better take this piece of rotten meat away. Let me take it away? Are you sure? What else? I don't think the FBI would care that much about a corpse. Although I know he can be resurrected, the FBI won't believe it. So if I leave it to you, at least you will be 120% alert and imprison him forever. Li Chengfeng said with a smile. This can also be regarded as making a friend, dear Mr. Bruce Wayne. When I got off the Airbus again, I was standing on the land of Washington. However, all the agents in the hangar turned their eyes towards Li Chengfeng intentionally or unintentionally. Why are they all staring at you? Are you the type of person that your colleagues hate? Are you being bullied in the workplace like America? Big sister, can you be a little more self-aware? They are obviously looking at you. Li Chengfeng looked at Harley Quinn, who was puzzled. The skin that is too white due to chemical rinsing and the red and blue ends of her hair create an extreme color collision. Even if you don't know that she is Joker's former partner, you have to take a second look at her. Don't think that FBI agents find strange things commonplace. In fact, the majority of the FBI's agents are clerical staff who have never been out on field missions. At this time, a tall woman trotted up to the crowd. Sir, I'm Level 4 Agent Ingrid Hannigan. From today on, I will be responsible for the logistical support of Team Stars. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation, Agent Hannigan. Li Chengfeng shook hands with Hannigan and raised his doubts. You were talking about the Star Team. Are you referring to us? Yes, Director Nick Fury just confirmed the team code named 10 minutes ago. TSK, the name is so casual. Please follow me. The director is already waiting for you in the strategic analysis room. Under Hannigan's guidance, they arrived at the familiar 31st floor. Nick Fury still had his back to them, but he turned as soon as the door opened. Although there was still no expression on the surface, Li Chengfeng could see the urgency and nervousness in the black, salted egg at a glance. Harley Quinn, you've been in a lot of trouble lately, but you can still clear your record. TSK. Mr. Fury, you are still so strict. Harley was probably the most relaxed one among the group. He found a table and sat down casually, then started chatting with Fury. If I were really strict enough, I shouldn't have allowed you to apply to be transferred to Arkham Asylum to study the most dangerous lunatics. Although, I am now one of the most dangerous lunatics in your mouth, teacher. That's okay. People who are too sane can't do our job. Nick Fury waved his hand, ending the topic, and then turned his attention to Li Chengfeng. You did a good job this time, but wasn't the noise a bit too loud? Do you mean to shoot Joker to death? Or to expose your secret weapon? Li Chengfeng smiled. If it's the former, I think I did nothing wrong. If it's the latter, how long do you think Starr can keep it secret? A week? Or half a month? I mean, why the bats were disturbed. Does the FBI expect him to hang on the top of the cave without moving when they're operating in the bats' territory? After Li Chengfeng said this, even Nick Fury was speechless. In short, you have perfectly adapted to the job I want to assign to you. After Harley Quinn completes the mental evaluation and officially joins the company, you will officially start work. Harley Quinn frowned slightly when she heard this, and was not too happy with the name Black Boiled Egg. I'm just Harley Quinn now. Harley Quinn is just a part of me. As long as you're happy. Nick Fury nodded, and then gave an order. Agent Ada, take our Harley Quinn to change clothes first. This Arkham Asylum hospital gown should not be worn by an agent. Yes, Chief. Ada Wong nodded and pushed and dragged Harley, who was shouting, I will never wear a uniform, out of the tactical analysis room. But when they passed in front of Li Chengfeng, the two women seemed to be competing with each other. Ada's fingertips brushed across his knuckles, and Harley left a sentence that made Li Chengfeng's tailbone shiver. See you later, my pudding. Shit. Not only did his madness not get cured, but he also became a transference. Although he had anticipated this when he persuaded Harley Quinn to shoot. After the two left, Li Chengfeng wiped his sweat, turned around and saw Black Braised Egg, sighing, and almost laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Every family has its own problems. It's not easy to be a father. Instead of teasing your boss, why don't you just report on your work? Speaking of work, I really need to have a good talk with you. Li Chengfeng smiled and moved closer to He Lu Dan, whispering, How many people like Stark do you know? Or how much do you know about them? Although it's a bit rude, he has to get a stronger ability. Now that we have the Dionysus factor, we cannot stand still. This is not something a level 7 agent should know. If you really want me to get this done, throw aside our America headquarters' separate management routine. I'm not here to follow the rules and serve as your subordinate. You don't need a team that follows the rules. Otherwise, the first team member will be a patient in Arkham Asylum. I was right. You were born to do this. Black Egg nodded. I will give you my authorization code later. You can leave now, Agent. Okay. Then you can just stay here and be sad. Halfway through the walk, Li Chengfeng suddenly turned around and asked, What exactly does Harley Quinn mean to you? As soon as he finished speaking, Hailuden glared at him fiercely, with two big words clearly written in his cold eye. Don't ask. Li Chengfeng shrugged, turned and left the strategic analysis room. Only Black Sauce Egg stayed alone for a long time, and suddenly muttered to himself, Harley Quinn is the closest thing to a daughter I have ever had in my life. The mental evaluation of Harley Quinn took quite a long time. After all, she is a model graduate of Arkham, a place full of talented people. The final result of the identification is totally normal. You Americans have a very all-encompassing definition of normal. Li Chengfeng held the FBI's report in his hand and looked at Ada Wong with a fake smile. If Harley Quinn hadn't been standing in front of me, I might have believed it. Maybe it's just like what the director said. People who are too normal can't do our job. I really believed your lies. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes, but it was not something he could not accept. After all, in this world with countless supernatural and even superdimensional powers, superheroes, supervillains, and all those involved in these mysterious powers are more or less abnormal. What? You have special abilities, but want to live a normal life? The fact that you have such thoughts means that you are abnormal, right? Normal people should live a normal life. Special people also have a life they deserve. Do not interfere with each other. Only idiots care about a ridiculous conclusion written on a piece of paper. Harley Quinn stretched and jumped down from the comfortable sofa bed in the mental clinic. I really miss this kind of place. I used to sit opposite, wearing flesh-colored stockings, crossing my legs sexy to control other people's thoughts. Talk about flesh-colored stockings. No way. The moment you said the word control the mind, your psychiatrist license should be revoked. Li Chengfeng wiped the sweat off his forehead, glanced at the terminal, and found that it was already 10 minutes past the end of the workday. He turned around and left without any reluctance. It's time to get off work. See you two beauties tomorrow. Having said that, Li Chengfeng hurriedly walked out of the medical department's door and quickly got into the elevator. When he turned around, he saw Harley Quinn and Ada Wong following him closely. Why are you following me? Oh, Pudding, you're my direct supervisor now, and you're also my temporary guardian appointed by the director. So who else can I follow if not you? Besides, does the FBI seem to have single dormitories for its employees? And do I, a mental patient who has just been discharged from a hospital, seem to have a place to live? Since you brought me back, you must take responsibility. Harley Quinn said this with confidence, but this is indeed the situation. What about you? Li Chengfeng turned around and asked Ada Wong again. She is a mental patient with no social resources, but you are a level 4 agent of the FBI. After this incident, you should be promoted to level 5. The salary and benefits should be good, right? Dear Captain, first of all, I also want to get off work. Of course, I have to take the elevator to leave this building. Ada Wong threw a moist little wink at Li Chengfeng, and the tail of her narrow eyes turned slightly red. Secondly, my house has been renovated recently. I have been staying in a nearby hotel for the past few days. How can I let go of the free accommodation now? The salary of an agent is not enough for me to squander in the hotel every day. Are you so sure that my house can accommodate 3 people? It's okay. The 3 of us can squeeze together. How about you sleep in the middle? Ada Wong teased again and covered Harley Quinn's mouth as she was about to say something weird. Just kidding. Everything you have in America was handled by director Nick Fury. Of course, I know you live in a 400 square meter flat. F***K. You want to hit me, right? I can't help it. I've recently fallen in love with a multi-function grappling gun made by Stark Company. I have to save up money to buy it. By the way, Captain, didn't you have a good chat with Tony Stark? Can you help me get a discount? Your comments about salary and benefits have completely reduced the status of FBI agents to the level of street police officers. Li Chengfeng finally compromised and walked towards home with the 2 ladies with completely different styles. Along the way, he kept observing the Washington, D.C. of this hybrid universe. All he could say was that America, that's it. Apart from the fact that the streets are filled with people of different skin colors, it's no different from the Republic. There were also drunkards lying on the roadside flower beds and vomiting, and there were also unlicensed vendors who quickly ran away when they saw the urban management pushing their snack carts. After treating the 2 ladies to a surprisingly authentic hot pot on the way, Li Chengfeng finally felt like he was off work. To be honest, a few hours ago, he was confronting one of the most morbid and dangerous villains, but now he can happily eat some spicy food while watching Ada Wong, who can't eat spicy food, keeps sticking out her flexible little tongue. I also went to the mall and bought a large number of daily necessities. In fact, no matter in his past life or this life, he is a pure bachelor, and he only has a pair of slippers and a set of dishes and chopsticks in his 400 square meter apartment. We can't let the 2 ladies stay at home wearing old clothes or just being naked, right? Even if he is happy, the other 2 may not be happy, especially Ada Wong. Although she seems to be good at flirting, except for a few deliberate actions, she always covers her neckline and subconsciously maintains social distance. This woman's sense of proportion is damn fascinating. That being said, what's going on with you 2? Li Chengfeng was lying on the bed, his eyes wide open like bells, his hands folded on his chest and abdomen, looking like a mummy. Because the joke Ada Wong made a few hundred words ago came true. Now 2 ladies with completely different styles were lying on both sides of him. Although his bed was big enough, some touching was inevitable. Oh, Pudding, I'm a mental patient. Do you think you can let me be alone in an unfamiliar environment? Sister, I saw you were quite happy in the war of Arkham Asylum. You didn't have to worry about anything except eating, drinking, and having fun. I want this kind of life. Li Chengfeng complained, but he knew that he couldn't persuade this mentally ill person, so he turned to look at Ada Wong on the other side. Sister Wong, what's wrong with you? Were you infected by Harley Quinn? No, I made a mistake. The mysterious and seductive beauty Ada Wong showed an extremely rare annoyance. When I ordered the furniture, I actually filled in the wrong quantity. How come I only ordered 1 bed? Then you go out and sleep on the couch. You let a woman sleep on the couch. Then I'll go out and sleep on the couch. A guest who is staying overnight lets the host sleep on the sofa, then go to sleep. You have to go to work tomorrow. Previous. The next morning, at the FBI headquarters, Ingrid Hannigan was waiting in the hall for Lee Chengfeng and others to arrive. Starting today, the STAR team has its own exclusive office location. Yes, the office location. Don't think that the job of an FBI agent is to fight crime all over the country. The clerical work they have to do is no less than that of an ordinary police station, and may even be more. The truth of some events is not suitable for the vast majority of ordinary people to know, so it is necessary to write multiple different task logs, one true and one false, or even one true and multiple false. Many agents who have just joined the FBI may feel frustrated about the job for this reason. Therefore, over the years, the retention rate of newly recruited agents has been less than 40%, and more than half of them leave for this reason. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning that Lee Chengfeng and the two royal sisters Ada Wong and Harley Quinn finally arrived. Agent Ingrid, why are you standing in the lobby? Have you been transferred to the first floor to be the front desk receptionist? Agent Lee Chengfeng's mouth. A vein on Ingrid Hannigan's forehead bulged slightly, representing anger, but she still maintained a decent smile on her face. Because the director has arranged a new office location for the STAR team, I am here to greet you all. New office location? Then let's go. Lee Chengfeng nodded, followed Ingrid Hannigan into the elevator, and watched her press the button for the 32nd floor. Why did you come here together? Did you meet on the way? Haha. Ingrid, you have no idea what I went through last night. Lee Chengfeng sneered. These two women don't want me to sleep at all. As soon as the voice fell, the two queens coughed twice in embarrassment, but immediately began to explain with a normal expression. Don't blame me, Lee Chengfeng. You know me. I'm an elite field agent. It's normal for me to have some muscle memory for emergency reflexes. Don't blame me. Lee Chengfeng, you know me well. I'm an elite mental patient. It's normal for my body and mind to be out of control. Awesome. Otherwise, I could be a bad woman. It highlights that as long as I am thick-skinned enough, I can pretend that nothing happened. Hey, Ingrid, please give me some justice. There is no such person in the world. What are you doing? Write a report letter to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The captain and members of the STAR team gathered for S*X on the first day of their formation. Harley Quinn put her hands over the surveillance camera. King Ada covered Ingrid's mouth and blocked her from saying that outrageous word. Lee Chengfeng was quick to take Ingrid's personal terminal and withdraw the message. Call. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It would be extremely embarrassing if I was reported due to misunderstanding on my first day at work. Listen carefully, Ingrid. Even though those two women had serious problems with their language and expressing ability, your understanding of ability is also quite distorted. Last night, I, a good man, took in two homeless women. There was only one bed in my house, and I was forced to sleep in the same bed by the two women. Then, due to muscle reflex, we hit each other several times. As a result, my whole body was in pain until around 5 in the morning when I could barely fall asleep. Do you understand? Let go, Ada. King Ada readily let go of the hand that was covering Ingrid's mouth. You are very skilled at covering the surveillance camera. You're not bad either. You knew to cover Ingrid's mouth the first time. Hey, isn't this just some experience gained from covering your mouth? The two royal sisters praised each other for a few words, and there was actually a hint of mutual admiration in their eyes. Just then, the elevator stopped, and the door slowly opened. We have arrived at the 32nd floor. The director has specially approved that the 32nd floor of the headquarters, except for Director Nick Fury's office, will become the exclusive office location of the STAR Squad. The moment Ingrid stepped out of the elevator, she regained her professional demeanor as a logistics staff member and began to introduce the new office location to the three people. Just as they were about to sit down, the door of the director's office at the end opened, and a black one-eyed boiled egg stood there. The amusement park is just around the corner. Come in for a meeting. After saying that, he walked into the office. The four of them looked at each other and had no choice but to obey the order and go into the house for the meeting. As a civil servant, Not holding meetings is like being soulless. Fortunately, Nick Fury is not the kind of leader who can talk nonsense for 59 minutes in an hour-long meeting. It can even be said that it is too straightforward. Someone in Westchester County, New York, has witnessed the appearance of zombies and BOW, but there have been no reports of casualties. The Westchester County Sheriff's Office has officially asked us for help. Nick Fury said as he pulled up huge amounts of data on the three-dimensional projection. Ada, you are our FBI expert in dealing with BOW, so I'll leave this mission to you. Yes, Chief. Ada Wong was very serious while working. After browsing all the video and text materials of this incident expressionlessly, he turned around and began to explain, the zombie group is a common T-virus infected body, but they have been wandering in a fixed range. Obviously, someone has used special means to control these zombies. And the unknown Bao should be a new model of tyrant. It looks like a new model that integrates the characteristics of Tracker and Ivan Tyrant. The number may be a problem. There are already 4 in the video material alone. The actual situation may be more. Ding! The mission Biochemical Madman has been released. Mission brief. Young Captain, this is the first battle of the team. Clear all zombies and Baos, and find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Sure enough, after King Ada explained the mission details in detail, the system indeed released the mission. But Li Chengfeng would not be so easily fooled by the system. Just like the previous mission, the purpose was to persuade Harley Quinn to surrender, but in fact, it was to anger Joker and the entire Jokers. In this mixed universe, who knows how many weird characters will come in? Ada, this Bao thing should be completely solved with hot weapons, right? Yes, Bao is a simple task compared to those superheroes or supervillains. It can be solved as long as a single soldier has sufficient firepower. But the difficulty of this mission is to find the criminal who can control the zombies and BOW. After all, Bao will not appear out of thin air. Every time it is definitely accompanied by a conspiracy. Are the weapons reserves on the Airbus sufficient? That's definitely enough. At worst, we can use the Quinjet on the Airbus to do a saturation bombing. Then I have no problem. Li Chengfeng clapped his hands, stood up, and walked out. Team Star, it's time to set off. I have to say, Li Chengfeng thought he looked pretty handsome from behind, but Nick Fury's next sentence made him put on a mask of pain. This mission wasn't supposed to be a big deal. Oh yes, but the area involved is so special that I have to go there myself. Human beings, don't feel pressured, and don't go out of your way to protect me. Although I'm old, I'm still one of the best agents in the FBI. Life. Did you not hear what I said at all? Nick Fury glanced at Li Chengfeng, who was extremely perfunctory, and knew that this guy had something wrong. Is it so obvious? Li Chengfeng sighed and turned off the crosstalk in his headphones. I'm not saying anything bad about you, boss. You are the head of our American General Administration. Have you ever heard an old saying in our republic? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. The entire American General Administration still needs you to take command. Listen to me, we haven't flown out of the special zone yet. I'll find a place to drop you off. How about you take a taxi back to the office? You really don't want to go on a mission with me? Nick Fury didn't understand. You don't need to treat me as the director. I'm just a member of the STAR team temporarily transferred here. I'll obey your orders in everything. Do you believe this yourself? Li Chengfeng stood up, walked to the bar, poured a glass of evil and decadent carbonated drink, and drank it all in one gulp. Yes, there's a bar in the lounge area on this Airbus. These agents really knew how to enjoy themselves in the past. Okay, Fury, I won't tease you, but you have to tell me what's so special about this place. The real purpose is revealed. After laying the groundwork for so long, Li Chengfeng finally asked the question he most wanted to know the answer to. What on earth could have happened that could have made Nick Fury, the director of the American General Agency, risk his own life to go to the front line? Li Chengfeng was very curious. But the problem is I don't know. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment and finally said, I clearly have no impression of this area. My memory is blank, but there is always an inexplicable sense of familiarity surrounding me, as if my memory was forcibly erased by someone. Is there such a thing? Wait, are we going to Westchester County? Li Chengfeng was stunned. He seemed to have thought of something and picked up the terminal to call Ada Wong. Ada, come to the rest area immediately. After hearing Li Chengfeng's call, Ada Wong rushed over from the weapons room with Harley Quinn in a short while. Ada, you compiled the information about Westchester. Can you tell me if there is an ability school in this place? Yes, there's a Xavier ability school. Wong Ada didn't even need to look through the information. He just thought about it for a moment and nodded to confirm. F***K, it's really them. Li Chengfeng tapped his forehead and said to Nick Fury, I can confirm that there is nothing wrong with your feelings, Fury. You have indeed been brainwashed. What? Nick Fury, Harley Quinn, and Ada Wong exclaimed at the same time. What a shocking piece of news. Is the director of the American agency brainwashed? This is outrageous. Want to brainwash Nick Fury? Harley Quinn was the first to react after she exclaimed, and even showed her side as a psychology expert. Impossible. Let's not talk about whether we can catch Nick Fury without anyone noticing. Just considering his willpower, ordinary hypnotic ability brainwashing is simply not going to work. It will only be successful with the help of some machines and equipment, and it will take quite a long time. But the FBI remotely checks my physical indicators and confirms my location every 8 hours through my dedicated terminal, and there has never been an accident. Nick Fury continued to explain, so the time is not right. There is nothing wrong with your analysis, but there is an evolutionary branch of humans in the world called mutants. You have been brainwashed by a mutant with mental abilities. What? Mutant? Don't tell me you don't have any information about mutant in your memory. Li Chengfeng was a little shocked. The director of the General Bureau of the World Republic was Wan Hongxia, that is, the Five Tao brothers. As the director of one of the 5 major FBI agencies, Nick Fury didn't know. The director of our Republic General Bureau is 5 completely synchronized quintuplets who share all states. Don't tell me you didn't see him at the World FBI Summit. Damn, it seems that you were right. I have indeed been brainwashed by mutant, and the brainwashing was directed at mutant. I seriously suspect that you have done something against the human race. So they erased the concept of mutant from your memory in order to protect the race. Nick Fury thought carefully, could it be that when the flying aircraft carrier was first developed, all the information of Americans was collected in the database for monitoring and intelligence acquisition? F***K, you're really bold. You're monitoring every single person in America? Aren't you afraid that those unexposed superheroes or supervillains will give you trouble to protect themselves? Oh, by the way, you've been brainwashed. Li Chengfeng mocked Nick Fury mercilessly. Haha, you must have caught a great white shark. F***K it. I'm not planning on doing anything to them. If it were you, would you be willing to hang a sword of Damocles around your neck? Airbus soon came to Westchester County. Li Chengfeng directly chose to park the Airbus near the area where Bao was found in the report. Regardless of whether it was Professor X or other psychic abilities of Xavier's ability school who brainwashed Nick Fury, their lair was there. They would not run away. However, the zombies and Baos that appeared inexplicably in this area are a real threat. They are now placed here by the people behind the scenes, but that doesn't mean they will always be here. Once the control is loosened, the entire Westchester County will be in danger. So when the Star Squad and Nick Fury, who was temporarily serving as a team member, got off the Airbus, they were already fully armed. Li Chengfeng said that he did underestimate the weapons reserve of this Airbus. Individual heat ray rifles, light pulse blasters, sonic grenades. Have your American weapons reached such a sci-fi level? What the hell are you talking about? These are either trials or prototypes from the Sandbox Research Institute, or they are made from fresh technology from Tony Stark. They can't be mass-produced at all. Okay, stop explaining. Next time you get something good, just don't forget your favorite star team. Li Chengfeng turned on the safety of the light pulse blaster in his hand and rushed towards a group of zombies not far away. Team Star attack. T-virus zombies are indeed very dangerous when their firepower is insufficient. But with enough firepower, it's just a pile of slow-moving rotten meat. Therefore, the clearance speed of the zombies on the periphery is very fast. This is when Harley Quinn is smashing around with her beloved baseball bat. I'm really curious. What is the material of your baseball bat? How come there is no damage at all after hitting so many bones? Li Chengfeng looked at the crazy queen who was going in and out of the zombies with a baseball bat in her hand and couldn't help but complain to Nick Fury. Oh, it's made of adamantium, a leftover material from a shuttered weapons program from the last century. Nick Fury explained it calmly. Are you being a little too doting on her? Adamantium? You are really willing to spend a lot of money. Being too indulgent towards your daughter can cause problems. And she is a mentally ill daughter. Stop complaining. Look over there. Nick Fury pointed to the distance. We've made such a big noise here, but the tyrant over there didn't react at all and is firmly guarding that position. Is there a makeshift house among those tyrants? It's not very clear, but it will become clear after we get rid of the tyrant. After the two men advanced into the range, according to the two-man tactical formation, they began to pour fire on the tyrants. All we can say is that these limited edition sci-fi level weapons are far more powerful than contemporary conventional thermal weapons. Even these unknown models of tyrants did not last long. When the 13th tyrant fell under the firepower of the two men, they came to this house full of futuristic technology. Listen up, everyone inside. The FBI asked me to tell you something. As long as you surrender, the FBI will guarantee you wealth and glory, and lots of money. Where did you learn this line from? A classic skit from the Spring Festival Gala of the Republic of Daxia. Stop being funny. Li Chengfeng looked at the speechless Nick Fury, shrugged his shoulders, and melted half of the door with one shot. He was just about to rush forward and kick the door and deliver some classic FBI line, but the remaining half of the door was blown away by a force from the inside. A man with blonde hair and wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses walked out from the shadows inside the door. I can only play with you for 7 minutes at most. The pretentious guy with slicked back hair started out with these words. As soon as Li Chengfeng took a look, he knew who this gentleman was. Albert Weskier, one of the big bosses in the biochemical series, and also the boss who died the most miserable death. But in this integrated universe, he is still alive. I just don't know what his current status is. Has he developed the Ouroboros virus? Albert Weskier, one of the biggest biochemical lunatics in the world, disappeared 5 years ago, but he unexpectedly appeared in America again. Biochemical madman? Ordinary people simply cannot understand my ideals. Weskier shook his head, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Nick Fury almost instantly. With his terrifying speed, he shot the heat ray rifle out of Nick Fury's hand before he could react. Then he punched Nick Fury, causing him to vomit gastric juice mixed with blood and fall to the ground. It's the strongest version of Weskier. A few beads of sweat instantly condensed on Li Chengfeng's forehead. Damn, even though he died from rocket launchers and lava in the original novel, his ability truly surpassed human limits, and not just a little bit. The two big sisters are still cleaning up the mess and are not aware of the situation here. Moreover, even if they come, it may not be of much use. Republican? Is the American Bureau communicating so deeply with the Republic Bureau now? It's completely different from when I was still in the FBI. Weskier's words made Li Chengfeng feel a chill in his heart. F***K. How come he is also a product of the FBI? You guys at the America headquarters specifically create villains to make things difficult for us, right? Divine Gold, do you like to show off your experience? Li Chengfeng simply threw his gun to the ground and pulled out the bayonet from his waist. If you can't hit the target, even the most powerful thermal weapon is just a fire stick. It is better to leave it behind than to be disarmed. There are still 6 minutes left. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. After saying that, Weskier took action again, and Li Chengfeng was forced to start fighting him in close combat. At the moment of the fight, Li Chengfeng received 2 pieces of news, one good and one bad. The bad news is that he has to be hit 10 times before he can successfully counterattack once. The good news is that the Dionysus Factor's self-healing speed can keep up with the speed of injury. Fortunately, it was only Weskier. Although he was fast, the damage did not exceed the limit he could bear. If it was a tough guy like Thor, he would have been on the resurrection bar by now. So Li Chengfeng calmed down and began to try to be more and more fierce every time he could inflict harm on Weskier. The Ouroboros virus is completely different from a Dionysus factor. The level gap is too huge. 5 minutes later, it was Weskier who was out of breath, covered in wounds. His sunglasses had long been shattered by a punch from Li Chengfeng in the face. Even the Ouroboros virus's self-healing ability was powerless. You said you would play with us for a maximum of 7 minutes. Now there is 1 minute left. I'm giving you a chance. No matter what you hid in there, hand it over. I can ensure that you spend the rest of your life in the FBI prison. Weskier did not answer, but his eyes became brighter. You actually have a more powerful self-healing ability? Are you also the owner of some kind of biological virus? Virus? You're really crazy. Li Chengfeng shook his head, completely speechless about Weskier, the biochemical madman. It doesn't matter. If you don't want to tell me, forget it. As long as we use you as the material for living research, we will definitely know the secrets of your body. As he spoke, black slime tentacles began to emerge from Weskier's wounds. Appeared. The unique feature of Resident Evil is to ignore the law of conservation of energy and perform all kinds of outrageous transformations. Black slime tentacles gradually wrapped around Weskier's body, leaving only his face exposed. He looked like a complete monster. Li Chengfeng frowned. Not good. In this state, Weskier lost his super speed, but gained a significant increase in strength in return. With his current physical condition, even with the Dionysus factor, he would probably just have to lie on the ground and wait for self-healing. But he glanced around the corner of his eye, and his tense brows relaxed. Weskier, tell me, why do you want to study the Ouroboros virus? You will never understand. As a so-called human born under the genetic plan, I have always been pursuing higher evolution. TSK, then you really have a low self-esteem. You don't agree with your identity as a clone deep down, so you want to pursue evolution. Maybe you're right, but the winner will always be Albert Weskier. Hydra has set its sights on mutants and the X gene that grants mutant ability. Many solitary mutants have been captured by Hydra for live research. We have conducted many rescue operations, but usually we can only rescue the bodies of our compatriots, and the number of people we can fight is too few. Therefore, we can only choose to cooperate with the FBI at this critical juncture. After hearing Professor X's reasoning, Nick Fury immediately asked back, Hydra is an old rival of our American General Administration. I don't think they have the ability to hunt down mutants like you on a large scale. Director Nick Fury, whether before or after the memory was erased, your understanding of our group is always not detailed enough. Professor X shook his head. Among mutants, there are only a handful of warriors with strong abilities. It's no exaggeration to say that the X-Men behind him are 1 in a million. The abilities of most mutants are very weak and can even cause trouble for their normal lives. Li Chengfeng explained for Professor X. I thought that blending into ordinary human society and living in seclusion forever was the best way out for mutants, but the existence of Hydra shattered my fantasy. Professor X shook his head in self-mockery. If you live in a remote corner, you will be eaten alive by invaders sooner or later. After listening to this, Nick Fury did not answer anything. Instead, he turned to look at Li Chengfeng, lowered his head, and said softly, How credible is what this person says? There is no doubt about his character. He is the strongest person with psychic ability in the world. If he wanted to, it would only be a matter of time before he brainwashed the entire America. But he didn't do that. That is, he erased part of your memory only when you did something that endangered their tribe. I've been brainwashed. Can I really believe it? You're panting when I tell you you're fat. Think about all the bad things your American General Administration has done before. They were really merciful by just erasing your memory of mutant. Otherwise, couldn't they just erase you and turn you into an idiot? The kind that drools and calls you mom while having incontinence in bed. Nick Fury shuddered, obviously imagining that hellish scene. Even though he was the king of agents who never gave others enough trust, he couldn't help but believe it a little. Apart from anything else, if Professor X was replaced by the petty-minded Li Chengfeng, I would definitely become the person he just made up. So what do you have in mind? Huh? Nick Fury, you're not really senile, are you? Li Chengfeng looked at Nick Fury with the expression of looking at a patient with Alzheimer's disease. Have you forgotten that our American General Administration is also in a state of severe staff shortage? As far as I know, the brothers and sisters of the entire American General Administration have not had a day off for 4 consecutive months, and they have to work overtime every day. Even the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs have been temporarily dispatched to various departments to help. So what you mean is, why don't you absorb the existing team of super ability people into the FBI and wait for them to be brainwashed and divided by Hydra before being absorbed? Nick Fury patted his black forehead. Due to the blood loss and injury, his brain was indeed a little slow. That's right, the FBI police solve various supernatural incidents, and the X-Men police solve the threat of HYDRA. Cooperate with each other to solve each other's problems. Why not? Win-win, a win-win situation. After reaching a consensus, Li Chengfeng immediately stood up straight and canceled the green light's transformation state. He really is not used to this tight battlesuit thing. Haha. Since we want to discuss cooperation, let's find a decent place. I don't want to sit in a pile of zombies to negotiate. Under the guidance of the X-Men, Li Chengfeng, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn arrived at the gate of Xavier Ability School. As for Nick Fury, after entrusting the negotiation to Li Chengfeng, he returned to Airbus's automatic medical cabin to lie dead. When people get old, their bodies become fragile. Along the way, a few mutant teenagers ran past from time to time. Li Chengfeng was not surprised, but Ada Wong and Harley Quinn were very curious. Especially Harley Quinn. If Ada Wong hadn't held her back, she would have run over to play football with those mutant kids. After suffering from mental illness, a person does become more mentally alert. After walking for a while in the school, we finally arrived at the principal's office, which is also the original site of Xavier's Manor. It is called a room, but it is actually an entire old manor. The original Xavier Ability School originated here, but they did not enter the manor directly, but came to an open space on the side. Beast walked to the second flower bed on the right and pressed a few times. Then a passage leading to the underground opened up in the open space in front of him. Walking into the passage, a different scene ensues. There are high-tech facilities everywhere. There are a few other X-Men left here. White Queen, Cyclops, Jean Grey, and Mystique. Professor, what's the situation with these 3 people? Cyclops walked forward and whispered to Professor X. Can we really bring them here? If nothing unexpected happens, we will be inseparable colleagues in the future, so there's no need to hide anything here. Professor X's words were very useful to Li Chengfeng. I can only say that white duck eggs are really good. Hearing this, Cyclops raised his eyes, covered by goggles, and looked at Li Chengfeng, then led everyone to a conference table. Please take a seat, 3 agents. After Professor X invited the 3 to take a seat, the negotiation officially began. Professor X, I already understand all of your requests. To be honest, our interests and needs are actually very consistent. We need manpower to deal with the rapidly increasing supernatural incidents in recent years and protect civilians from coming into contact with things they shouldn't come into contact with before they are prepared. And you also have to deal with the threat of HYDRA, a veteran villain organization. For the FBI, Hydra is also one of our key targets. So, I think that the X-Men joining the FBI is a win-win situation for both parties, especially since many high-level agents in the FBI have retired in the past decade or so. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a shortage of manpower. The addition of the X-Men can just fill in for some of the high-level agents. Li Chengfeng's meaning is very simple. Once you join the FBI, you will be a family and can even push the X-Men to the top of the America headquarters, and Bayaden will become one of the decision-makers. I agree with all of this. Bayaden nodded, and then changed the subject to another matter. But what I care more about are actually the children in the school. They are young and have potential, and they are Hydra's key targets. This is easy. Li Chengfeng thought for a moment and gave the answer. Since the X-Men and the FBI are integrated, why doesn't the Xavier Ability School merge with the FBI Academy? After you finish your studies, you'll be guaranteed a job with a high salary, and you'll be a civil servant, so you can eat the government's food, dear. The X-Men had no reason to reject Li Chengfeng's conditions. To be precise, this condition is even more important to them. Mutants have always existed in this society in the form of hidden identities. Why? Although mutants are essentially just humans with special genes, they come with all sorts of bizarre, supernatural abilities. This is not simply a matter of skin color, but ordinary people really worry about whether supernatural abilities will threaten their survival. But even with the official endorsement of the FBI, Mutant will still not reveal his identity in front of civilians. The difference from before is that people didn't dare to do it at all before, but now they just avoid trouble. What's more, what Li Chengfeng said about guaranteed job assignment touched the heart of Mutant. Looking at Professor X's warm smile, Li Chengfeng suddenly reacted. I originally thought that I could gain some advantage in the end and win over some new forces for Mutant, but I didn't expect that they would take advantage of the situation. Want to recruit people from me? No problem. How can that be enough? My whole family can move here. From now on, I'll rely on your FBI. Li Chengfeng scratched his head. All I can say is that the official identity of the FBI is just too tempting. The FBI represents not only the country, but the entire World Federation. In that case, I will be waiting for you to join me at the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. When Li Chengfeng and the other two returned to the Airbus, Nick Fury had already crawled out of the medical cabin. The ribs have just been repaired. Although I can move independently, I cannot make large movements yet. How's it going? From now on, there will be no more X-Men and Xavier ability schools. There will only be the FBI and the FBI Academy. This Professor Xavier is so decisive. He directly merged the mutant organization into the FBI. After all, considering Mutant's situation, joining the FBI will only benefit them. What they want is nothing new for the FBI. Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury sat in the Airbus operations conference room and reported the contents of the negotiations in detail. By the way, about HY, Nick Fury called out a piece of intelligence on the big screen. This is the result of the investigation I just asked the headquarters to conduct. Hydra seems to have absorbed the umbrella corporation that was active a few years ago, and its founder has become a senior executive of HYDRA. His name is Oswald Spencer. It was he who sent Weskier to Westchester County to investigate the mutant tribe. The mission Biochemical Madman has been completed. Quest-related characters: Nick Fury, Weskier, Oswald Spencer. Rewards are being randomly drawn. Gain Nick Fury's experience. Get Weskier's strengthening speed. Obtain Oswald Spencer's knowledge of biochemical viruses. Tisk. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but smacking his lips. It cannot be said that this reward is completely useless, but can only be said to be better than nothing. Nick Fury's experience is somewhat useless. After all, he was originally one of the best FBI agents. Weskier's strengthening speed is pretty good, but it's not outstanding compared to those really powerful abilities. The last one was the one he couldn't stand the most. How useful is biochemical virus knowledge in this world? Even the strongest Bao will die from thermal weapons. I originally thought that there should be a group of X-Men on this mission, but I didn't expect that they were not included. But after thinking about it, it makes sense. During the first mission, Ada Wong was one of the team members, so he was naturally included. Bats also play a significant role in the mission, so they are included as well. But when the X-Men showed up, Weskier had already been killed and had no real role in the mission. I can only say it's a pity. This biological attack may just be the beginning. Hydra cannot just conduct this one exploratory operation. That's right. So, I've already contacted the FBI in various countries and asked them to conduct a thorough investigation of any possible Hydra organizations in their territories. They should have a summary of the information in a few days. Especially pay attention to small countries like Latveria. With the huge financial resources of HYDRA, it is easy to secretly manipulate a few small countries. I have thought of this, but it is not easy for us to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. The World Federation has to step in. Nick Fury's expression was quite serious. Li Chengfeng also learned from reading the information that the Hydra in this world is much more powerful than the original HYDRA, because it is not competing against a single shield, but the United World Federation. However, Hydra is both eager and wary of the power of the mutants. Our successful cooperation with the X-Men can be regarded as a trump card that can completely defeat HYDRA. In the few days after returning to the FBI headquarters, Li Chengfeng reported in detail about the situation of the entire mutant community and the specific combat level of the X-Men. Then Nick Fury is happy to eat 6 meals a day. A good mood means a good appetite. What? Afraid of someone with bad intentions towards ordinary people or the FBI? According to Li Chengfeng's description, they have almost a dozen powerful telepathy ability users. If they really wanted to do something bad, they would have done it long ago. This brainwashing ability is 10,000 times more terrifying than HYDRA. And looking at their code of conduct, it is obvious that they have the small-time peasant mentality of I just want to live a good life. The formation of X-Men is mainly for self-preservation. But Nick Fury is a man who dares to deceive even himself. To put it bluntly, he is mean and suspicious. It was only because Li Chengfeng gave Xavier, the leader of Mutant, high praise that Nick Fury was so easy to talk to from the beginning. Li Chengfeng is his biggest safety card now. Although he didn't know how strong Li Chengfeng was now, Nick Fury vaguely discovered that Li Chengfeng was different now than when they first met. Just from the self-healing ability displayed during the battle with Weskier, we can get some clues. But Nick Fury had an inexplicable feeling in his heart that he could trust this Republican man without any bottom line. Hey, your eyes are so cheesy. I like women, especially the older sisters with long legs and thin waists. Bah, you are slandering the leadership. I represent the government and the people. I will shoot you. What gun are you going to use to kill me? You know, I have this self-healing ability, and ordinary guns are just tickling me. No matter if you are self-healing or not. I will shoot you twice and make myself feel better. Li Chengfeng has always treated Nick Fury like this. In fact, he has never regarded him as a leader. And Nick Fury never really regarded Li Chengfeng as his subordinate. Which subordinate can bully his leader at will? Maybe this is their way of building trust between two weirdos? At this time, a clerk walked into Nick Fury's office. Report. Director Nick Fury, Agent Li Chengfeng, the Xavier Ability School personnel on the visitor list have gone to the conference room according to your instructions. Got it. We'll go there now. Yes, Chief. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng immediately stood up and followed Nick Fury to the official meeting room on the 20th floor. As soon as I opened the door, the first thing I saw was Professor X's big bald head. The white duck eggs are not called for nothing. Dear guests from Xavier Ability School, let me introduce myself again. I am the current director of the American Bureau of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in the world, Nicholas Joseph Fury. Charles Francis Xavier, you can also call me Professor X. White duck eggs and black braised eggs, such a historic meeting is so funny. Especially since they had obviously met before, but were pretending to shake hands and negotiate, which added a bit of comedy. Looks very much like Brother Xiaosha and Haida Shuai. So Li Chengfeng has been holding back his laughter since just now. As luck would have it, there was also a person behind Professor X who was covering his mouth and trying to hold back his laughter, but he failed. Ha ha! Too funny. Nick Fury and Charles sitting face to face. I will definitely remember this picture for the rest of my life. Well, it's you again, Wolverine. I was about to say this when we met in Westchester County the other day. This guy looks a little familiar. Oh, so you've probably seen the Howling Commandos photo, right? You could call me Logan. I used to hang out with Peggy Carter for a while. She was one of the toughest women I've ever met in my life. Peggy Carter, the first director of the American General Agency. Logan restrained his smile and answered modestly. You have to know that this guy is almost 200 years old. If you put that life resume in a table, it would scare people to death. As a man who has spanned almost the entire modern history of the West, he can get involved in everything. Born into a wealthy family, he lived with wolves in Canada, participated in World War I and World War II, worked with Captain America Bucky and Peggy Carter, and even walked out of the ruins of Hiroshima alive. Compared with the previous things, The later things like getting involved in the Cold War and being a spy seem a bit childish. This is a real hardcore, ruthless guy, and he is Nick Fury's serious predecessor. So Nick Fury couldn't help but feel a sense of heroes appreciating heroes. But the reckless Li Chengfeng was still present, and he was very good at ruining the atmosphere. What's going on? Are you two relatives who haven't seen each other for many years? How about I call the hotel and ask them to set up a table? But I think the race of the people seems a little off. Li Chengfeng's interference actually made the two parties in their casual chat and get straight to the point. In short, the conditions agreed upon by Li Chengfeng and Professor X were not much different, except that detailed discussions were conducted on all aspects. Overall, the negotiations between the FBI director and the mutant community can be said to be extremely successful. The FBI gained reliable and powerful members with high combat capabilities, while Mutant gained countless social resources. There's so many things the FBI can do for Mutant. For example, the major groups and families hidden behind American politics. The FBI can dig up all their intelligence and persuade them to make an honorable compromise. If they're not decent, the FBI will help them be decent. You have to know that mutants are an entire ethnic group. Without using some powerful means, the capital and politicians in America who control public opinion and the economic lifeline will not give in. Li Chengfeng even felt that after paving this road with Mutant, when aliens began to appear on a large scale, he could use the same method to recruit them under his command. But there are some differences between aliens and mutants. Mutants already have a real leadership class and are a group that has developed perfect social relations. Although the Inhumans have the Adelan royal family, they have already migrated to the dark side of the moon and settled there. Although the Inhumans on Earth have a secluded settlement called Afterlife, they actually do not have the ability to lead the Inhuman community. Therefore, the stage that the alien is in is still in the initial state of mutant. Professor X, I have a suggestion that I hope you can listen to. After the black and white eggs finished all the negotiations and discussions, Li Chengfeng spoke. Nick Fury was afraid that this gentleman was going to do something evil again, but it was not a good idea to interrupt him directly in this situation, so he could only blink a few times at Li Chengfeng. Unfortunately, his one eye was almost broken by blinking, and Li Chengfeng seemed to pretend not to see it. Agent Li Chengfeng, please speak. Xavier Ability School is very well managed. Even though there are many mutated adolescents, no trouble has occurred. To be honest, I'm a little unsure. Are you really praising us? Professor X laughed. To be honest, those naughty kids gave him a headache every day, even though he was smart. The power of naughty adolescents is the same all over the world. This is definitely a compliment. Li Chengfeng thought his eyes were sincere. Since you have decided to join the FBI, I hope Professor X can also serve as the dean of the FBI Academy. Nick Fury almost clapped his hands when he heard this. The previous dean of the FBI Academy was a senior Hydra veteran. The FBI Academy a few years ago could basically be renamed the HYDRA Academy. After the initial cleanup of the Hydra crisis, the FBI Academy was quite short of staff, and almost all the high-level agents working in the Academy returned to the headquarters. Until now, the only people in the FBI Academy are Agent Weaver, who maintains the daily operations of the Academy, and the trainees who have been confirmed to have no connection with HYDRA. Only 100 or so people are left. Dean of the FBI Academy? But I'm not proficient in agent skills. Of course, I have considered this, but compared to teachers who can teach various skills, the FBI Academy now needs a principal with a clean identity and who can control the situation. As for the Academy teachers, I think Logan is definitely qualified. Moreover, Xavier Ability School has also been merged into the FBI Academy. The principal is the same person, which makes them feel more at home. Professor X paused for a moment. It must be said that he has already approved of this proposal. The ultimate goal of Xavier Ability School is to give these young mutants the power to choose their own destiny. Although a small number of people will choose to join the X-Men, more people will return to society. If they could join the FBI, it would be a good way out for other mutants. Given the depth of cooperation between the two parties, mutant will never be excluded or even discriminated against within the FBI. Charles, I think it's fine. Wolverine Logan, who had been silent for a while, spoke up at this time. So don't think that Wolverine is a piece of tough meat, drinking, fighting, and bullying kids every day. But among the X-Men, his words are quite effective, and it can even be said that his prestige is second only to Professor X. Seeing that the usually idle second-in-command was reliable, Professor X finally nodded. In that case, I'll take the job. I'm so stupid, really. Li Chengfeng raised his head, revealing his somewhat dull eyes, and continued, I only knew that there were naughty kids in Xavier Ability School, but I didn't know there were also naughty kids in the FBI Academy. I must have been crazy 2 days ago to agree to be a teacher at the new FBI Academy. You only attended class once at the beginning of the semester, and then never showed up again. Ada Wong took a sip of the coffee calmly. Nonsense, because I quit. Li Chengfeng sat up from the floor with a somersault. If I continue to stay with those little bastards, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist beating them up. You've already smoked. Ada Wong looked at the annoyed Li Chengfeng and couldn't help but recall the chaotic opening day of the new FBI Academy 2 days ago. That day, all the senior FBI officials gathered together. At the entrance ceremony of the FBI Academy, Professor X, Charles Francis Xavier, who had just become the dean of the FBI Academy, delivered an opening speech. Leaders, teachers, and students, good morning. Spring breeze and rain, summer flowers in full bloom. In this beautiful autumn, we gather together to welcome the merger ceremony of the FBI Academy and Xavier Ability School and the opening ceremony of the new FBI Academy. Together, we will usher in a new and brand new beginning, a brand new future. First of all, please allow me, Charles Francis Xavier, as the new dean of the FBI Academy, to express my sincere greetings and highest respects to the agents and teachers who are fighting on the front line on behalf of our FBI leadership team. Nick Fury and Li Chengfeng, who were sitting on either side of him, gritted their teeth and felt their brains boiling. He is truly worthy of being the principal of an old-school school. The length of his speech is completely comparable to that of high school principals in the Republic. The most amazing thing is that you haven't said anything useful for half a day. Then came various matters. Just one more thing to add after the speech. Then this point is divided into 20 small points. Each point is explained in detail in 3 to 5 aspects. Finally, you should emphasize a few key points verbally before concluding. Forget about Li Chengfeng and Nick Fury. Didn't you see that Mystique and Wolverine both put on their headphones and started daydreaming? At the same time, they also figured out one thing. These high-level agents are well-versed in obtaining intelligence, investigating supernatural cases, and even going deep into enemy territory to solve problems. But when it comes to teaching, they are really a bunch of amateurs. Look at them. The big guys who specialize in the education industry are different. They want to break every sentence into pieces and then pour it into your head for fear that you may not understand even the slightest bit. The only shortcoming may be that it is too long-winded. Li Chengfeng is already dreaming of his high school days. Professor X's speech finally came to an end under Li Chengfeng's constant signaling. But the next sentence plunged the students in the classroom into despair. Next, let us invite the captain of the STAR team and the new FBI Academy's field contact, Agent Li Chengfeng, to speak. Welcome, everyone. Meow, there is more. Li Chengfeng was also completely dumbfounded. He remembered that there was no such step in the process. Li Chengfeng cursed inwardly. Professor X must have been excited about talking, and when he saw him motioning towards him, he thought that he wanted to say something too. So he just let him have some fun too? Li Chengfeng had no choice but to turn on the microphone after being caught off guard. He listened to the sparse applause and continuous sighs from below, and after a long while he managed to utter only one sentence. The entrance ceremony is over. Disband. The students were stunned for a full second, then escaped from this horrible cage with cheers. These poor kids were really tortured by Professor X. Some mutant students even used their super abilities to escape from this troubled place. But these are all details. Overall, This opening session was very successful. The joining of more than 100 young mutant students has injected fresh energy into the semi-paralyzed FBI youth training system. Or maybe it's too vivid. Problems then arise. The ones who caused the problem were not the mutant teenagers, but the young newcomers that Nick Fury had plundered from all walks of life. Peter Parker, Daniel Rand, Ava Ayala, Luke Cage, Sam Alexander, Tyrone Johnson, Tandy Bowen, and Doran Green. Did you get confused just by looking at the name? Maybe it would be clearer if we put it another way. Spider-Man, Iron Fist, White Tiger, Wonder Man, Nova, Cape, Dagger, Squirrel Girl. This group of people are the ones Lee Chengfeng is most familiar with. This means that the new FBI Academy has accumulated many superhero talents. Among them are many future top-tier superheroes. A glimpse of the whole picture. There are many heroes in this world who are in the stage of not yet growing up, waiting to be discovered by others. These people in the FBI are serious high school students. The setting is almost the same as that of the anime Ultimate Spider-Man, but it is quite reasonable to put them in this integrated universe. After all, from the public's perspective, the concept of superhero has only been around for a short time. Harley Quinn put on a white coat over her ripped hot girl outfit. Although she was still very crazy, it did not affect her being the best psychologist in the American General Administration. As we all know, what teenagers, especially those with special abilities, need most is psychological counseling. You may not use it, but you must have it. She flipped through the student roster in her hand and suddenly pointed to a name. Wait, didn't this little girl, named Jessica Jones, come to sign in? Lee Chengfeng was stunned. He checked the sign-in list and found that everyone had signed in except this person. As for the name Jessica Jones, he was also quite familiar with it. This girl is considered the representative of Marvel street heroes and problem girls. After saying that, he turned on his personal terminal and connected to the video call with Ingrid. Captain, any instructions? Jessica Jones, freshman at the FBI Academy. I want all her information, including her real-time location, shared on my terminal within 5 minutes. You will be satisfied. Ingrid nodded and hung up the call. It's just that the students are skipping classes. Can't we just send 2 internal agents to check it out? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Oh, you are indeed crazy. Hey, why are you still swearing? No. Can any of the students who were recruited by Nick Fury to enter the new FBI Academy be good people? I seriously doubt that if we send 2 random agents there, they will most likely get beaten. So, I have no choice but to go there myself. I am destined to be a hard worker. A bottle of Tennessee whiskey and 2 packs of Marlboros mint. Jessica Jones slapped the money on the convenience store counter and said impatiently. But the clerk did not rush to bring the goods, just because she put a few large coins on the counter, but reached out to Jessica Jones to ask for them. Ma'am, please show me your ID. The clerk's request was normal. You need adult ID to buy cigarettes and alcohol. Jessica Jones is a high school student, and although she is 18 years old, America is still a long way from being an adult at 21. But it didn't matter. She had half a dozen fake certificates in her pocket. Jessica Jones slapped her ID card on the counter and walked to the shelf where the wine was placed. Tisk, why are they all Irish? Oh, I see you are here. Jessica Jones found her favorite, Tennessee whiskey, among the large number of Irish whiskeys on the shelf. He unscrewed the bottle, raised his neck, and took a sip. Puh, cool. Anyway, you have paid, so you are allowed to open it at the counter. But as luck would have it, at this juncture, a small accident happened in the convenience store. Hey, buddy, hand over all the money now. I don't want to send you to the hospital or the funeral home. A burly white man stood in front of the counter, holding a sharp, folding knife against the clerk's neck. Jessica Jones, who was standing in front of the shelf, just glanced at it indifferently, and her body paused slightly. Then he took another sip of the wine. She knew very well that with her ability, she could easily beat this B************* D into a bloody mess that even his own mother wouldn't recognize. But she didn't want to deal with it. She is selfish and has never known what people call help, especially the guy named Peter Parker in school. She hated this kind of sunny critic who was full of righteousness and morality the most. However, the clerk behind the counter didn't know that the woman drinking could easily lift a car and throw it. He could only take out all the cash on the counter while trembling, trying to use his eyes to remind Jessica Jones to run away quickly. "What the hell are you looking at?" The highly nervous robber caught this look very keenly. When I turned around, I saw Jessica Jones holding a bottle of wine. When he discovered that there was a woman in the store, his fear and guilt all turned into violence at that moment. Plus, Jessica Jones is a strong-faced beauty, and she looks especially gorgeous in the not-so-bright lighting, which makes the robber lick his lips. The lust and contempt in that look made Jessica Jones frown. She suddenly wanted to take action again, but the thought only flashed through her mind. Before she could even remove some parts from this D, the convenience store door rang again, indicating that a customer had arrived. Everyone present was stunned. The next moment, the robber who planned to rob people of their money and their women was instantly knocked down by a simple and straightforward punch and lost consciousness. A Republic man in an FBI suit shook his hands, then looked up at the stunned Jessica Jones. "You even want to run away from the opening ceremony. You must be so rebellious, Jessica Jones." "How do you know my name?" "No, who are you?" "No, I'm here to catch you skipping class. Big sister, why are you still asking questions?" "I want to ask Jessica Jones, think about who you are now." "None of your business." "None of my business." Li Chengfeng almost choked up at that time. It was impossible to have a good conversation with such a problematic girl. It seemed that he would make her so angry that she fainted as soon as he opened his mouth. "I repeat, the first day of school. You're skipping school, and you're skipping the FBI Academy. You're really careless. Do you think this is your high school? Are you from the FBI? Aren't you talking nonsense? I'm not only from the FBI, but also your teacher. Otherwise, I'm sick and I don't care if you skip school or not. Please be kind, Aunt. Hurry and follow me." Li Chengfeng felt so tired his heart. He would never love again. Is it so difficult to be a role model? My high school teachers in my previous life, I am so sorry for you. You guys are really awesome. You can be so kind to someone like me. FBI Academy? That hero playhouse project? Sorry, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Jessica Jones walked past Li Chengfeng without hesitation, picked up the 2 packs of Marlboro when passing the counter, and kicked the robber on the ground. Even in a coma, he groaned in pain. "Then leave the convenience store." "My goodness, for an underage high school student, you are proficient in smoking and drinking. Did you perm your hair too much?" While joking, Li Chengfeng reached out to intercept the 2 packs of cigarettes. But the toughness of bad girls like Jessica Jones really opened Li Chengfeng's eyes. She stuffed 2 packs of cigarettes directly into her sports vest. Actually, this is not a big deal. It is their own advantage, and there is nothing wrong with it. But Jessica Jones was wrong in that she shouldn't have stepped forward so provocatively. Then, Li Chengfeng raised his hand to dodge when he was about to make a mistake. But it turned into an uppercut. "Hey, Jessica Jones, believe me, this is a misunderstanding. This is a G misunderstanding. Go to hell." The force of this punch was not very harmful to Jessica Jones, but it was extremely insulting. At the moment, Jessica Jones seemed like a little wildcat whose tail was accidentally stepped on by a passerby. Although she was showing her teeth and claws to pretend to be fierce, she actually looked inexplicably cute. Definitely, it's just visual cuteness. After all, she has a good-looking face. But if Li Chengfeng remembered correctly, the kitten in front of him with bared fangs and claws could theoretically lift objects weighing more than 25 tons. And this isn't even the upper limit. I'm afraid that after a full set of cat punches, I can tear apart a set of 3 Malawian Quatch's armor. Li Chengfeng had to dodge quickly, but did not fight back. He is in the wrong. It was clearly to catch students skipping classes, but in order to avoid the vital points, Jessica Jones was given a big electric cannon. Although Jessica Jones is strong enough, her speed and agility are still inferior to Li Chengfeng. But the exaggerated fight between the two did not last long. Li Chengfeng glanced at the stunned clerk and knew that he could not continue to act like this in front of ordinary people. So he kicked Jessica Jones's arms as she blocked the attack. While the other party was busy adjusting his balance, Li Chengfeng took out the FBI's special electric shotgun. Given that Jessica Jones has a certain degree of self-healing ability in addition to her extremely high physical strength. So Li Chengfeng adjusted the power to maximum without any hesitation and shot it directly to empty the stored power. This kick made Jessica Jones take a few steps back. When she raised her head again, she found that Li Chengfeng had pulled the trigger. The next moment, the world was quiet. U.B. D. Teacher. Jessica Jones struggled and cursed Li Chengfeng before she completely fainted. But Li Chengfeng was scared silly. This is barely enough to stun him? Far from the truth. In theory, a full power shot can instantly bring an adult African elephant to its knees. After putting away the stun gun, Li Chengfeng carried Jessica Jones, who was twitching from time to time after fainting, on his shoulder and walked out facing the direct gaze of the convenience store clerk. Li Chengfeng just left the convenience store like that, then leaned back halfway and gave instructions. Mr. Clerk, please remember that all the damage in the store was done by the robber. The FBI will come to assess the damage and compensate you later. Besides that, you saw nothing. UB D teacher. You rogue teacher. If you have the guts, come and fight me head on. What's the point of using a stun gun to attack me by surprise? Jessica Jones sat on the sofa in the new FBI's Academic Affairs office and verbally attacked Li Chengfeng for a long time. Li Chengfeng was really overwhelmed. Fortunately, this girl just refused to admit defeat verbally and did not continue to attack. Otherwise, if I wanted to subdue her, I would have to use the power of the Green Lantern ring. Wolverine, the fighting teacher and academic director, sat happily behind his desk, just standing by and watching his colleagues being verbally attacked by students. Laugh, laugh, laugh. All you do is laugh. Aren't you the most hardcore, ruthless person in Mutant? You're so nice now that it makes me sick. Ha! We are colleagues. Don't mind those pretentious personalities. Wolverine is over 200 years old after all, and the Wolverine in this universe has never lost his memory. As he gets older, he just shows some kindness in his daily life. Come on, tell the director, where did you find this grumpy little wildcat? In a convenience store in Midtown. Don't underestimate him. He's already an expert at smoking and drinking hot drinks at the age of 18. You have a bright future. I will also drink hot water. We, Old Wolf, are optimistic about you. Wolverine Logan nodded in agreement and gave Jessica Jones a thumbs up. Li Chengfeng was frowning. From this guy's sincere eyes, you can feel that he really thinks Shu Haitang has a future. Then Wolverine got a sweet response from Jessica Jones. 2 long and beautiful middle fingers. Li Chengfeng shook his head, then lowered his voice and complained to Wolverine. I didn't feel it when I was a student before, but now I find that this kind of creature is even more disgusting than a dog. How did my teacher tolerate me in the past? Hey, I'm just bullying you. In my eyes, you're already a good student with excellent academic performance. Wolverine took out a cigar cheerfully, lit it and took 2 puffs, then blew smoke rings while saying, when I first joined Xavier Ability School, I beat up those naughty kids. You don't know, there were even students who sneaked in my room in the middle of the night and wanted to kill me. I have to say, it's a wonderful and interesting memory. Is there something wrong with your definition of beautiful and interesting, Wolverine? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, You've even caused students to assassinate you. You're so annoying back then, but you're still quite proud of it, right? Isn't this just sharing my past experiences as an educator with my new colleagues? Logan shrugged, then said to Li Chengfeng, They're different from ordinary students, so we still have to use some obvious principles to influence them. What's the obvious truth? The teacher's fist is harder, so you have to listen to the teacher. F***K. Li Chengfeng was about to continue complaining when he heard a knock on the door. Come in. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, the office door opened. Director Logan, Mr. Li, I'm Peter Parker, a freshman at the FBI Academy. We're here to ask how Jessica Jones is doing and to pick her up. After the office door opened, the first thing that came into Li Chengfeng's sight was Peter Parker's slightly uneasy and nervous face. At the same time, the group of people who followed him into the office also greeted the two of them. "Hello, Director." "Hello, Teacher." White Tiger, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Nova, and Squirrel Girl. They are all familiar faces. Do you all know Jessica Jones? Li Chengfeng was a little surprised. "You guys look so nervous. Are you on good terms?" Mr. Lee, we are good friends who go to the same high school." "What's the name of your high school?" "Midtown High School." Li Chengfeng couldn't help but smack his lips a few times. "I have to say, Central City High School is an area full of talented people. Superheroes appear in groups, right?" "Humph, you and I are not good friends." Jessica Jones sat up from the sofa at this time. Although she said so, her body was very honest, and she had already walked into the middle of her friends. "Sundra has really retired, dear. All right, kids, take your friends and leave." Upon seeing this, Wolverine stood up immediately, and then pushed and rushed a group of young superheroes who had not yet graduated from high school out of the academic affairs office. Maybe it was because Wolverine originally looked quite ferocious that even though he always had a smiling face, none of the high school students dared to refute him. But just like that, Li Chengfeng also intuitively felt the biggest characteristic of little Spider-Man Peter Parker besides his greatness and righteousness. "You're such a chatterbox." "Hey, Mr. Li, Agent Li Chengfeng, I've heard about your deeds and know that you are an expert seconded from the Republic General Bureau. Now Director Nick Fury is most interested in you and the Star Squad. Although I didn't graduate from high school and the FBI Academy, I will definitely strive to join the Star Squad in the future. It's so cool. But are there any extra salary subsidies for joining the Star Squad? Yes, this is still a problem. Then I won't join for now. I once sneaked into the FBI's action video storage room with Dolan Green, Squirrel Girl, and retrieved the action video about you. My God, the madman in Gotham City was actually solved by you, and Batman hasn't been able to deal with him for so many years. And Tony Stark also appeared. His mecha looks really cool, but it doesn't seem to be very strong. And this operation, what exactly is that green ring? Also, do you have to recite fixed lines to transform? And he speaks fast, and his thoughts are jumpy. The most important thing is that the breath is really long. Wolverine finally slammed the door shut, and Li Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "Logan, I feel like my brain is starting to boil. Has this guy named Peter Parker never spoken in his life? Or will he die if he doesn't finish talking today? This kid is known for being a chatterbox. He may seem a little reserved and socially anxious, but he's actually a real social terrorist. Today, he has made Raven's transformation state unstable. The Raven that Wolverine refers to is naturally Mystique Raven Darkholme. However, the Mystique in this world is not the Mystique in the X-Men movies who serves as Bayadan's adopted sister and child bride, but a mutant who is about the same age as Wolverine or even older. After all, over 200 years old is just a self-claim. Isn't it normal for women to report their age lower than it actually is? Even this grandmother-level figure can't handle it, which shows the power of Peter Parker's mouth. I can only say that he is worthy of being Deadpool's good friend, and his mouth is broken into pieces. But Emma really likes Peter Parker. After all, he is really handsome, which is right in Emma's strike zone. Emma, White Queen, yes. As a teacher, don't attack your students. Be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Time goes back to the present. After experiencing the baptism of the arrogant and rebellious kid, the well-behaved and nagging kid, and the show-to-control female teacher, Li Chengfeng was completely tired of love. No matter how Professor X tried to persuade him, he transformed into Green Lantern, beat up those naughty kids, and then resolutely resigned. Being a teacher is not a job that an ordinary person can do. In addition, Nick Fury has been busy with a new FBI Academy these 2 days, so Li Chengfeng simply gave himself 2 days off and stayed at home. King Ida stayed at home with him like a gentle and virtuous wife. Bullshit. Having a bad woman like Sister Wong around makes me very anxious, but I don't want to make progress. It was a torture for Li Chengfeng both physically and mentally. You can only make some green tea to relieve the internal heat. The most important thing is that there is a mentally ill patient named Harley Quinn who has transferred her emotions from Joker and is against Sister Wong every day. That was why he went for a physical checkup today, leaving Li Chengfeng and Sister Wong alone. I feel like I'm just becoming a part of the play between you and Harley. Don't talk nonsense. You are our captain. Can you change to white silk? Captain, you don't want to be notified to the entire FBI for workplace harassment of your subordinates, do you? Then you can change to a pair of leather pants, right? The weather has been a little cool recently, and this is for your own good. Who would wear a high-slit chong sam every day? This can be considered. King Ada thought for a moment, then walked into the room and began to change his clothes. After a while, Sister Wong changed into a red shirt, black leather pants, and black leather boots. From Sister Wong in Resident Evil 4, she transformed into Sister Wong in Resident Evil 6. Li Chengfeng's Adam's apple moved up and down, his mouth felt dry, and he felt angry. I still have to drink some tea. At this time, Sister Wong's personal terminal rang. After the call was connected, it turned out to be Nick Fury, who I hadn't seen for a few days. Ada, notify Li Chengfeng to come to the headquarters for a meeting immediately. Her tone revealed a bit of seriousness. We have new discoveries about HYDRA. Yes, Chief. King Ida also stopped teasing Li Chengfeng and spread his hands towards Li Chengfeng. Let's go, my captain. It looks like our busy life is coming to an end. TSK, you Americans really have a lot to deal with. I am America, and my country has its own conditions. After receiving the call from Nick Fury, the two did not go directly to the headquarters, but first went to pick up Harley Quinn, who was coming for a checkup. Oh, my pudding, why did you suddenly think of taking me home? Although Harley has changed to normal makeup now, the evil look that occasionally appears in the corners of her eyes and the never-fading red and blue at the ends of her hair still reveal her identity. Nick Fury asked Team Star to gather for a meeting. If nothing unexpected happens, we have a new mission. New mission? Harley Quinn yelled excitedly, hugged Li Chengfeng and hung on him, bit him hard, leaving a bright red lip mark on Li Chengfeng's neck. Great. Fighting zombies again. I didn't have enough fun last time. Can you have some serious hobbies? Now that I'm an FBI agent, I can't just find a random nemesis on the street and drag him to a dead end and beat him up like I did before. But if I'm not even allowed to enjoy my hobby of beating zombies, then what's the point of living? Okay, I'll let you fight. From now on, if there are any biochemical incidents in the Star Team, you will be in charge, okay? Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes and took Harley Quinn off himself. The devil-like queen, the mentally ill queen. Why are all the women I meet such weird types? After picking up Harley Quinn, the three of them went directly to the FBI headquarters. When we arrived at the strategic analysis room, we saw a group of people had been waiting for a long time. Black marinated eggs, white duck eggs, and a number of well-known mutants. Li Chengfeng nodded to the black and white eggs, then took Ada Wong and Harley Quinn to sit next to Wolverine. As a result, Wolverine looked around for a while and nudged Li Chengfeng's kidney with his elbow. Hey, Mr. Li, you've been having a good few days. Logan, don't call me teacher. If you call me that, I'm going to have PTSD. TSK, don't change the subject. You are so lucky. I just found out that except for you, the entire Star Team, even the logistics support, is a beautiful lady. Your aesthetic taste is quite fixed. Look at how disrespectful you are to your elders. Do you know what strong comradeship means? Do you know what it means that a queen has 3 treasures? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Okay. A virgin boy's virginity is still high, and his words are full of confidence. Wolverine looked at Li Chengfeng and grinned twice, but didn't say anything else. Nick Fury on the stage saw that Li Chengfeng and others were in place, so he nodded to Ingrid. After receiving the command, Ingrid started operating on the terminal. Afterwards, all the information was projected onto the big screen in the strategic analysis room. As you can see, after we alerted the FBI in other countries last time, many major countries have discovered and raised many Hydra branches within their borders. But it was not unexpected. Hydra mostly set up intelligence personnel in the territories of major powers and did not dare to cause trouble directly. So we conducted a large-scale investigation of small third-world countries with internal turmoil and found a long-established Hydra research base in Latveria in Eastern Europe. And what they're studying here is mutant. As soon as Nick Fury said this, all the mutants, except the white duck egg, including the most reckless Wolverine, looked gloomy. Mutant previously followed a strategy of seclusion to avoid this kind of thing from happening. But unexpectedly, Hydra still captured many of its compatriots. This also made them feel more and more that joining the FBI was the right thing to do. Official power and intelligence capabilities are what the mutant group originally could not possess. Then, Bayadin took over the conversation and continued. So, our next mission is to raid this research institute. Since they are researching mutants, they can't be working behind closed doors. They must be connected to other parts of HYDRA. This mission must be completed quickly. Rescuing the mutant being studied is the top priority. Do not give Hydra the opportunity to destroy the experimental subject. According to intelligence, the leader of this institute is Baron Strucker. This man must be brought back alive. This mission will be mainly carried out by the X-Men and the Star Team. After the battle, the FBI will send ordinary agents to clean up the mess. At the end of his speech, even Bayadin's usually gentle and elegant voice sounded a little hoarse. Do you all understand the mission objectives? Dismiss now. Heading to Latveria. Ding. Mission raid on Latveria. Mission introduction. Young agent. Hydra's Research Institute in Latveria is studying the mutant race. Please completely eliminate them. But is Hydra the only one leading all this? The Quinn jet was speeding above the clouds, and keeping pace with it were the X-Men's fighters. This time, the X-Men sent out familiar figures to raid Latveria. Jean Grey, White Queen, Cyclops, Iceman, Mystique, Wolverine, Storm, and Magneto. That's right, Magneto, the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood. Bayadin's lifelong enemy and best friend have a love-hate relationship that is somewhat ambiguous. It was beyond Li Chengfeng's imagination that Magneto actually joined in this time. But he also understands that the X-Men and the Mutant Brotherhood only differ in their stances and behaviors, and their ultimate goal is to serve the interests of the entire mutant community. Just like there are doves and hawks in a political party, they may fight to the death and even turn their brains into dogs' brains. However, once third-party forces get involved, they will all choose to act in unison against the outside world. According to Li Chengfeng's analysis of the existing intelligence, the current Mutant Brotherhood is not an extremely violent organization, and the X-Men will share some intelligence from time to time. But cooperation is simply a fantasy. On the one hand, they think the X-Men are a bunch of cowards, while on the other hand, they think the Mutant Brotherhood are all young and reckless people. So, it stands to reason that even if Magneto knew about this, he wouldn't come. But these are all Li Chengfeng's analysis and speculation. But the actual situation is that this Magneto head just happened to come. He just intercepted Li Chengfeng's Quinn jet halfway and then joined the gang. Wolverine didn't understand what the old man wanted to do, so he simply moved from the X-Men's fighter plane to Li Chengfeng's Quinn jet. Not for anything else, just to watch the fun. Hello, Eric Magneto Lyncher. From whom did you get the information about this operation? Agent Li Chengfeng, don't be too nervous. I have no ill intentions. Magneto, the handsome middle-aged man, did not show the brutality of a member of an extremely violent organization, but was rather amiable. This is totally inconsistent with his temperament. It is as awkward as it can be. At this moment, he seemed to be deliberately suppressing anger. I know you have no ill intentions. Otherwise, you would just use your ability to attack us from a distance. Li Chengfeng nodded. But regardless of whether you have any ill intentions or not, I must know what your purpose is. The FBI and the X-Men cannot go with a dangerous person whose purpose is unknown. Well, Xavier told me all this. As for why, you'll know after you look at this. As he spoke, he actually took out 2 pieces of intelligence from the FBI. Li Chengfeng scratched his head and took the information. It turned out that after they set off, the FBI's in-depth investigation into Latveria brought back new intelligence. In the Hydra Research Institute in Latvia, a pair of siblings were found who were used as the main experimental subjects. They have confirmed that the two siblings do have the X gene, but it did not manifest naturally, but its power was forcibly induced by some unknown external force. This results in the two siblings' ability development levels being unclear, extremely unstable, and even having many side effects. Sister Wanda Maximoff, brother Pietro Maximoff. After reading the information brought by Magneto, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver have so many origin stories. Originally, they were indeed the children of Magneto's head, but the latest origin story has been changed to being from a necromancer family of Gypsy, who was deceived into believing that Magneto was his father. Could it be that the Quicksilver and Scarlet, which in this world are really related to Magneto? No wonder he was so eager to come forward. After all the fuss, he came here to settle his romantic debts. Otherwise, why would this mutant hero have nothing better to do than to get involved in the X-Men's operations? From another perspective, it can also be seen that Bayaden truly loves this old friend. My intuition tells me that you definitely don't have anything good to say in your heart. Wolverine leaned close to Li Chengfeng's ear and said cheerfully, "Don't say it. We're still good friends." Li Chengfeng stood up and looked around the entire Quinjet. The Magneto head that tries hard to practice a friendly smile, but the more it smiles, the more it looks like a shark. Wolverine was watching Magneto practice smiling, but ended up smiling too much. Ada Wong, who was concentrating on flying the fighter plane, and Harley Quinn, who asked Ada Wong, "Will leather pants bulge when you fart?" It's so G peaceful. Does it look a bit like a cross-border campaign to wipe out the evil organization's strongholds? This atmosphere doesn't seem pure TND. Are we going on a spring outing? After a long flight, the two fighter jets finally entered the airspace of Latvia. As soon as they entered the airspace, the two fighter jets activated stealth mode and wiped themselves off the radar. Both teams played with full spirit. It doesn't matter if you take some time off on the road, but everyone who comes this time is a qualified warrior. Well, except maybe Harley Quinn. All in all, we all know when it gets serious. Finally, they stopped 2 kilometers outside the Hydra Institute. The two teams got off the fighter planes, and the X-Men and Magneto looked at each other, their eyes filled with dissatisfaction with each other. The X-Men are unhappy with Magneto's sudden intervention in this operation. Magneto is not happy about this bunch of losers allowing Mutant to be bullied by Hydra, and the people being bullied were his long-lost children. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng coughed twice and then interrupted the confrontation between the two sides by giving pre-war commands. Hydra's base is an ancient castle. The total number of defenders should be around 1,000, which is not a small number. They are well equipped with both light and heavy weapons, and even have several tanks and armor vehicles. To put it bluntly, this amount of armament is enough to overthrow this small country. But for us, this level of defense is quite weak. Come on, with a group of mutants with powerful superpowers as the main force, and a logistical support from the FBI behind them, how can the Hydra army of 1,000 people fight back? So, all agents just need to remember one thing. That is, when you're destroying the enemy, please do not intentionally cause excessive damage to the terrain. After all, it is the people's land. But human life doesn't need any burden or pressure. Li Chengfeng waved his hands. They all became Nazis. They should have expected this day to come. After all, Nazis deserve to die. Li Chengfeng said this to the X-Men mutants. Li's statement is really bold, but it is true. Iceman and Cyclops looked at each other, then smiled and high-fived. They like Li Chengfeng's style and are eager to try it out. Mystique, White Queen, Jean Grey, and Storm, all of them, sighed in unison as they saw this scene. Oh man, never grow up. Everyone move. Everyone return to your posts immediately. Listen carefully, this is not a drill. We are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. In the lower level of the castle, which served as the Hydra Research Institute, a brother and sister were currently being held in an isolation room made of unknown transparent material. looking with horror at the Nazi HYDRA, who had suddenly gone into disarray. F***K, who is attacking the Research Institute. We have already negotiated terms with that person. We don't know. Baron struck her. All the information about the enemy is unknown. Now only 4 people can identify him personally. Who are they? 3 of them are Level 7 Agent Li Chengfeng, Level 4 Agent Ada Wong, and Reserve Agent Harley Quinn from the FBI's American headquarters. The FBI intervened. Strack's expression suddenly turned ugly. Where's the 4th person? The 4th person is... Why are you stuttering at a time like this? Stop hesitating and speak out. Yes, the 4th person is Magneto. Magneto, the leader of that crazy, violent organization. When he heard the name, Stark's good eyes almost popped out of their sockets and hit his feet. Magneto, the monster who can manipulate magnetic fields? Stark looked at the large screen, usually used to display experimental data, with a dark face. What is displayed above now is the real-time battle situation. A completely one-sided massacre. Their own army of thousands of people was completely powerless to fight back under the brutal bombardment of this group of people, and their defense line was soon torn to pieces. How come they're so similar to the brother and sister who just had their ability induced through the experiment? Is it possible? Stark turned around in disbelief, looking at the twins who were hugging each other to resist their fear. Isn't this power given by the Asgard scepter? But it exists naturally in some people's bodies? Is the power of the scepter just a key to forcefully unlock these powers? That's right, scepter. In fact, the incident of Loki invading the Earth has already happened in this world. However, that happened 2 years before Li Chengfeng traveled through time, and this time Loki chose not New York, but a metropolis not far from New York. Then for the first time, the general public understood what a so-called superhero and a so-called Superman were. The Chitauri army was beaten back before they could even get out of the wormhole, and Loki disappeared after the battle. Li Chengfeng and the FBI also made mistakes in their judgment. That is HYDRA, or more precisely, the Hydra headed by Strucker. In fact, they only know that some people have special powers, but they don't know about the mutant group. But by now, Stark should have reacted. After all, Stark is an extremely outstanding researcher, and his achievements in his professional field are probably no less than Bruce Banner and Tony Stark. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the IQ to figure out Loki's scepter. You know, that thing is a mind gem. Infinite gems, or one of the infinite gems. Everything is wrong. It turns out that the research direction is wrong. I thought that scepter gave them power, but I didn't expect that scepter, who has such power, is just a key. Seeing that Stark's emotions were fluctuating more and more, the lackey following Stark lowered his voice and spoke to him. Baron Strucker, it looks like the garrison is about to collapse. We should retreat. Everyone move. Everyone return to your posts immediately. Listen carefully, this is not a drill. We are under attack. I repeat, we are under attack. In the lower level of the castle, which served as the Hydra Research Institute, a brother and sister were currently being held in an isolation room made of unknown transparent material, looking with horror at the Nazi HYDRA, who had suddenly gone into disarray. F***K, who is attacking the Research Institute. We have already negotiated terms with that person. We don't know. Baron struck her. All the information about the enemy is unknown. Now only 4 people can identify him personally. Who are they? 3 of them are Level 7 Agent Li Chengfeng, Level 4 Agent Ada Wong, and Reserve Agent Harley Quinn from the FBI's American headquarters. The FBI intervened. Strack's expression suddenly turned ugly. Where's the 4th person? The 4th person is... Why are you stuttering at a time like this? Stop hesitating and speak out. Yes, the 4th person is Magneto. Magneto, the leader of that crazy, violent organization. When he heard the name, Stark's good eyes almost popped out of their sockets and hit his feet. Magneto, the monster who can manipulate magnetic fields? Stark looked at the large screen, usually used to display experimental data, with a dark face. What is displayed above now is the real-time battle situation. A completely one-sided massacre. Their own army of thousands of people was completely powerless to fight back under the brutal bombardment of this group of people, and their defense line was soon torn to pieces. How come they're so similar to the brother and sister who just had their ability induced through the experiment? Is it possible? Stark turned around in disbelief, looking at the twins who were hugging each other to resist their fear. Isn't this power given by the Asgard scepter, but exists naturally in some people's bodies? Is the power of the scepter just a key to forcefully unlock these powers? That's right, scepter. In fact, the incident of Loki invading the Earth has already happened in this world. However, that happened 2 years before Chengfeng traveled through time. And this time Loki chose not New York, but a metropolis not far from New York. Then for the first time, the general public understood what a so-called superhero and a so-called Superman were. The Chitauri army was beaten back before they could even get out of the wormhole, and Loki disappeared after the battle. Chengfeng and the FBI also made mistakes in their judgment. That is Hydra, or more precisely, the Hydra headed by Strucker. In fact, they only know that some people have special powers, but they don't know about the mutant group. But by now, Stark should have reacted. After all, Stark is an extremely outstanding researcher, and his achievements in his professional field are probably no less than Bruce Banner and Tony Stark. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the IQ to figure out Loki's scepter. You know, that thing is a mind gem. Infinite gems? One of the infinite gems. Everything is wrong. It turns out that the research direction is wrong. I thought that scepter gave them power, but I didn't expect that scepter, who has such power, is just a key. Seeing that Stark's emotions were fluctuating more and more, the lackey following Stark lowered his voice and spoke to him. Baron Strucker, it looks like the garrison is about to collapse. We should retreat. Retreat? How can we retreat from a group of people with powerful super abilities at this time? Baron Strucker forced an ugly smile. They came at the right time. If they had come a few days later, no, 30 hours later, the protective stance created by scepter energy would have been completed. Then, as if possessed by a chameleon, he instantly put on a completely different and enthusiastic expression and loudly encouraged the Hydra soldiers around him who were unaware of the truth. The damn FBI sent a bunch of jokers in tight uniforms to test our beliefs and loyalty. We will never surrender. Hydra hail. Hydra hail. Under Stark's instigation, the soldiers immediately became excited, their eyes bloodshot, and they couldn't wait to rush onto the battlefield and launch suicide attacks in turns. Stark looked at all this and nodded with satisfaction, then turned to his trusted lackey and said, "Delete the file. I'm surrendering. If the FBI gets our research data, they will turn the data into reality in a short time." Just when Stark was using the army as bait to buy time and was secretly preparing to surrender, the top floor of the castle suddenly exploded, and a man and 2 women were taken down in an elevator made of green light of will. The people who came were Chengfeng, who transformed into Green Lantern, as well as Ada Wong and Harley Quinn. Your name is Stark, right? You ball B asterisk 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 D. I surrender. I am willing to hand over everything here. Just spare my life. What? Chengfeng doesn't care what will happen to Stark, but this big bald head really made him feel quite uncomfortable. Isn't this too shameless to admit defeat and beg for mercy? Those who cry for their parents have to use all the resources in their hands to buy their own lives. Chengfeng didn't originally intend to kill him directly. I'm starting to change my mind now. Can't he learn a little from his Hydra colleagues? They would rather die than surrender. While shouting, "Cut off one head, 2 heads grow," or Hydra hail, they await their death and go to their deaths bravely. If someone who doesn't know the background of Hydra saw this, they would probably think that this is a revolutionary organization serving the country and the people. If you can guess that they're Nazis and MLM practitioners, you have really seen a living ghost. Soon, the X-Men also eliminated the remaining armed forces outside and entered the Research Institute. Stark did the same thing again, crying and yelling. But Wolverine, the old man, was still reliable. He twisted the bald guy's collar and dragged him out. After screaming for a while, it finally quieted down. The dead bald head is probably going to become a half-bald head now. Raven, has the army been completely cleared? All soldiers were killed, but all clerical staff, including researchers, are guaranteed to be alive and in good mental condition. Mystique Raven is also an old lady who is about the same age as Wolverine. This kind of meticulous blue-skinned queen is certainly not the kind of person who would kill without caring about anything else. The long-awaited return to the battlefield made the assassin's blood in her body boil again, but she always maintained her rationality. She understood that these researchers were of great use. Even if the X-gene awakening is induced by the power of Loki's scepter, this must be based on a certain amount of research on the X-gene. It is no exaggeration to say that it is incredible that we have reached this stage of research without understanding the mutant group. If we instill knowledge about Gene X into them, perhaps we could develop more controllable ways of ability awakening. It may even be possible to research ways to enhance ability. It doesn't matter that they are HYDRA. What the FBI and the F.B.I. Academy lack the least now is people with telepathy ability. Psylocke on Monday, Shadowy Cuckoo on Tuesday, White Queen on Wednesday, Jean Grey on Thursday, Omega Kid on Friday, White Duck Egg on Saturday. Then on Sunday, Yadin led everyone in a team building activity. 24 hours of high-intensity telepathy ability brainwashing, 7 days a week. Hydra, even 900 snakes can paralyze him like a child. As the main force to clear the heavy weapons, Magneto arrived last. After coming in, he stood at the back of the X-Men and did not communicate with anyone, including Mystique Raven, with whom he once worked closely. At this time, Li Chengfeng, who had already canceled the green light transformation, brought the X-Men to the lower level of the castle, which is the most important part of the HYDRA Research Institute. Laboratory. In the center, 2 cells made of transparent materials stood there. The brother and sister who had just been in the same cell had now been separated. Magneto, who had said nothing, suddenly sped up his pace and passed by everyone without saying a word. But the expression kept changing. Anger, regret, expectation. Li Chengfeng and Cyclops started gossiping in a low voice. Why would Magneto, as a mutant, be at odds with you? Aren't you all from the same tribe? He looks at you as if you owe him millions. You don't know this. He was once our leader like Xavier and also the most powerful mutant in the entire tribe. But because of our different positions, we eventually parted ways and became the Mutant Brotherhood and Xavier Ability School. Position. Li Chengfeng nodded. These 2 words seem to weigh 1,000 pounds. These 2 words almost represent irreconcilability. Positions cannot be changed easily. Since the conflict between the 2 parties is such a fundamental issue, why did Magneto, as the leader of the Mutant Brotherhood, participate in this operation? Is it just because of Yadin's words? Why would I ask a ghost if you ask me? Magneto is the most paranoid and frightening person in the entire mutant community. But he does care about his fellow mutants, but his methods and means are too extreme. Cyclops shrugged. Magneto's actions were extreme and unpredictable. Without any explanation, he could only guess. Wait, who were you talking about? You weren't talking about Professor Xavier, were you? How else? Think about his bald head. If it's not a white duck egg, then what is it? Don't you know the story of the 2 leaders of the FBI, the white duck egg and the black salted egg? Ha ha ha, this is such a vivid description, a white duck egg. Li Chengfeng looked at the X-Men who were trying to hold back their laughter, and Wolverine who was grinning wildly, and his face was filled with black lines. So you were this kind of X-Men? You really made a mistake. But when he came to his senses, Magneto had already started to manipulate the metal nearby to violently dismantle the cell. Magneto, stop it. Do you want to scare 2 kids? Both of them? Li Chengfeng originally wanted to say, don't scare the 2 children. After all, the confusion and helplessness of the 2 siblings are indeed like those of 2 children. But then I thought, I am only 25 years old, and it is not appropriate to call 2 20-year-old children. After saying that, he motioned Ada Wong and Harley Quinn to find the switch to open the cage. Then Li Chengfeng looked at the brother and sister again. My brother seemed to be stuck in a vortex of unpredictable speed and couldn't extricate himself. Sometimes his speed was no different from that of an ordinary person, and sometimes his speed was fast enough to leave a series of afterimages in the cage. At first glance, it looks like duplication. The elder sister seems to live in her own world, except that her younger brother occasionally breaks into this world. She was fiddling with some worn-out building blocks with her eyes dull and absorbed. But he didn't use his hands directly, but instead used the crimson magic energy derived from the origin magic power. That's right, this pair of siblings are the famous Quicksilver and Scarlet, which in the original work. But now they are just two semi-finished products locked in a laboratory. The ability from Gene X was not properly developed, let alone effectively controlled. In their current state, let alone fighting, they probably can't even take care of themselves, right? Soon, Ada Wong and Harley Quinn dug out the code to unlock the cage from several core researchers of HYDRA. Then he typed something on the host, and with a slight sound, the transparent cage finally opened. But, apart from holding each other's hands tightly again, the brother and sister did not dare to step out of the area originally covered by the cage. It seemed that this was a safe zone that belonged to the two of them alone. As long as they didn't leave here, they would not suffer any more harm to each other. Hey, don't be nervous. I'm an FBI agent, and I'm here to rescue you. Li Chengfeng tried to step into this safe area. After finding that the two did not react, he began to get close to the siblings. Can you tell me your names? My name is Wanda Maximoff. Pietro Maximoff. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to get close to them. The main reason was that Scarlet, which had already awakened the origin magic power. Although she had just awakened it and had not yet learned how to control this power, she could still feel Li Chengfeng's kindness without a trace of impurities. The original uneasiness quickly subsided. Although his nerves are a little oversensitive due to being locked up for a long time, he is just a little abnormal and not completely crazy. Basic good and evil can still be distinguished. For example, Hydra, who have been conducting experiments on them, are definitely not good people. And the FBI that killed these Hydras, at least at this moment, he is a good person. But Magneto suddenly became excited. Whether it was the country of Latveria or Pietro, who looked almost the same as he did when he was young, they made him extremely certain. This is his lost child. When Magneto was still young and strong, he lived in seclusion in Latveria for a long time, hiding his identity. Fall in love, get married, and have children. The happy life of a family of 4 has begun to change his originally radical thoughts. But as his identity was exposed, he was hunted by the anti-mutant organization and was eventually betrayed by his villagers and neighbors. Magneto completely lost faith in ordinary people. Coupled with the loss of his 2 children, Magneto became the man who would kill an entire family at any time. What? Polaris? That's another story for Magneto's head. After confirming the identities of the siblings, Magneto was still excited, and his trembling hands actually showed a bit of old age. Do you two still remember your father? Father? If you mean adoptive parents, they're dead. Wanda's confused eyes became clearer when she mentioned her deceased parents, and a hint of hatred was revealed. There was a civil war in Latveria, and they died under the bomb of Stark Industries. In order to avenge ourselves, we became little white mice locked in a transparent cage. You volunteered to join the HYDRA Laboratories experiment in order to gain enough power for revenge. Li Chengfeng nodded. This would explain why Hydra was studying the X gene, even though they were unaware of the existence of the mutant group. It's okay if you deliver it to your door yourself. However, Stark can't escape the blame for blasting Deadman's adoptive parents. After all, it was an arms dealer in its early years. Although it has stopped manufacturing arms now, Stark Industries sold a large number of arms when Obadiah was in power, many of which flowed into the black market. Those middlemen in the black market made a lot of money by reselling Stark Industries arms. But the crimes of the arms dealer are a stain that Stark will never be able to wash away in his lifetime. It's reasonable for that guy with a mustache to kowtow to others. But forget about paying with one's life. Instead of seeking revenge on the person who threw the bomb, you go after the person who sold the bomb? Come on, Stark Industries? The Tony Stark that often appears on TV? Good. Now I will go and help you kill him. Avenge your adoptive parents. After hearing this, Magneto felt a surge of anger rising to his head. He stood up and walked out. The Stark building can be said to be an iconic building in New York. If Magneto's head really came over, Tony Stark would be basically hopeless unless he had made a set of anti-Magneto armor with non-metallic materials in advance. But before Li Chengfeng could stop him, Magneto was stopped in his tracks by a voice. Why? Why are you asking me this question? Wanda asked doubtfully. Who are you? Children. I am your biological father. Are you powerful then? Wanda just looked at Magneto with an indescribable emotion. I am one of the strongest mutants. Where were you when our biological mother was suffering from illness? Where were you when the two of us were homeless and shivering in the bridge tunnel? Where were you when our adoptive parents who saved us and gave us a real home died in the explosion? Magneto opened his mouth several times to say something, but ultimately remained silent. There is no way to defend it. After a series of questions, even Wolverine, who had the worst relationship with Magneto, sighed and patted Magneto's shoulder for the first time to comfort the kid. Pietro and I never needed a father like this. The decisive tone and the soft and weak voice combined into a sharp sword. Wanda personally held the sword and severed the blood bond that was already like a bubble. It's not like they haven't imagined what their biological father looks like. It's not like they haven't longed for their biological father to find them. But from today on, Wanda and Pietro no longer have a father because their father died in that damn explosion. Now, they only have each other. Li Chengfeng covered his mouth with his hands, fearing that it would be inappropriate for him to laugh out loud at this moment. But he still looked expectant and ready to continue eating melon. But after Wanda said that she would sever the father-daughter relationship, Magneto seemed to understand that he was indeed not a qualified father and was not qualified to be forgiven. So, he rushed out with murderous intent. My goodness, is this because he was scolded by his own daughter and he was so angry that he was ready to vent his anger on Stark? Li Chengfeng rushed forward and grabbed Magneto's shoulder. Eric, what are you going to do? To kill someone. Don't even think about it. Li Chengfeng rejected him without a second thought. The FBI won't let you kill Stark. Don't get in my way. An FBI agent can't pose any threat to me. Magneto turned his head and stared at Li Chengfeng with bloodshot eyes. But Li Chengfeng remained calm and continued. First of all, it's not that I don't allow you to kill, but the FBI won't agree. Although your ability is indeed very powerful, can you be stronger than the FBI with the support of the entire America's resources? Can you be stronger than the entire X-Men? And most importantly, why do you think I'm not a threat to you? Magneto didn't reply, but just stretched out his finger, and Li Chengfeng flew backwards rapidly and hit the wall, splashing up dust all over the sky. But there's a good saying, falling into water will not kill you, and having smoke will not hurt you. The day is bright, the night is dark. There is nowhere for evil spirits to hide. The heretics and rebellious parties are afraid of my divine light. The green light is always on, shining forever. I saw the green light of wool rising into the sky, dispersing the smoke and dust. Li Chengfeng had already completed the green light transformation and threw the magnum and terminal on his waist to Ada Wong and Harley Quinn respectively. These are the only metal items on his body. Okay, let's continue the fight. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, Magneto took action. He is a ruthless man of few words, never saying much nonsense, and Magneto does not have any problems of a villain boss. But Li Chengfeng no longer had any metal on him that he could use, so he chose the metal wreckage outside the castle. The war had just ended and there was scrap metal everywhere. Just like that, it condensed into huge amounts of steel thorns and attacked Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng used his will to materialize two high-speed, vibrating chainsaw swords in his hands with green light. He rushed forward to meet Magneto's attack, and cutting through the scrap metal was a piece of cake. But Magneto didn't expect that. because he had just dealt with heavy weapons directly on the battlefield, while Li Chengfeng chose to break into the castle directly. After Magneto dealt with the heavy weapons and entered the castle, Li Chengfeng had already canceled the green light transformation. So Magneto had no idea that he actually had this weird ability. I have to say, the Green Lantern Ring's ability is a perfect counter to Magneto. After all, the magnetic field cannot affect the green light of will. So the battle that seemed like a fight between gods soon came to an end. However, Stark can't escape the blame for blasting Deadman's adoptive parents. After all, it was an arms dealer in its early years. Although it has stopped manufacturing arms now, Stark Industries sold a large number of arms when Obadiah was in power, many of which flowed into the black market. Those middlemen in the black market made a lot of money by reselling Stark Industries arms. But the crimes of the arms dealer are a stain that Stark will never be able to wash away in his lifetime. It's reasonable for that guy with a mustache to kowtow to others. But forget about paying with one's life. Instead of seeking revenge on the person who threw the bomb, you go after the person who sold the bomb? Come on, Stark Industries? The Tony Stark that often appears on TV? Good. Now I will go and help you kill him. Avenge your adoptive parents. After hearing this, Magneto felt a surge of anger rising to his head. He stood up and walked out. The Stark building can be said to be an iconic building in New York. If Magneto's head really came over, Tony Stark would be basically hopeless unless he had made a set of anti-Magneto armor with non-metallic materials in advance. But before Li Chengfeng could stop him, Magneto was stopped in his tracks by a voice. Why? Why are you asking me this question? Wanda asked doubtfully. Who are you? Children. I am your biological father. Are you powerful then? Wanda just looked at Magneto with an indescribable emotion. I am one of the strongest mutants. Where were you when our biological mother was suffering from illness? Where were you when the two of us were homeless and shivering in the bridge tunnel? Where were you when our adoptive parents who saved us and gave us a real home died in the explosion? Magneto opened his mouth several times to say something, but ultimately remained silent. There is no way to defend it. After a series of questions, even Wolverine, who had the worst relationship with Magneto, sighed and patted Magneto's shoulder for the first time to comfort the kid. Pietro and I never needed a father like this. The decisive tone and the soft and weak voice combined into a sharp sword. Wanda personally held the sword and severed the blood bond that was already like a bubble. It's not like they haven't imagined what their biological father looks like. It's not like they haven't longed for their biological father to find them. But from today on, Wanda and Pietro no longer have a father because their father died in that damn explosion. Now, they only have each other. Li Chengfeng covered his mouth with his hands, fearing that it would be inappropriate for him to laugh out loud at this moment. But he still looked expectant and ready to continue eating melon. But after Wanda said that she would sever the father-daughter relationship, Magneto seemed to understand that he was indeed not a qualified father and was not qualified to be forgiven. So, he rushed out with murderous intent. My goodness, is this because he was scolded by his own daughter and he was so angry that he was ready to vent his anger on Stark? Li Chengfeng rushed forward and grabbed Magneto's shoulder. Eric, what are you going to do? To kill someone. Don't even think about it. Li Chengfeng rejected him without a second thought. The FBI won't let you kill Stark. Don't get in my way. An FBI agent can't pose any threat to me. Magneto turned his head and stared at Li Chengfeng with bloodshot eyes. But Li Chengfeng remained calm and continued. First of all, it's not that I don't allow you to kill, but the FBI won't agree. Although your ability is indeed very powerful, can you be stronger than the FBI with the support of the entire America's resources? Can you be stronger than the entire X-Men? And most importantly, why do you think I'm not a threat to you? Magneto didn't reply, but just stretched out his finger, and Li Chengfeng flew backwards rapidly and hit the wall, splashing up dust all over the sky. But there's a good saying, falling into water will not kill you, and having smoke will not hurt you. The day is bright, the night is dark. There is nowhere for evil spirits to hide. The heretics and rebellious parties are afraid of my divine light. The green light is always on, shining forever. I saw the green light of Will rising into the sky, dispersing the smoke and dust. Li Chengfeng had already completed the green light transformation and threw the magnum and terminal on his waist to Ada Wong and Harley Quinn respectively. These are the only metal items on his body. Okay, let's continue the fight. As soon as Li Chengfeng finished speaking, Magneto took action. He is a ruthless man of few words, never saying much nonsense, and Magneto does not have any problems of a villain boss. But Li Chengfeng no longer had any metal on him that he could use, so he chose the metal wreckage outside the castle. The war had just ended and there was scrap metal everywhere. Just like that, it condensed into huge amounts of steel thorns and attacked Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng used his will to materialize two high-speed, vibrating chainsaw swords in his hands with green light. He rushed forward to meet Magneto's attack, and cutting through the scrap metal was a piece of cake. But Magneto didn't expect that, because he had just dealt with heavy weapons directly on the battlefield, while Li Chengfeng chose to break into the castle directly. After Magneto dealt with the heavy weapons and entered the castle, Li Chengfeng had already canceled the green light transformation. So Magneto had no idea that he actually had this weird ability. I have to say, the Green Lantern Ring's ability is a perfect counter to Magneto. After all, the magnetic field cannot affect the green light of will. So the battle that seemed like a fight between gods soon came to an end. The scene of Magneto pulling up the sky, full of metal, is indeed quite terrifying, but now he is just an old man tied up in a green straitjacket. Li Chengfeng looked at Magneto and felt that something was missing. Harley Quinn ran over, rolled up some gauze from the lab, stuffed it into Magneto's mouth, and finally sealed it with a piece of tape. Finally, Li Chengfeng used a layer of green light of will as a barrier to completely isolate Magneto from the outside world. Sure, how did you know I wanted to gag him? When I was in the kidnapping business, I had to do this. I learned it after watching it many times. The conversation between Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn made the surrounding X-Men look at them strangely. Brother, we are from the FBI and we eat public food. How come you are so skilled in the methods of criminals? Ada Wong did not join in Harley Quinn's daily cuteness. She always felt that the layout of the castle was a bit strange. The inner and outer spaces seem a bit unequal, which means there's a secret passage going down here. King Ada finally found the switch of the secret passage and continued. Usually, the tunnels in this kind of ancient castle have only two uses, escape or secret dungeon. Li Chengfeng looked at King Ada in shock. Sister Wong is really a person who does great things quietly, but it would be better if she could listen to me and change into white stockings. But Li Chengfeng immediately put this thought behind his mind, because the leather pants and long boots were really sexy. Using the green light of will to hold Magneto in the air in front of you, you can keep an eye on him and provide lighting at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Although the tunnel spirals downward, it is not very long, and we reach the bottom quickly. What came into their sight was a high-tech cell that was totally out of place in the ancient bunker. And a handsome but somewhat evil man stood inside. At this moment, he spread his hands and said speechlessly, "Okay, a new group of people has arrived. Do you also want to receive divine revelation from the great god of trickery?" These are the first words Loki uttered in the cell, which immediately stunned the X-Men. Did you hear that? He just said he was God. I heard you, Emma. There's no need to make such a fuss. I've lived for so many years, and I've seen many mentally ill people who claim to be gods. Logan, you've lived a long time, right? Do you think you can compete with Raven? I won't compare my age with an old woman. Who is like her? She is obviously very old, but she claims to be only over 200 years old like me. God knows if she wants to eat me, a young grass. Logan, shut up. You think you're a jerk? Isn't Lee much more jerk than you? He was 25 years old, in the prime of his life. Just be a bit more virtuous. You are old enough to be someone's ancestor. But as the topic became more and more off-topic, even Loki in the cell rolled his eyes. These earthlings are so noisy. Li Chengfeng rubbed his eyes and looked carefully at Loki in the cage. Yes, it was Loki himself. When he searched the FBI database for major events that had occurred in this world, he learned that a Loki invasion had also occurred in this world. It was just that it was Metropolis that chose to invade, but it was ended directly at the source by the big guy from Kansas. So there was no Metropolis war. But after the invasion, Loki disappeared completely, and even the FBI had no news of him. Although I had seen Loki's scepter in the Research Institute before, I didn't expect that Loki was really staying in the dungeon of this Hydra Research Institute. What to say? A pleasant surprise? First of all, we in the Republic don't believe in foreign gods. Li Chengfeng walked forward and knocked on the cell window. Secondly, I've never heard of any god being arrested by a group of pyramid schemers. Ahem, kid, my power comes from the scepter. As long as you release me and take back my scepter, I can even give you the whole world. Can you as guardians brag a little? Do you think Earth is a prehistoric civilization? You should have told me earlier that you knew I was from Asgard. Do you think I'm not ashamed to make up such a story? Loki saw that his identity was directly exposed, so he did not insist. But to be honest, to Asgard, even the current Earth is not much different from prehistoric civilization. Li Chengfeng looked at the awkward Loki in the room and wholeheartedly agreed with the nickname given a Loki by fans. The Second Princess. It turns out that there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Pure and arrogant during adolescence. Li Chengfeng once again signaled Ada Wong to use his strengths to find the switch to open the cell. Before that, he still needed to find out some things. Okay, now that we have informed each other of our identities, I will ask you a few questions. If you answer well, I can consider releasing you. Are you going to kill me if I don't answer well? I really don't recommend you to do this, otherwise your Earth will face the invasion of the Asgard army. Li Chengfeng knew that Loki was telling the truth. Even though he is not Odin's biological son, Odin's attitude towards Loki can even be described as pampering. As the son of Odin's mortal enemy, giants of Jotunheim Lauf, Odin treated him as his own son and sealed the giants of Jotunheim characteristics in Loki, making him no different from an Asgardian. Although the seal is temporarily ineffective when Loki comes into contact with a power of the same origin, he only looks like an Asgardian with blue skin. In fact, this shows that Odin did not hesitate to use the power of Level God Father to permanently change Loki's physical characteristics. How could that be? Dear God of Trickery Loki Odinson, I just think it's a waste to transfer you from one cell to another. Li Chengfeng rubbed his hands, like an old profiteer who was ready to deceive the naive, rich second generation. How about this? On behalf of the FBI, I will sign a 150-year employment contract with you and hire you as a high-level agent of the FBI. Hire? Are you kidding? Although Loki said this, Li Chengfeng could tell from his impatient body movements. He was absolutely moved. Loki may be scheming, but he is definitely not a patient person. Even if he was sent back to Asgard to be spanked by Odin, it would be better than staying in this pure white cell. A cell or limited freedom. Choose one. Li Chengfeng didn't argue with him anymore. He turned around and told the X-Men to leave. Okay, 150 years is 150 years. I'll sign a contract with you. It's too late. Because you hesitated a little, the price has now increased to 200 years. If you were a profiteer like you would be hung on the top of a tower in Asgard and dried in the sun. Fine, I'll sign for 200 years. Loki seemed to be gritting his teeth, but he was very happy in his heart. So what if you sign a contract in Midgard and then run back to Asgard after having enough fun? Can the FBI really chase you to Asgard with a contract? Look, I've already agreed. Let me out now. Your female colleague has found the switch. Hurry up and open this boring yet sturdy thing. Li Chengfeng ignored Loki. Just wait. Aren't you opening it now? King Ida asked, and when he saw Li Chengfeng shaking his head, he took his hand away from the switch. No one knew what Li Chengfeng meant now. But the cunning look on his face was no longer there when he fooled Loki, but instead he looked solemn. So after exchanging glances with each other, they chose to surround Magneto's head that was bound by the green light of will. Anyway, I have nothing to do, so I might as well criticize Magneto at this moment. I may not have the chance again in the future. Especially Harley Quinn. This mentally ill queen directly asked Li Chengfeng to remove the barrier and used lipstick to draw an exaggerated big red lip on the tape that blocked Magneto's mouth. Puff! Magneto! Oh, Magneto, you've got to suffer this day. For a moment, the X-Men let out a low but cheerful laugh. Especially White Queen and Mystique, two bold ladies who once belonged to the Mutant Brotherhood, even took over Harley Quinn's lipstick and made secondary creations. King Ada looked at this scene. In addition to lamenting that the American General Administration has been moving towards an outrageous and even more outrageous path since Li Chengfeng came into being, she also prayed for Magneto, hoping that he did not have cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Otherwise, I would be scolded by my own daughter and then cut off all ties with her, and then be teased by these shameless guys. Just by getting into it a little, she felt her blood pressure rising to the point of hitting her forehead. Fortunately, this short period of joy soon came to an end. Li Chengfeng suddenly looked at the open space outside the cell and muttered, "Here I come." As soon as he finished speaking, a portal glowing green appeared out of nowhere. A green-robed man in a steel battle suit walked out of the portal. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Victor Von Doom, Dr. Doom, previous." Li Chengfeng had been feeling a little confused since he first heard the name Latveria. After all, this world is a mixed universe. Who knows if there are other monsters lurking inside Hydra or Latveria? Even though it was clearly stated in the mission brief released by the system, there was still a big shot behind this incident. Li Chengfeng still wasn't sure who it was. When he discovered this dungeon and saw Loki in the dungeon, Li Chengfeng was completely certain. In a country like Latveria ruled by a dictator, Hydra not only has a research institute, but also has an organized army of thousands of people to protect it. It is definitely Dr. Doom, the behind-the-scenes ruler of Latveria, who is collaborating with HYDRA. Also, although Loki was beaten by the big guy from Kansas, who wouldn't get beaten if they met a big guy? Loki is just relatively weak, but even to the entire HYDRA, he deserves the title of God. And if you want to capture a god from Asgard and put him in a cell in a castle in Latveria, only Dr. Doom can do it. Whoever can catch one god is naturally another god. However, compared to the shock of Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, the X-Men are accustomed to the creation of portals. After all, there is flickering. But the portal in front of him was obviously much higher than the flashing level. Suddenly, the White Queen let out a high-pitched scream, her body swayed, and she pressed her forehead with a painful look on her face. "Emma, what happened?" Mystique immediately supported White Queen. "Did your telepathy ability backfire?" The White Queen's charming face was now completely bloodless and pale, and she nodded weakly. Seeing White Queen nod, all X-Men immediately entered combat readiness. "You stupid and rude telepathy ability people want to find out all the secrets of the person you're interested in." Dr. Doom spoke up. The tone was calm, yet filled with disdain. As a tough guy who has pushed both technology and magic to almost the end, if his armor didn't have the function to counter telepathy ability, he would have died 800 times already. "I strongly agree with your point of view. A mature person with telepathy ability should be like White Duck, Dean Xavier. Unless it is necessary, he will never casually pry into the hearts of others." "Xavier? Dean? It sounds like you're talking about the mutant leader in America." Sure enough, you knew about the existence of the mutant tribe, but you didn't reveal it to HYDRA. You only told them that someone has supernatural abilities. Li Chengfeng said as he walked forward and extended his hand. "I'm a level 7 agent of the FBI, Li Chengfeng. Normally, a character like Dr. Doom, who is both arrogant and cruel, would most likely not shake hands with Li Chengfeng." Li Chengfeng himself thought so too. He stretched out his hand, more as a test, because he felt that this Dr. Doom who appeared in front of everyone was a little weird. Seems a bit too kind. Yes, that's right, so kind. White Queen was just countered, and that was all. If this were the case with Dr. Doom in the original novel, he would definitely have taught her a profound lesson. He is a dictator who holds a country in his hands and has the power of life and death at will. Dr. Doom looked down at the hand that Li Chengfeng extended to him and actually shook it. Li Chengfeng was stunned. Could it be that a kind-hearted version of Dr. Doom appeared in the mixed universe? But when Li Chengfeng wanted to let go of his hand, Dr. Doom still held it tightly. "Well, I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to hold my hand for so long, right?" Li Chengfeng laughed, but Dr. Doom ignored him and asked another question instead. "This ring on your hand, did you get it from Westchester County?" Li Chengfeng frowned. "What does that mean? Dr. Doom knows about the Green Lantern ring, etc. Weskier turned out to be your man." Li Chengfeng looked at the scene in front of him and took a breath. Although he thinks that Dr. Doom's character is more suitable for Yellow Lantern than Green Lantern, but it is not surprising that Dr. Doom was chosen by the Green Lantern ring. After all, in theory, Dr. Doom is able to resist the telepathy ability directly through his own willpower. With this level of willpower, it is not surprising that he becomes a Green Lantern. What shocked Li Chengfeng was the green light in his hand. Do you really have to build the Green Lantern Corps from scratch? The person who gets the Green Lantern ring is not someone you can actively choose. I can only say it all depends on fate. And most importantly, I hope the new Green Lantern Corps doesn't have the law of total annihilation. Is this the unknown power you possess? Since you have studied the Green Lantern furnace, you should know that this power has nothing to do with technology or magic. I tried all the forbidden magic I knew, but I couldn't destroy it or wake it up. Dr. Doom didn't put on the Green Lantern ring immediately. I also tried all the controllable energy in the world, but still failed. I even tried the so-called vile magic you mentioned. This is an energy field stimulated by the emotions of all life forms in the universe. All life forms in the universe inadvertently create energy forms based on their own emotions. There are 7 types of energy in total: rage, red light; greed, orange light; fear, yellow light; will, green light; hope, blue light; compassion, green light; and love, purple light. The will, green light, is located in the center of the emotional spectrum, representing order and balance. I see. Emotional spectrum? There's actually a spiritual power in the world. It's amazing. He is a materialistic super scientist. The power of magic is actually quite materialistic. After all, it is essentially the exchange of energy. But this was the first time he encountered the almost idealistic power of the emotional spectrum. Dr. Doom didn't look like a boss at all at this moment. Instead, he looked like a student who was eager to learn. He kept nodding his head and learning everything about the emotional spectrum. Then he prepared to push away the Green Lantern ring hanging in front of him. But order, this word doesn't suit me. As an Asgardian of order, the Green Lantern has chosen you, which means you are qualified to become a member of the Green Lantern Corps. Me? Dr. Doom looked up in surprise and looked at Li Chengfeng's determined expression. In the end, he changed from pushing to holding, took the Green Lantern ring from midair, and put it on the index finger of his right hand. The day is bright. The night is dark. There is nowhere for evil spirits to hide. The evildoers and treacherous party are afraid of my divine light. The green light is always on, shining forever. Like every warrior who joined the Green Lantern Corps, Dr. Doom was self-taught and uttered the oath of the Green Lantern Corps under the guidance of the green light of will. Then a Green Lantern furnace appeared in the other hand. But the Green Lantern transformation didn't involve putting a silly Green Lantern universal battle suit over Dr. Doom's armor. Instead, the Green Lantern logo appeared on Dr. Doom's originally green cloak, and then the originally monotonous green cloak was transformed into a sparkling one. Dr. Doom closed his eyes and felt the power of the green light of will. After thinking for a while, he finally opened his eyes. He stretched out his hand with his palm upward, and the green light of his will instantly materialized into a raging green storm in his hand. In just a short while, he could combine his original magic ability with the green light of will and use them together. It's amazing. Not only is this power powerful, but it can also allow me to make further progress in my research on science and magic. Dr. Doom himself looked at the storm of will in his hand in shock. It might even be an exaggeration to say that he no longer needed any magic circles or laboratories from now on. The green light of will can be rubbed out directly by his hands under his shaping. Yes, the emotional spectrum is as powerful as the mysterious energy in the universe. But the difference is that they have their own consciousness. Li Chengfeng reminded them at the right time. If you betray the oath of the Lantern Group, or your will is eroded by depression, then the Lantern Ring will leave you. Is this something you can control? This is will greenlight's own judgment. As for this kind of person, as long as you don't target the country he rules, he is unlikely to cause trouble. After a short period of contact, Li Chengfeng discovered that Dr. Doom in this world was more like a researcher. In addition to targeting MR. Fantastic, he also studies various unknown forces. And Li Chengfeng's words were so mysterious, with the intention of fooling Dr. Doom. Although he cannot control the green light of will to pull someone into the Green Lantern camp, he can directly deprive the Green Lantern Ring of control through his ancestral Green Lantern furnace that possesses the newly born Ion Shark. In other words, whether to come or not is up to a green light, but whether to leave or not is also up to Li Chengfeng. Really, Dr. Doom nodded to show that he had received it, and then said, I have a batch of detailed information and intelligence about Hydra here. I will give it all to you later. How can you get it to me? Can we add each other as social media friends? Don't worry about that. Dr. Doom finished speaking and glanced at the confused X-Men beside him. Originally, he was quite interested in these mutants. After all, they were the product of some genetic modification technology that far surpassed Earth's technology. But compared to the power of the emotional spectrum, mutants' X gene seems extremely boring. It's just an artificial power. As long as your FBI does not interfere in anything in Latveria, I don't mind forming an alliance with the FBI. Li Chengfeng was stunned. Alliance? He just wanted to make some good friends and expand his network. Why did he want to form an alliance? But alliance is definitely best. Although Dr. Doom is a dictator, after he overthrew the brutal and selfish royal family of Latveria through civil war, Latveria is now basically a paradise on Earth. Wanda and Pietro are also two unlucky guys. They are eager to take revenge and volunteer to become super ability experimental bodies. If they had waited a few more months, they would have been happy civilians in Latveria now. I can only say that Dr. Doom truly is worthy of being the ultimate hexagonal warrior. In terms of technology, his level is on the same level as Bruce Banner, Tony Stark, and others, or even higher. In terms of magic, he is simply an uncrowned sorcerer supreme. He's even a master of martial arts, able to beat up Black Panther Captain America in close combat, and even take out Taskmaster with his bare hand without his armor and without the use of technology or magical powers. Apart from his arrogance, he has no flaws. Is there still justice? Is there still law? The entire Umbrella Corporation is only able to survive because of my protection, so it makes sense for you to join Hydra and help me do something, right? Okay, then it all makes sense. Li Chengfeng has always been wondering why Weskier and the Umbrella Corporation behind him are still researching the Green Lantern furnace. No matter how you think about it, this has nothing to do with biological viruses. After all this fuss, it turns out that he is working for Dr. Doom. It's hard to imagine that with your attainments in science and magic, you would look down on the Umbrella Corporation, which plays with biological viruses. I can't help it. This is Miranda's request. As a generous ruler, I always respond to requests for help from my neighbors. Miranda, could it be referring to the mother goddess Miranda? But the location does make sense. The village in Resident Evil 8 exists in Eastern Europe. Reasonable, so damn reasonable. Li Chengfeng materialized a spiral blade in his hand, forcing Dr. Doom, who had been holding his hand, to let go and take a step back. Although Dr. Doom's mysterious armor can resist a large part of physical and magical attacks, it is easily broken by the attack of the green light manifestation of will. Looking at the blood flowing from his hands, Dr. Doom did not seem angry at all. Instead, he looked at the dazzling green light of will with some fascination. This is truly a magical power that I have never seen before. For Dr. Doom, the power of the emotional spectrum is truly unprecedented. Because the emotional spectrum is different from technology or magic, it is a kind of cosmic energy that comes from various emotions. To put it bluntly, this thing is idealistic. Take the Green Lantern ring, for example. Anyone with extraordinary willpower can wear it and become a Green Lantern. But once the will begins to waver, the power will weaken and the Green Lantern ring may even leave directly. The biggest difference from technology and magic is that it has no principles. Just like no one can explain how emotions are born. Dr. Doom walked forward again, but instead of shaking hands with Li Chengfeng, he lightly touched the Green Lantern ring. Li Chengfeng immediately felt the pulsations coming from the Green Lantern ring. The next moment, a green light furnace appeared in Li Chengfeng's hand. Li Chengfeng looked carefully and found something that he had not noticed when he first touched the lamp stove. There was actually a small shark made of green light swimming happily in the lamp. Ion shark? Isn't this a Green Lantern beast? Shouldn't this thing be in the central energy battery of OA to suppress the inspection monsters? Li Chengfeng suddenly remembered something at this moment. After he obtained the Green Lantern ring, no one summoned him to go to OA to formally join the Green Lantern Corps. That is, in this hybrid universe, either the Green Lantern Corps or even the planet OA has been completely wiped out, or it has just been born. Li Chengfeng was thinking, but he saw the little shark in the Green Lantern furnace suddenly speed up its swimming speed, and then the next moment, a brand new Green Lantern ring was born from the furnace. Then fly to Dr. Doom. Intelligent life has been targeted. Victor Von Doom from Earth. You have a strong will to overcome fear. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. With such an alliance and the connection of the emotional spectrum, Li Chengfeng is very confident that he can gradually render Dr. Doom harmless. The main thing is that I really can't beat him now. Well, the FBI is happy to form an alliance with you. Likewise, the World Federation is looking forward to Latveria's official return. After receiving the response, Dr. Doom nodded and opened the portal again. Just as he was about to leave, Li Chengfeng called him. Before you leave, how about doing me a small favor? Help! Dr. Doom turned around a little confused. Haven't you already wiped out this Hydra Research Institute? And I've promised to give you all the information about HYDRA. No. That's not what I'm talking about. Li Chengfeng immediately waved his hand, indicating that it had nothing to do with HYDRA. Then he pointed his backhand at Loki in the cage. Ever since Dr. Doom appeared, Loki has just shrunk his neck and hid in the corner like a quail. Even his talkative and sharp tongue was completely restrained, and he became a quiet and handsome man. After all, he was captured alive by Dr. Doom. At that time, it was an all-round beating. As one of the best magicians in the 9 realms, he was tortured to a pulp. He used the same trick again, showing weakness first and then attacking with a dagger, and then he was beaten up again. Fortunately, he is from Asgard, and his physical fitness is originally good enough. Otherwise, that barrage of punches would have almost killed him. He could feel that even if the current Thor came, he would never be a match for Dr. Doom. Besides Dr. Doom in front of him, there was also a big guy who could punch himself dozens of kilometers away with just one punch. Is this still the Midgard that my father mentioned was conquered by Asgard? Even if my old man comes in person, can he beat that big guy? Loki shuddered at the thought. Midgard was so scary. He missed his father, mother, and that reckless brother. Sure enough, the best way to make a naughty child face reality is to give him a beating that radiates from his body to his worldview. But Loki didn't expect that even though he was acting like a grandson, the FBI's agent still remembered him. Hey, what do you mean? Didn't I promise you a 200-year employment contract? Oh, don't worry. I just don't believe you'll be bound by the laws and morals of Earth. So be prepared to use some practical and useful means. Li Chengfeng smiled amiably, but in Loki's eyes, Li Chengfeng's level of dislike had skyrocketed to surpass that of his reckless brother. At least Brother Mongfu still has some love for me, right? 200 years? Asgard? Employment contract? Even someone with an IQ as high as Dr. Doom could understand what Li Chengfeng wanted him to do for help just from these 2 sentences. Dr. Doom opened his hand, and a roll of parchment appeared out of thin air. I have cast a fiend's covenant on it. It is now blank. Just write down the contents of the contract and sign it. The soul of anyone who violates the contract will belong to Mephisto. When Loki heard this, his face turned green. As a magician, he definitely knows that Mephisto is a scumbag. If I really fall into his hands, Even if Odin himself comes, it will cost a lot to rescue me. Looking at the cunning and complacent smile on Li Chengfeng's face after Dr. Doom handed the parchment to him, Loki felt numb. Calculate and ask. It's just 200 years. 200 years is nothing considering the lifespan of the Asgardians. When the contract ends, you are free. Li Chengfeng was smiling happily. Dr. Doom's move is a ruthless one that cuts off the source of the problem. You should know that Mephisto is the most famous of Marvel's Lords of Hell. In addition to being powerful, he is even more famous for his conspiracies and tricks. His shadow can be seen behind countless events. Dr. Doom goes to hell once a year to fight Mephisto in order to save his mother's soul. This was the opportunity Mephisto gave him, but also a trap that lured him into the abyss of pursuing power. Even though Dr. Doom knew this, he stepped in without any hesitation. This is also the reason why Dr. Doom desires all unknown powers. He needed strength to defeat this cunning but extremely powerful opponent. But he was obviously not idle. He had been working with Mephisto for so many years and had thoroughly studied the magic related to the demon dimension, which resulted in this parchment. I'll leave this thing to you. It's been a pleasure working with you. Li Chengfeng extended his hand again, and this time his smile was much more sincere than before. Dr. Doom was stunned for a moment, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Li Chengfeng. How long has it been since he had a normal interaction with someone like this? What an interesting Republic man. Just as Dr. Doom's back disappeared into the portal, the system also notified him that the mission was completed. Ding! The mission raid on Latveria is completed. Quest-related characters: Wolverine, White Queen, Mystique, Dr. Doom, Loki. Get Wolverine's perception ability. Get the diamond form of White Queen. Get Mystique's aging slowdown. Obtain Dr. Doom's teleportation magic. Get Loki's physical qualities. When Li Chengfeng heard this series of rewards, he tried his best to suppress the corners of his mouth. He thought about the saddest thing in his life 3 times before he did not laugh out loud in front of everyone. The last mission can only be said to have given a defensive response. That is, in the end, it was Batman's willpower that gave the original the green light. This time, it can be said that they are all excellent. Wolverine's perception ability may not be well known, but in essence, it is a beast intuition that is not much different from spider telepathy. With this ability, Wolverine can even intercept Quicksilver at full speed through prediction. Not to mention White Queen's diamond form, which has the hardness of diamond but not its brittleness, and can withstand extreme high and low temperatures. Although it is not as good as her terrifying telepathy ability, Li Chengfeng is not actually interested in telepathy ability. He doesn't like the feeling of having too much information. Mystique's slowing down of aging actually prolongs life and correspondingly lengthens the body's peak period. Not to mention Dr. Doom's teleportation magic. It is simply a super doubled plus version of Blink. The limit of Blink is the distance from the Earth to the Moon, while Dr. Doom's teleportation magic can even cross dimensions. As for Loki's physical fitness at the end, it seems a bit funny, but he is a real descendant of the giants of Jotunheim and is no worse than the Asgard people. He seemed weak and mediocre, but that was only when compared with his brother, Sif, and the 3 warriors of Asgard, a bunch of top Asgard warriors. According to the ability values officially given by Marvel, Loki has a strength of 5, which means his maximum load-bearing capacity reaches 75 tons. This is actually what Li Chengfeng needs most at the moment. His physical fitness, which was originally only at the peak of human capability, was no longer enough. After receiving the reward, Li Chengfeng turned around and nodded to King Ada, who was ready. Open the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the cell opened with a buzz. Loki didn't run, and he couldn't run now. Please, Loki, the god of trickery of Asgard, sign this contract. From now on, we'll be good colleagues wearing the same pants. I don't want to wear the same pants as you. Don't you FBI even give us uniforms? That's a metaphor. You uneducated hairy god. Look at the green ring on Li Chengfeng's hand. Look at those weird-looking mutants behind him. Loki signed the 250-year employment contract with tears in his eyes. Damn profiteer. Why are the prices going up again? I'm letting you go. Don't go crazy. Leave the dungeon and return to the ground. Li Chengfeng pointed at Magneto's nose and gave him a few more instructions, then released the green light of will from restraining him. Rip! Magneto couldn't wait to tear off the tape and spit the gauze on the ground. But his rage suddenly dissipated by 30% when he saw his two children. Then he looked at Li Chengfeng again, remembering that he seemed unable to defeat this FBI agent. The anger subsided by half. I don't want to get involved in the feud between you and Hydra and the Asgardians. Now I just want to take my child away. Child? What child? Li Chengfeng pretended to be surprised, turned around, and asked Wanda and Pietro, who had calmed down under the White Queen telepathy ability. He said, "He is your father. Do you know him well?" "Not very familiar." "Oh, then he's not." Li Chengfeng smiled and turned to Magneto and continued. "Look, they themselves have said that you are not their father. Wouldn't it be too boring if you keep pestering them? What? Do you want to traffic people in front of the FBI agents?" Magneto wanted to say something else, but when he caught a glimpse of Wanda's cold and hateful eyes, Magneto felt like his heart was about to break. Over the years, he has been ostracized by the world and broken up with his best friends. Now his children are his only weakness. Please tell Charles a message. Take good care of them. After saying that, Magneto left the HYDRA Institute. Although I don't quite understand the cause and effect of the incident, this young man probably doesn't intend to leave with us, Loki said to Li Chengfeng while taking his scepter off the test bench. The surrounding X-Men looked at the so-called god in front of them with strange eyes. He said, "Young man? Doesn't he look like a young man, too? Look at Logan. He's over 200 years old. Isn't he just like a middle-aged homeless man? He's already a god. He must be hundreds or even thousands of years old, right? There's nothing wrong with calling Magneto a young man. We are not on the same path to begin with. Just leave if you want. Just don't get in our way in the future." Li Chengfeng turned around and looked at Loki. "You seem to be quite outgoing. Have you gotten used to being with me so quickly? What if I'm not used to it? I was forced to sign a 250-year employment contract. I signed my name on the Fiend's Covenant. As long as I don't want to accompany that big devil Mephisto, I have to follow you and be an FBI agent. Believe me, being an FBI agent is much more fun than messing around in the universe." In this raid on Latveria, in addition to the ability obtained through the system lottery, a batch of in-depth research materials on the X gene that had not been destroyed were intercepted. With the help of the captured Hydra scientists, the X-Men can even continue to dig deeper into the secrets of their own mutant ability. On the way back, Li Chengfeng asked White Queen to brainwash this group of scientists so that they would obey his orders. Then let them test themselves first to see if they have the X gene and whether the X gene is activated. If I have the diamond form of White Queen, will the X gene be activated accordingly? The answer is no. It's not just that he didn't activate the X gene, but that he was born without the X gene. This means that the ability given by the system is essentially a force from a higher dimension. This is truly miraculous. The bloodline of your so-called mutant clan is too outrageous. How can a group of genes be so random? The weak ones are not even as good as ordinary people, and the strong ones can even destroy the world. Loki lazily slumped in his seat and looked through the information about mutant. Although he is a magician rather than a scientist, he has nearly 1,500 years of experience and can definitely be said to be well-informed. And he is knowledgeable in terms of the universe. From what I have heard, Odin once conquered the 9 realms. You know all this? Oh no, it seems that your Midgard Norse mythology is based on us. Although it's a bit too far-fetched, I like the fact that Loki, the god of trickery, is Thor's uncle. It has nothing to do with mythology. I'm just curious. The former Earth, which you call Midgard, was also conquered by Asgard. Li Chengfeng was reserved about the word conquer, because this is not the Marvel universe, but a hybrid universe. God knows how many great gods were hidden on the ancient Earth. An Odin at the level god father might not be good enough. When Odin conquered the 9 realms, Thor and I were not yet born. Now Asgard's history has erased many things from those years. God knows what happened. By the way, speaking of Thor, Lee, there's something I need to tell you. Loki crossed his legs, but as if he suddenly remembered something important, he immediately sat up. Before I was caught by the Tin Man in the green cloak, I used magic to send a distress message to Asgard. Send it. Who did you send it to? My brother, Thor. Loki laughed awkwardly, a big, rough man. How reckless can it be? No, I've been led astray by you. How reckless can it be? Li Chengfeng asked with a frown. He is now unsure whether the Thor in this universe is the same Thor he has seen in various works. After all, Dr. Doom is a version whose temperament is more like a researcher, and Thor might also have some deviations. But based on Loki's condition, Thor's strength should not change much. He may be a little stronger than the original, or a little weaker. It's probably about the same. With his current abilities, although he is not good enough to fight against a top-level godfather like Odin, he should have no problem fighting against Thor, a rookie who still relies on Mjolnir. After all, Thor during this period is at a stage where he has power but cannot fully utilize it. I don't know if I can pick up Mjolnir, which has the level godfather rule, with my rich and noble moral integrity. He's pretty reckless. I can't stop him when he's reckless. He dared to charge into Jotunheim, the home of the giants of Jotunheim, all by himself. He's even more reckless now. But if he came to Earth after receiving your distress letter, then he is here to save you, right? You should be happy. I am very happy. But if he really dares to come in front of you, you must catch him. What do you mean? Why would I take him down? I've been forced to work for 250 years. I can't go home for 250 years. I'm looking for a poor guy. No. What's wrong with finding a relative to work with me? Loki, you are so ruthless when it comes to pitting your own brother. Li Chengfeng gave Loki a thumbs up. He sticks to his brother's path and never wavers. This guy has a really strong sense of conviction. After returning to the FBI headquarters and reporting to the black-brined eggs and white duck eggs, Li Chengfeng invited Wanda, Pietro, and Loki in. The Shuangdan group looked at Li Chengfeng's actions with some confusion. Haven't we already reported the general details of this operation? What's up? Is there any work left to do? These siblings are Wanda and Pietro, the descendants of Magneto. Li Chengfeng's words made Charles the White Duck Egg confused. As for the other one, he is the culprit who opened the giant wormhole above Metropolis. He is Loki, the god of trickery from Asgard. He is now a new agent who has signed a 250-year employment contract with our FBI. With the second sentence, even Nick Fury was confused. Both of them cast inquiring looks at Li Chengfeng. It really was a great job for them both. Aren't you bringing the X-Men to solve Hydra's problem? How come they are both Magneto's children and gods from Asgard? Are you sure these two are Eric's children? Very sure. As soon as I got back, I took Magneto's genes and did a paternity test with them. The result was positive. Paternity test? Bayadin hesitated. They didn't mention it. How did you get Eric's DNA? Kidnapping? Li Chengfeng saw the confusion in Bayadin's eyes. So he simply spread his hands and said, in short, it's a story between a father and a child that will last for a long time. After Li Chengfeng's exaggerated and slanted narration from a third-party perspective, Bayadin understood the whole story. I see. Since it's Eric's child, let the X-Men take care of it. No, just send him to the FBI Academy. There are mutants and children with strange abilities everywhere there, and they won't be treated as outliers if they go there. After saying that, Bayadin looked at Wanda and Pietro, the siblings. Children, don't be afraid. Your father and I were once close friends. You can call me Professor X or the Dean. I will take care of you in the future. Professor X's natural kindness and the soothing effect of his telepathic ability made the siblings not repulsive to him. But, I'm sorry, Professor X, we want to follow him. Wanda and Pietro looked at each other, then pointed their fingers at Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng, who was watching the fun from the side, was stunned. Me? Li Chengfeng pointed at himself stupidly. Why did he have anything to do with it? Yes, Li, we only trust him. The brother and sister's decisive words without any room for negotiation gave the usually kind and gentle Bayadin a headache, and she had to look at Li Chengfeng inquiringly. Well, you can follow me. Although the composition of the FBI Academy is very suitable for the two of them, the students of the FBI Academy can at least control their abilities, so even if they get into trouble, it won't be a big deal. Li Chengfeng walked to the side of Wanda and her brother and continued. And for various reasons, the two of them have abnormal awakening abilities. At the moment, they are in an unstable and uncontrollable state. If something goes wrong, it will be a disaster. Nick Fury nodded when he heard this, and then pointed at Loki, who was studying the ornaments on the table out of boredom. Then let's do this. The mutant siblings and the so-called god of trickery will be directly assigned to the star team. You will be in charge of their placement and command. Stop picking on my ornaments. These are antiques unearthed from the ruins of the Inca civilization. They have a history of more than 600 years. It's only been over 600 years. If I take out a crystal cup, it would take more than 1,000 years. Loki pouted and threw the ugly ornament back on the table. Nick Fury knows how to deal with Li Chengfeng better than Professor X. If there is anything hesitant and imprecise, he will leave it all to Li Chengfeng. Anyway, it was this guy who came up with this job. What is this called? Original soup into original food? Speaking of original soup and original food, he was actually a little hungry. Charles, now that this mission is over, I invite you to celebrate at the new French restaurant in Washington. Black Braised Egg said this, and without caring whether White Duck Egg agreed or not, he pushed his wheelchair and quickly left the director's office. Li Chengfeng and the others were left staring at each other in dismay. Let's go, my dear captain. Isn't it time to prepare a place for us to live? Loki put down the ornaments and spread his hands. I am a formal employee who signed an employment contract. It was agreed that I would be provided with food and accommodation and a high monthly salary. Don't refuse to pay. Li Chengfeng sighed. What to do? Take it home. Fortunately, the room was adequate. However, King Ada's mentality may be affected to a certain extent. Originally, there was only one child to take care of, Harley Quinn, but now there are 3 more. Sister Wong won't completely evolve in a Mother Wong, right? After arranging food, clothing, housing, and transportation for several people, Li Chengfeng welcomed another short day of rest. There wasn't originally, but unexpectedly, Loki gave him a surprise. Although Wanda and Pietro's super abilities come from their own X genes, they are indeed induced by Loki's scepter, so there is some inexplicable connection between the 3. Specifically, Loki can mobilize the power of his scepter to accelerate the 2 people's mastery of their own abilities. It definitely doesn't mean that Loki can use the Mind Stone, but that he has called upon some of the power that escaped from the Mind Gem. He had no idea that there was such a miraculous thing inside his scepter. Loki is really smart, but in some aspects, he is just like Thor. He is just like him. Can we say he is worthy of being Odin? How do they look so alike even though they are not related by blood? After being freed from the task of taking care of the child, Li Chengfeng finally had time to test out his newly acquired ability. There is no need to test your physical fitness. And he had seen Wolverine's perception ability before. When he first arrived home, Pietro's ability suddenly fluctuated in excitement, and his speed increased dozens of times. But the moment he started, Li Chengfeng noticed it and subconsciously stopped him. Otherwise, this guy Pietro would just turn into a flying man. That leaves only diamond form and teleportation magic. First, the diamond form. Li Chengfeng activated his ability while muttering. I saw it spreading from the diamond heart to other parts of the body, and in the blink of an eye, I was completely turned into a diamond man. He swung his fist, and there was a bonus to his strength, but not much, only about 1 or 2 tons. However, the body's hardness and tolerance to cold and heat have been greatly enhanced. What makes Li Chengfeng most satisfied with this form is the almost unlimited physical strength. Okay, next is the teleportation magic. Let me see, where should we go? Li Chengfeng scratched his head, undecided. So I simply took out a globe, turned it, closed my eyes, and pointed to a random place. Norway? It's a good opportunity to see how lonely the Norwegian forest is. Li Chengfeng then activated the teleportation magic, and after calculating the coordinates, a portal exactly the same as the one used by Dr. Doom appeared. One step in, and you're instantly on the other side of the earth. What the hell? What is this place? Li Chengfeng found that he did not see the forests and sea of Norway, but was in a huge amount of underground city. Looking up, there was only the pitch-black stone roof. Who is coming? A hoarse but sexy female voice came from the darkness ahead. Li Chengfeng frowned. There are actually living people here? Anyone who died while on a hiking adventure? Without time to think, Li Chengfeng ran over subconsciously. Are you trapped here? What's your name? The voice hesitated for a moment, then answered. Yes, I'm trapped here. As for who I am, the eldest daughter of the father of God, Odin, the commander of the Asgard Legion, the first heir to the throne, the goddess of death Hela. Hela, the goddess of death, is not death, one of the 5 gods in the Marvel Universe. The status difference is quite big, but he is only compared with the creator god. Among the known superheroes and villains on Earth, except for the big guy wearing red and blue underwear that is not in standard shape, only Doctor Doom can compete with this level of strong people. When Hela followed Odin to conquer the 9 realms, he was a serious level god father. Because of his divinity, he controls the reincarnation of the gods of Asgard. When a person dies, the soul leaves the body. But when an Asgardian dies, their soul remains within their body until it is taken away by the goddess of death and sent to its final resting place. If we have to make an analogy, she is equivalent to the Queen Mother of Asgard, who is a bit like the incarnation of the 6 realms of reincarnation. It is because of this characteristic that when the goddess of death Hela stands on the land of Asgard, her power will be no less than that of the father of God Odin. At this moment, the goddess of death, theoretically the true crown prince of Asgard, was sitting on a rough throne carved from obsidian. Although the environment he was in was so simple, his kingly demeanor had not been diminished at all. If you can ignore Hela's messy and cute hairstyle, Hela can be said to be the most beautiful super queen Li Chengfeng has ever seen in his life. The reason why it is super, after all, Hela is 2.13 meters tall. Who cannot love her? The cart race is high. I've been sealed away for thousands of years and expelled from my homeland. So, I'm courting death. I'm the crown prince of Asgard, destined to rule the 9 realms. Now, mortals from Midgard, kneel before your queen. Li Chengfeng scratched his head. Although he liked the queen very much, he didn't like this kind of queen. I guess the goddess of death wouldn't understand what I'm saying, so I'd better discuss it with Ada. Wong doesn't understand human nature, but Sister Wong does. Dear goddess of death, I am just a mortal who learned teleportation magic and came here by mistake. I will leave immediately. Teleportation magic? What kind of teleportation magic can break through the dimensional seal? Hela frowned. If what you said is true, it can only mean one thing. What's up? It doesn't matter. Since you can break through the dimensional seal, you can definitely take me away. Hela stood up suddenly, and her amazingly perfect curves quickly approached Li Chengfeng's field of vision. Strong hands pressed on Li Chengfeng's shoulders. A hint of anxiety finally appeared on that noble face that made people want to shout hail. That's easy to say, but why should I help you? Li Chengfeng really has no resistance to the older sister type, but he has brains. He knew very well what kind of person Hela was. What you want in return, human? Do I look like a god from Asgard? God? But you're not from Asgard. I could be the one. Hela couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, because Li Chengfeng's serious look didn't seem fake. After closing his eyes and perceiving carefully, he opened his eyes with a hint of surprise. Although you don't have the aura of an Asgard, you do have the physique of an Asgardian. Are you a hybrid of an Asgardian and a Midgardian? No, I am indeed a mortal from Midgard, but you can assume that I have acquired an Asgard body through some fortuitous encounter. My physical fitness has surpassed that of ordinary Asgardians, and I am no different from those so-called gods in Asgard. I see. Hela nodded, quickly understanding and accepting it. After all, she is a woman who has conquered the 9 realms and come into contact with all kinds of mysterious powers in the universe. She does not think that such a thing is a fantasy. If it were her brother, Thor, the naive man, he would definitely get to the bottom of the matter. This is the pattern. I can only say that Odin's ability to judge people is really not good. Compared with his eldest daughter, this son is really not up to par. So, there's no problem in taking you out, but I hope that when you return to Asgard and become the new king of God of Asgard, the first person on your right-hand side will be me." Li Chengfeng smiled innocently. This is the legendary achievement of following the dragon. Can't he blackmail someone into becoming the executive deputy god king? Li Chengfeng thought happily while adjusting the coordinates of the portal. This time he did not forget to add the dimensional coordinates. After hearing Li Chengfeng's request, Hela suddenly realized, "Oh, so you want to be the queen? What?" Li Chengfeng had just successfully opened the portal when he heard Hela come to an outrageous conclusion. Before he could react, Hela rushed into the portal, carrying Li Chengfeng at a speed that a god should have. It was a princess hug. Although there was a full 30 centimeters height difference, Li Chengfeng still felt a little ashamed at this moment, because he subconsciously put his arms around Hela's neck. Oh my god. The coordinates Li Chengfeng set for his return trip this time were naturally his own room. I opened the door a crack and looked around, only to find that no one was home. Although I know that Ada Wong and Harley Quinn went to the headquarters for combat training, there should still be Loki and the other three at home, right? In just a short while, it disappeared. Is Loki out with Magneto's 2 kids? In fact, with Loki's intelligence and Li Chengfeng's kind and friendly teachings to him, he should not take people out to cause trouble. At most, he could just use Li Chengfeng's salary card to pay for it. But after thinking about it, he decided to open his personal terminal and contact Ingrid just to be on the safe side. "Hey, good day, dear Ingrid. Captain, you should know that today is a damn holiday, right? If you disturb a lady's sleep, you will first get your head caught in the door and then be kicked to death by a donkey." Li Chengfeng shuddered as if due to stress. Looking at Ingrid, who was in a very bad mood during the video conversation, he didn't even bother to appreciate her slightly cool summer pajamas and directly hung up the call. The resentment of people who wake up in a bad mood is heavier than that of ghosts, and children are afraid of them. Then I called another number. "Hey, Black Stew. Director Nick Fury, have you eaten? Did you just want to call me Black Sauce Egg? I was wondering who would give me a nickname based on Republic food. It turned out to be you. TSK, don't be so stingy. I have something serious to tell you." Li Chengfeng looked at Hey Braised Egg, who was still sitting in the office on his day off, and said, "Loki should have taken Wanda and Pietro out to see the world. You have to keep an eye on them and don't let them get into trouble. I remember that this seems to be your mission, right?" "Yes, but I want to take a break today. Anyway, you're old, you don't sleep much, and there are no entertainment activities, so just do more work. What about you?" Definitely dating the older sister. Different from Ingrid's previous treatment of her morning grumpiness, Li Chengfeng was very confident when facing the Black Braised Egg. In the end, he even provocatively revealed Hela behind him. Then quickly end the call and turn off your personal terminal. After completing this series of actions, Li Chengfeng turned around. Hela just smiled uninhibitedly, looking elegant and handsome. "So, you going on a date with me? Immortal. Question. If you pick up a queen who is 30 centimeters taller than you, and she wants you to be your queen, what would you do?" Some people in the 4i group may rush up to ask the queen some weird questions like, "Do you want to eat first?" or "Take a shower first?" or "Eat me first, red heart." But Li Chengfeng has always been a remarkable man, and a great man who is different from ordinary people. He chose to let you take a shower first. It has been sealed for thousands of years. Even though his body still looked clean, his hair was a little dirty. After all, at first glance, I thought it was a non-mainstream smoky makeup from somewhere. Perhaps because Hela had the most basic trust in Li Chengfeng, the conspirator who brought her out of the sealed dimension. She took the bath towel handed to her by Li Chengfeng and walked into the bathroom. The time he spent bathing felt like a year to Li Chengfeng. He didn't want to see it. He was just thinking about how he should explain this situation after the Demon King and psychopathic sisters come home. There is suddenly a real Asgard goddess in the house. This is not just any cat or dog. Oh, and there's Loki. How should I introduce it to him? This is your eldest sister. Although we are not related by blood, she is indeed your eldest sister. And although Loki looks like an Asgardian, his inner essence is actually the blood of the giants of Jotunheim. Hela probably killed a lot of giants of Jotunheim back then. Don't chop Loki directly when you meet him. When you are daydreaming, time always passes quickly. Hela has finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom. The long hair finally regained its charm with the nourishment of water. The clothes she was wearing were also made of Asgard. They would not get dirty and could be transformed into other clothes. So Hela, are your strengths starting to return? Probably less than 1/5 of my peak strength. If I could return to Asgard, I would be able to return to my peak quickly. But staying in Midgard, at best I can recover half of my strength, and that will take some time. When Li Chengfeng heard this, his jaw almost dislocated with fright. Oh my god. According to this, in the movie, he just came out of the seal, beat up his 2 younger brothers 1v2, and crushed the Meowth hammer in the process, which is only 1/5 of its peak value. Then her peak is probably the level god father peak, which is almost the same as Odin. The only difference is that you have to stand on the land of Asgard. In other places, I'm afraid they can at least reach the level of ordinary level godfather. But this ordinary level godfather is already amazing enough. Normal Thanos is a F*** G level sub-godfather. Even the current rookie Thor is still far from level sub-godfather. Hela sat down next to Li Chengfeng. It can only be said that she was worthy of being a queen with a queenly temperament. With her majestic demeanor, she made Li Chengfeng's ordinary leather sofa feel like a dragon chair. After I got out, my feelings became more accurate. Odin has aged, and his power has become weaker, so the dimensional seal he imposed has also become weaker. This may be the reason why you can force your way into the sealed dimension through interdimensional teleportation magic. Odin is old. Yes, if my feeling is correct, this old guy has less than 1,000 years to live, and he is not far from death. Li Chengfeng was just shocked by the topic of Odin being old, but the next sentence, less than 1,000 years old, made him speechless. How old he is, how close he is to death. As human beings, we really cannot empathize with these immortal species. Don't mention that old man who spoils the fun. I've been curious since a while ago. In Midgard, where most people are ordinary people, you have a physique comparable to that of a god, but you only live in such a small shack. Shack? Li Chengfeng smiled bitterly. Damn it, how can I compare with you pure Asgardians? Compared to your huge amounts of Asgard, this 400 square meter flat is nothing more than a shack. Li Chengfeng asked if he could get a few more shacks for emergency use. First of all, this is a luxury house that most people in Midgard cannot afford to live in. Secondly, although I have a physique that is comparable to that of a god, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Midgard. I may not be good enough, especially when compared to that true god on Earth. The god of the world? Hela was instantly curious. What kind of god is that? To be precise, he is an alien like you Asgardians, but how should I put it? Li Chengfeng thought for a moment, then spread his hands helplessly. Even if your father came in person at his best after a fight, he would probably only be able to make peace with that big guy with a bruised face. Li Chengfeng's conclusion was not a blind guess. The big guy in this world can destroy the Chitauri army and close the wormhole in an instant. It is very likely that he is not the fledgling Superman who has just mastered his own power. He asked Tony Stark and found out that Lois in this world was already 31 years old. The big guy is probably about this age, so he must be a mature Superman who has been exposed to the sun for many years. For this kind of mature Superman, level Godfather is really not enough. Definitely Li Chengfeng. This is purely based on the strength of combat power. After all, there's one of the strongest witches, Queen Frigga, in Asgard. If she really wants to trick the big guy, she can still do it. As we all know, big guys have no magic resistance. Is there really such a powerful person in Midgard? Well, but his ultimate dream is world peace, and then he has a good wife and children and a warm bed. So as long as you don't commit crimes in the metropolis, or don't smash your car into his roof or farm during a battle, he is cuter than the neighbor's pet cat. It's incredible. If I had such power, I would definitely spread the glory of Asgard to the depths of the wider universe. Li Chengfeng wiped his sweat. She is worthy of being the eldest daughter who looks most like Odin among his children. Just like Odin when he was young, She is a pure war maniac. I feel uncomfortable without fighting. Just as Hela was guessing the big guy's race, the sound of fingerprint unlocking was heard from the door. Loki walked in wearing a sexy dark green suit, followed by Wanda and Pietro, who both had admiring looks on their faces. "Haley, I took these two brats out for a spin. Who are you?" Loki looked at Li Chengfeng with a smile, but found a tall woman sitting next to him. His intuition as the god of trickery told him, this woman is extremely dangerous. He instantly produced his two favorite daggers and pointed them at the woman. Although he looks brave, he is actually secretly preparing to cast teleportation magic with his feet. This is not Hydra's cage that can block magic. Oh, Odin's blood. No, the blood of the giants of Jotunheim? It's amazing. It's the giants of Jotunheim whose external features were permanently changed by Odin's original power. Hela's attention was instantly attracted by Loki. But I have to say, you are very similar to the old Odin. Li Chengfeng shrugged, walked between the two of them, and pressed down Loki's hand holding the dagger. Let me introduce you two to each other. This is your father's adopted son. Call me brother. This is your father's eldest daughter. Call her big sister. We are all family. We can make dumplings and smash them. After this series of coincidences, Li Chengfeng finally decided to take Loki and Hela to the FBI. After all, in a prosperous developed country, it is very inconvenient to be an illegal resident. The FBI's legitimate fake certificates are a long-standing business. The latest batch of beneficiaries are the old guys and X-Men. So Li Chengfeng drove the Quinn jet to the FBI headquarters in Washington. From Hela's attitude along the way, Li Chengfeng also gained a new understanding of Asgard, of which he had only seen a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg in comics and film and television works. He had no interest in sitting on the Quinn jet, a product whose technological content almost reached the pinnacle of a country's technology, but his eyes were fixed on Li Chengfeng's mobile phone, and he couldn't take his eyes off it. I can only say that this technology tree is really biased. For example, Asgard's Bifrost can basically be seen as a combination of a cross-space railgun and a superluminal channel, and it has an automatic recognition function. But when the Asgard people fought, they used cold weapons and magic, which was somewhat similar to the legends recorded in mythology. Moreover, the Asgards had conquered all of the 9 realms, and they had probably seen a lot more about reals and tradie technology, so they were not interested at all. On the contrary, it is the civilian technologies used for entertainment on Earth that interest these gods who want to destroy the world. For example, right now, when I walked into the front door of the FBI, the goddess of death Hela exuded the charm of a true goddess while fiddling with Li Chengfeng's mobile phone. In just a short while, she has learned how to browse various social platforms. Definitely used Li Chengfeng's account. And Loki is the second princess of Asgard. No, she should be the third princess now. He accepted the fact that he suddenly had an older sister very well. Even said overjoyed. For no other reason, it was because through Li Chengfeng's introduction, he learned that this person was the founder of the Asgard Rebellion. What I did was nothing compared to this elder sister. Therefore, as long as he can be used to cause trouble and bring some trouble to his father and brother, Loki Odin is willing to be a pawn for this good sister for the rest of his life. Sister, so what should we do next? Go back to Asgard directly? Definitely. I will rule the entire Midgard while recuperating and then raise a large army in Midgard to counterattack Asgard. Why? Wouldn't Big Sister be able to gain full peak power by returning to Asgard? First of all, we can't go back to Asgard now. Hela didn't even take her eyes off the phone screen. Secondly, even if we go back to Asgard now and I get complete and peak power, my old father is still alive. We are both at the peak of level Godfather. Even if my father has begun to weaken, it will take more than a short period of time to determine the winner. During this period, can you face the wrath of the entire Asgard alone? Yes, Big Sister's right. Loki looked exactly like a crazy fan who had seen his idol, and his lackey-like appearance was so lifelike. For some reason, I feel like I'm seeing the Queen and her treacherous minister. So, you learned teleportation magic? Yeah. and then used teleportation magic to break into a dimensional seal. That's right. Finally brought back an Asgard goddess from 1,000 years ago. As you can see, what expression do you think I should use to deal with this? Nick Fury sat behind his desk, looking at Li Chengfeng's Republic face, which was a little too handsome, and the corners of his mouth twitched constantly. So, you believe what I said? Because you're prone to causing big trouble. Whether it's the Green Lantern ring or the alliance with Mutant, everything is beyond my expectations. I don't know if you were also so outrageous before you were seconded from the Republic General Administration. Black Egg rubbed his temple, looking helpless. And the most important thing is, from the moment you stepped into the FBI headquarters, the FBI's energy detection device instantly detected a terrifying energy entity, and all the readings almost flashed. It was more dazzling than a searchlight in the dark night. Li Chengfeng was stunned for a moment. Then he said to Loki while holding back his laughter, "Look, your sister was a terrifying energy entity when she joined the FBI. How come you can't create a scene like this?" Loki rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to bother with Li Chengfeng at this time. Although he is the god of trickery, he is nothing compared to the eldest sister of Level Godfather. Definitely Li Chengfeng was just joking. Loki is actually quite strong. Just stop using those 2 daggers for fun and use the various magics he's proficient in seriously. Then you see, as the host of Earth, we have to do something for the alien-friendly gods who have come from afar, right? Are you trying to defraud the funds again? It would definitely be better if there is one. But my main goal is to register our goddess of death and god of trickery. Do you want to listen to what bullshit you've said? Give God a permanent residence. Nick Fury subconsciously glanced at Hela, only to find that she was oblivious to what was happening outside and was only focused on checking her phone, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of Li Chengfeng's mouth. If something he said offended this old lady in front of him, he would have to put the entire FBI's assets at risk. What? Do you discriminate against aliens or gods? Li Chengfeng slapped the table. Just tell me straight. Will you give them a residence permit? It shouldn't be difficult to do this in America, right? If it doesn't work, I'll take them back to the Republic to get a residence permit. We have this tradition there. Mazu even has an ID card. The problem with this matter is whether the household registration is easy to handle. Black Braised Egg really has a love-hate relationship with Li Chengfeng, saving Harley Quinn, merging the X-Men, and leading the X-Men to defeat HYDRA. With all these things happening, Nick Fury wanted to kiss this little b*** D hard. But when it came to this kind of rogue behavior, he really wanted to shoot him a few times. Forget it. I won't bother with you. I'll let the Ministry of Internal Affairs handle the identity and household registration issues. What do you plan to call this? God, Hela Odin Stodia and Loki Odin Sr. Li Chengfeng shrugged. These were the real names of the 2 Asgard gods. The surname is easy to understand. It means daughter of Odin and son of Odin. Okay, now that you've got what you wanted, do you have to help me with a little favor? No. Did I really give you face? Hey, you are such a fool. Why are you so annoying? Tell me what task you want to do. If I can do it, I will definitely do it for you. If I can't do it, I will try my best to do it. Okay. Nick Fury doesn't want to deal with Li Chengfeng anymore in the short term. He just handed the information in his hand forward and motioned the other party to take a good look. Li Chengfeng took the information and opened it. The first page that caught my eye was a photo. In the permafrost of the Arctic, a man whose integrity can be seen just by looking at his face is sleeping. TSK, what do you mean by that? You seem to have a strong taste lately. You like lifelike handsome guys. I'm really going to shoot you. Nick Fury squeezed out a few words from his teeth, and then continued to explain. You are a Republic, and you may not know this person well. No, I know a lot about it. Isn't it Captain America? Li Chengfeng suddenly approached Nick Fury. I know all about it, but I don't know if it's true or not. Do you think Captain America had S*X with our first director Peggy Carter? Ahem, that one. Which one is that? Nick Fury's disguised cough earned him a look of contempt from Li Chengfeng. The definitely here refers to whether we have watched the stars together. Hey, do you want to watch the stars together? What do you think? I thought. I thought we were going for a drive together. Bah, you old pervert. Li Chengfeng spit on Nick Fury for a while, then finally put away his teasing expression and started talking about business with Nick Fury. So, showing me this photo is just to get me to bring this person back. That's right. Since you already know Captain America Steve Rogers, you should understand that freezing a super soldier injected with super soldier serum will not kill him. It will only put him into a state similar to hibernation, and even his already slowed aging will be almost stagnant. But as far as I know, the combat capability of super soldiers created by the super soldier serum only exceeds the limit of human beings. For the FBI, which currently has two major combat departments, the X-Men and the Star Squad, it is not urgent, right? I understand what you mean. Nick Fury shook his head, and a trace of longing appeared in his one eye. But Steve Rogers can be said to be the spiritual totem of the American General Administration. He is the benchmark of our humanity and character. He can remind us that when we are walking on the edge of the abyss, we must remember to always stay close to him and not really fall into the abyss. After hearing Nick Fury's description, Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. Captain America focuses on character and humanity. If people choose a superhero as a friend, then as long as there are no special requirements, there will be no problem in choosing Superman and Captain America. Da Chao is a god on Earth with both good character and great strength. Captain America's strength is much weaker, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with how he treats his friends. Especially in terms of leadership, the big guy from Kansas is really no match for the centenarian who fought the Nazis and Hydra in the World War. Definitely, Nick Fury wants Li Chengfeng to bring back Captain America. In addition to its symbolic significance, he also hopes that through the return of Captain America, ordinary people in the FBI can re-enter the combat sequence. Recently, the ones who have become popular in the FBI are either mutants or so-called gods. For an organization that seeks to protect ordinary people from being prematurely impacted by the real world, the proportion of ordinary people seems a little too small. In addition to Team Star, I also want to send someone to accompany you on this mission. Go with me? Who? Is it the pretty lady? Li Chengfeng instantly became interested. Is it Commander Maria Hill or Mockingjay Bird? I'm not picky. You don't want to choose? It's better not to choose. Nick Fury's face immediately lit up with joy, and Li Chengfeng could instantly see the gloating look in his one eye. He pressed the communication device on the desk and said, "Okay, come on up." A minute later, the door of the Star Team and Director Nick Fury's office was pushed open. Li Chengfeng turned around expectantly. Whether it's Maria Hill or Mockingjay Bird, they are both beautiful and sexy ladies. But seeing the appearance of the person coming and his slightly mature, bald head. "Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. I am Phil Coulson, a Level 7 agent from the American General Agency." Epsilon sad face, Omicron asterisk. "Hey, hello." Li Chengfeng instantly lost his temper and collapsed on the sofa, leaning weakly on the shoulder of Hela, who was browsing on her phone. Hela didn't mind at all, and even put her free hand around Li Chengfeng's waist. "Hey, you're getting a bit more skilled. Back then, many people in the Asgard army offered themselves to me." Hela raised her head and spoke about this topic very calmly, but asked Li Chengfeng with some doubts. But for some reason, they were all brave female warriors, and eventually they all became my personal guards. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. What L asterisk 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 in Circle's favorite. However, when he met Phil Coulson for the first time, he certainly couldn't treat him the same way he treated Nick Fury. So he immediately took off again and came in front of Phil Coulson. "I've heard a lot about you, Agent Phil Coulson. I heard that when you first entered this line of work, you worked for Nick Fury at the time. That must have been a difficult time for you. Nick Fury was once the best agent in the AIC. I'm still like that now." Nick Fury is obviously unwilling to accept his old age. The best agent right now should be Lee, even though he was seconded from the Republic General Administration. Phil Coulson always has a gentle smile on his face, which makes people feel like spring breeze. Li Chengfeng was puzzled. How could a middle-aged man, with a bald front, look handsome and not greasy at all? Temperament. Isn't it amazing? Li Chengfeng, Phil Coulson, If you two keep bullying the leader, one of you will be sent to Tibet to play games with llamas, and the other will be sent to Antarctica to play house with penguins. After Li Chengfeng teased Nick Fury as expected, the system's task came. Ding! The mission, The Frozen Perfect Man, has been released. Mission introduction. Dear Captain of the Star Team, you will follow Nick Fury's orders to go to the Arctic Glacier to rescue Captain America. But please be careful. The Arctic is not only filled with permafrost, but also with other things. Looking at the mission brief, Li Chengfeng fell silent again. He just knew it. This kind of mission has to be a little tricky. But what could there be in the Arctic? It can't be some weird Cthulhu element, right? Whether it is the Cthulhu elements of Marvel or DC, they are no match for the fairy queen behind him. From this perspective, even if there are unknown hidden elements, the difficulty should not be too great. However, there are probably not many people related to this mission. I wonder if it counts if I bring Hela along? While thinking about this, Li Chengfeng and Phil Coulson boarded the Airbus that had not taken off recently. Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, who had come to the headquarters for combat training, were already on standby on the Airbus. Ever since Hela stepped onto the Airbus, the eyes of the devil-like queen and the mentally ill queen have been glued to Hela. From time to time, he would glare at Li Chengfeng with extremely sharp eyes. Li Chengfeng sat upright, not looking around. He didn't know whether the mission was dangerous or not. No matter how dangerous it is not as dangerous as the Airbus that has descended upon the Shura field. The Star Squadron's Airbus soared above the stratosphere, flying at top speed to the inaccessible Arctic glaciers. However, Li Chengfeng's mind was completely unable to focus on the mission, because the scene at the moment was too unfriendly to him. 3 women sat on 3 sofas. The queen, like Hela, didn't care and continued to fiddle with Li Chengfeng's phone. The Airbus had its own network, so there was no need to worry about lack of signal. The Demon King-type queen and the Psychopath-type queen looked at each other, and then focused all their attention on Hela. This attitude of both opposition and cooperation is really contradictory. At first, Phil Coulson was watching the fun happily from the sidelines without any care in the world. In the end, Loki judged the situation and carried Phil Coulson out of the lounge. Li Chengfeng felt a little sad as he watched this scene. Fortunately, the Battle of New York did not happen in this universe. Otherwise, we would not be able to see such a strange sight of the murderer and the victim arm in arm. But soon, he no longer had the energy to tease Loki and Phil Coulson in his mind, because Harley Quinn pushed him directly onto the sofa and sat directly astride his legs, face to face. "My pudding, I didn't expect you to be such a playboy." Harley Quinn's eyes were full of teasing and laughter, but the words she said made Li Chengfeng shudder. "You tempted me to open a hole in Joker's head. Should I do the same to you? It was obviously you who seduced me first." "Ahem. Harley, what are you talking about? What do you mean by seduction? That's serious meltdown therapy." Li Chengfeng wanted to explain, but Harley Quinn pounced on him and bit him hard on the neck. Given his current physical condition, it didn't hurt at all, just a slight itch. It had nothing to do with violence or blood, but rather had some ambiguity. "You still say it's not seduction. You're a scumbag who won't admit it, won't refuse it, and won't take responsibility. Slander. This is blatant slander. I am such an honest FBI agent." Li Chengfeng's explanation was a bit forced. He could actually feel that what he did was indeed a bit like Aquaman. If this happened in the general administration of the Republic, the person would be punished for his work style. Definitely, the original matter was not a big deal, but the problem was the women he provoked. A bit too aggressive. Seeing that Li Chengfeng looked a little guilty, Sister Wong on the side snorted coldly, in her temperament of a beautiful villain, which was undoubtedly revealed. Li Chengfeng subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice, but subconsciously sighed. Well, after all, we're going to the North Pole, so we have to be fully armed. Ada's favorite Chong Sam, leather pants, dress, short skirt, black and white stockings, etc. can only lie in the closet and sigh that she was born at the wrong time. But who is King Ada? She could see at a glance what Li Chengfeng, a young boy who looked like Aquaman, was thinking. "I bought a pair of patent leather boots a few days ago." Ada pulled Harley Quinn off and asked Li Chengfeng to stand up. "If you like the Queen style, I can wear it for you when I get back, but now, go find Phil Coulson and Loki to have a men's tea party." After saying that, he and Harley Quinn pushed Li Chengfeng out of the rest area. If Li Chengfeng wanted to, it would be impossible for Ada Wong and Harley Quinn to drive him away. But he couldn't ask for more. Being able to escape from Shura Field is a blessing. Wow, it's incredible that I can come out alive. Loki looked at Li Chengfeng's nearly dead appearance and mocked him without any hesitation. But Li Chengfeng had long been immune to this level of ridicule. He gave him a middle finger to express his condolences, then sat down next to Phil Coulson and started talking about business. "Nick Fury asked you to join me in the excavation mission this time. It shouldn't be a spur-of-the-moment thing, right?" Li Chengfeng poured Loki and Phil Coulson each a glass of green carbonated drink named Evil Energy by Harley Quinn. No matter how unreliable he is, he will abide by the principle of not drinking alcohol during the mission. Let me guess. As a level 7 agent who has been in the industry longer than I have, you don't need me to help you improve your qualifications or anything like that, nor do I want you to join my all-star team. After clinking glasses with Phil Coulson, Li Chengfeng continued, "Then I probably want you to form another special team to take over those relatively lightweight supernatural events. The core of this new team will be Captain America designated by Nick Fury, right? I have been telling director Nick Fury that we should just find a way to change Lee's secondment to a transfer. You have a stronger overall perspective than Nick Fury and are the most suitable candidate for the next director." Ahem, don't praise me like that. I'll really be shy. Then let's stop bragging and get back to the point. I died once a few years ago. It is said that my heart stopped beating for more than a minute. Thanks to the doctors from the FBI who saved me, after I recovered from my injury and returned, Director Nick Fury did let me form a special emergency response team. At this point, Phil Coulson smiled, but his left hand subconsciously touched his chest with a lingering fear. After going through the experience between life and death and feeling that tremendous terror, I still think of it this way every time I think about it. In fact, we didn't have this plan originally, but the members of the STAR team are getting more and more out of standard. We can't just use a big gun to kill a mosquito every day, right? So the special emergency team came into being just to form a low-profile STAR team. Phil Coulson can be said to be open-minded and trusts his colleague Li Chengfeng very much. It's a far cry from the paranoid Nick Fury. Later, Li Chengfeng learned from Phil Coulson that after Nick Fury gave him the right to form a special emergency team, he had almost completed the formation. Unlike the STAR Squad is basically a pure and complete combat unit. The special emergency team is developed in all aspects, from fighters to scientists to hackers, to deal with all possible situations. Li Chengfeng originally thought that this special emergency team should be the protagonist group in the American TV series Shield Agent. But after Phil Coulson's introduction, Li Chengfeng realized that he still underestimated the magical power of the hybrid universe. First, the parts that are the same as before. Grant Ward, a level 6 agent, has the second best combat record after Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. His hidden identity is a member of HYDRA. He joined Phil Coulson's team to find the secret of Phil Coulson's resurrection, because his real boss John Garrett is dying. Skye, a reserve agent, is a genius hacker who can destroy the FBI's equipment worth hundreds of millions with just a broken laptop. Her real name is Daisy Johnson, and she is the vibrator girl who has not yet awakened. Definitely, Phil Coulson only knows the first half of the information about these two. And Leo Fitz and Gemma Simmons, the science baby duo, neither of them has changed. But the next person made Li Chengfeng's balls, which had not felt pain for a long time, restless. Second-level agent of the FBI, forensic expert, Barry Allen. Puff. This spray really scared Phil Coulson, who was handing over the documents. "Lee, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" I say, compared to him, you should ask me if I'm okay, right? Loki, who was sprayed with carbonated beverage in the face, hesitated for a long time, and finally forced a smile, waved his hand, and a magic spell cleaned his whole body. "Go away, you idiot. If you have nothing to do, just stay away." Li Chengfeng drove Loki away with disgust. Then he moved his eyes again to the pile of personnel information given by Phil Coulson. He had to confirm again. Was it true that he had not seen it wrong just now? After seeing the detailed information, it turned out that Li Chengfeng really lived in Bengbu. Born in Midtown, his father was imprisoned for murdering his mother. In order to investigate his father's injustice, he joined the forensic division of the Midtown Police Department when he grew up and was later discovered and recruited by the FBI. Judging from his appearance and experience, he is still the Barry Allen from the American TV series. It's just that at the moment Barry Allen did not obtain super speed. He was just a 22-year-old forensic expert with slow movements and excellent professional skills. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng couldn't help but look at Phil Coulson again. Isn't this freight rate a bit too good? And the FBI is indeed a much larger organization than S.H.I.E.L.D. in the comics. Could there be a bunch of superheroes and supervillains hiding in some corners who haven't awakened or whose identities have not been exposed? With this thought in mind, Li Chengfeng opened the next piece of information. The first thing that caught my eye was the face of a handsome playboy, Oliver Queen. Damn, a billionaire from Star City went out to sea with his father and his girlfriend's sister. But the ship was destroyed and everyone died, except for him who survived. He then drifted to an island called Purgatory in the southern waters of the Republic, where he witnessed a series of evil events while becoming stronger. 5 years later, he returned to Star City and became the well-known local law enforcer Green Arrow. After being contacted and recruited by the FBI, he became a level 4 agent of the FBI, on the condition that the Quinn Group will become one of the FBI's partners and would send agents to protect his mother and sister. What else can Li Chengfeng say? Just one sentence. Awesome. To be honest, the previous Barry Allen was okay. Although his speed force was outrageous, he hadn't obtained the ability yet, right? But this can be considered the complete Green Arrow. Theoretically, Green Arrow's personal ability is not inferior to Batman's. Basically, he can be regarded as a remote specialized Batman. The main gap is still in financial resources, strategies, and interpersonal relationships. Green Arrow has so many concerns, but that's why he's more like a living person than his grandfather. Where did you find these treasures? How come I have never seen or heard of them? Is Nick Fury hiding them like this? In fact, they were all members of the star team that I initially selected, but they were all rejected by director Nick Fury. Now that he asked me to form another team, I naturally accepted them with a smile. Phil Coulson's gentle smile finally revealed a hint of pride. His vision was indeed correct. Even Li Chengfeng would be dazzled when he saw these talents. If you ask me, the most suitable person to be the director is you, Phil Coulson. Li Chengfeng was not joking at all. From the perspective of judging people, you are much more suitable than Nick Fury. What can he see with his one eye? But I was discovered and promoted by director Nick Fury. Phil Coulson shook his head and smiled. He did not continue the topic, but stretched out his hand to signal Li Chengfeng to continue reading. Li Chengfeng didn't say much and opened the next and last file. Wade Wilson? Isn't that Ryan Reynolds' face in the photo? We're the miracle doctors Xylale and Li Baotian. It's just that this Ryan Reynolds, this Wade Wilson's background is completely different from the Deadpool in the comics and movies. He was only 18 years old and was a student who graduated early with honors from the old FBI Academy. Before he dropped out of Midtown High School, he was a good friend of little Spider-Man Peter Parker. After the old FBI Academy was attacked by HYDRA, he went undercover in Hydra and killed many Hydra leaders. In the end, he brought back a lot of information and was directly promoted to a 4th-level agent, codenamed Deadpool. He doesn't have the signature self-healing ability, but his other fighting skills are more advanced and powerful than the original Deadpool. However, his brain is indeed worthy of the codename. It is both eccentric and nonsensical. He never takes part in various examinations and tests within the FBI, and even deliberately takes low scores. Otherwise, with Grant Ward's ability, it would be impossible for him to surpass him and become the second person under Black Widow. And there is one thing worth mentioning. The information shows that Wade Wilson took the initiative to ask to join Phil Coulson. After reading the information about Deadpool, Wade Wilson Lee Chengfeng also had a new understanding of Phil Coulson's team. Grant Ward, Oliver Queen, Green Arrow, Wade Wilson, Deadpool, plus the old soldier stick, Steve Rogers, who is about to be dug out of the ice. This fighting power should definitely not be underestimated. As long as they are not fighting Thor or Hela with the help of various technological weapons, it should not be a problem to take down Loki. Phil Coulson, Lee Chengfeng likes to call him the god of card drawing. Loki, meow, meow, meow. May I ask, however, now that these people are backing him up, Grant Ward, the Hydra undercover, is there no need to stay in Phil Coulson's team anymore? Although it doesn't seem to cause any waves, it is still a hidden danger of some size. Are these the only ones? Lee Chengfeng put down the information and asked Phil Coulson. Yes, once we dig out Captain America Steve Rogers and wait for him to wake up, my team will be assembled. Need advice? I'm all ears. There are too many troublemakers in your team. You need someone with both ability and experience to calm the situation. Lee Chengfeng pointed at the information of Sky, Oliver, and Wade, and continued, you can't handle it alone. Although you have the qualifications and ability, you're not a notorious person. By the way, I heard that there is a high-level agent who retired from the front line in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He is my fellow countryman. You mean, definitely, it's Melinda May, the woman with the name Iron Knight. Lee Chengfeng recommended the last piece of the puzzle to Phil Coulson to form the team. I read in the file that Melinda May was originally your agent partner. With this kind of relationship, you should be able to get her out of retirement. The reason for recommending Melinda May is not only that she is indeed the person Phil Coulson's team needs, but also to fill the vacancy left by Grant Ward. That's right, Lee Chengfeng was already prepared to help Grant Ward leave dignifiedly after the mission was completed. He would never let him ruin Lee Chengfeng's plan for the Inhumans. After gaining a detailed understanding of the reasons for the establishment of Phil Coulson's team and the composition of its members, Lee Chengfeng felt more and more that his degree of freedom was a bit too much. Could this be the legendary treatment for being the top salesperson? Even if you poop a big shit on your boss's head, the boss has to smile and praise you for doing it well? Lee Chengfeng didn't know whether Nick Fury thought so or not. He only knew, after such a long time, the noisy rest area finally became quiet. Has the Shura field subsided? Could it be that Hela killed Ada Wong and Harley Quinn? Harley Quinn is not sure, but as the female agent who understands people's hearts the best, Ada Wong's vision can't be that bad, right? So Lee Chengfeng sneaked to the door of the rest area and looked inside through the crack in the door. Hela put down Lee Chengfeng's cell phone and hugged two slightly petite ladies in her left and right arms. She looked so majestic that one would think that the female bandit had robbed two wives from somewhere. The hostility that Wang Jie and Harley Quinn had towards Hela at the beginning had long disappeared. Lee Chengfeng could only see the same sentence from two pairs of eyes. The goddess of death is awesome. Damn, you also want to hang out with other ladies, right? Lee Chengfeng felt that he had to step in and interrupt. How could this hugging and embracing be so inappropriate? He is so envious. Jealousy can really tear people apart. Ahem. Ada, confirm the landing point and surrounding conditions. Harley, what are you doing with that hand? Who is such a good person and always puts his hand on someone else's chest? I see that Sister Hela's clothes are a little dirty on the chest. I'll help her rub it. Harley Quinn answered shamelessly, looking quite similar to Lee Chengfeng when he was young. Then he and Ada Wong squeezed past Lee Chengfeng. This mentally ill queen also pinched his butt and rubbed him hard. Don't you know that I only sell my art and not my body? You charge a different price. My pudding, you've been a little childish recently. Can you learn from Hela? At worst, I will let you pinch it back after the mission is over. Harley Quinn gave Lee Chengfeng a wink, then left with a smile. Bah, I don't believe you. After Lee Chengfeng finished complaining, he looked at the goddess of death Hela with resentment. It's all your fault. How did you take them down? Women love me. When Hela said this, there was no sense of boasting or even a hint of emotion, as if she was just stating a self-evident theorem. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. After a long flight, the Airbus carrying the Star team finally arrived at the target landing point. Only then did Li Chengfeng realize that this was not a deserted place. The scientific expedition team participating in the excavation mission had already set up camp here and assembled the large-scale mechanical equipment that would be needed. To be honest, Phil Coulson, if I were to do this, we could be playing mahjong on the return flight in 10 minutes at most. I had a big one last time, all the same color. A real heavenly hand. Although I don't quite understand what you're trying to say in the second half of your sentence, but Phil Coulson shrugged. You have to give us ordinary agents and the temporary recruited non-staff units something to do. You really have to get used to your position as the top combat force in the FBI. Phil Coulson's words are very realistic. The greater your ability, the greater your responsibility. But the greater your ability does not mean you have to take on everything. For example, if we dig the ice now, although it will certainly not be as fast as digging it by ourselves after turning on a green light, there will definitely be no problems if we hand it over to a professional team. But if someone like Thanos or General Zod came at this time, Li Chengfeng, as one of the FBI's top fighters, would definitely be the first to bear the brunt and fight desperately. Everyone has their own division of labor. But Li Chengfeng is not afraid that the digging will take too long. After simmering over low heat, the so-called other things in the task brief will come out and perform a high heat to collect the juice for everyone. That's true, but we're here now. Since there are more efficient excavation methods, it's useless to just watch them set up the equipment. Since we're here is a classic sentence from the Republic of Daxia. Phil Coulson probably has never been to the Republic. At most, he is familiar with Melinda May, who is from the Republic. Given May's personality, she probably wouldn't be able to say something like, "I'm here anyway." What you said makes sense. Since it can save resources and time, why not do it? Phil Coulson was definitely very happy about Li Chengfeng's words. After all, no matter how Captain America is dug out, he is only responsible for coordinating the work, not leading it. Moreover, he also wanted to meet the idol he had admired since childhood as soon as possible. Phil Coulson grew up to become an FBI agent and was also influenced by Captain America's historical deeds. He even has a Captain America card from his childhood in his suit pocket. Well, Harley sent a command to the scientific expedition team through the radio, asking them to stop the deployment of large machinery and just be on guard around the destination. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he turned around and said to Phil Coulson, "Let's go. You must want to see the most iconic superhero in the history of the American General Administration see the light of day again, right? Can I go in with you, too?" Phil Coulson understood that Li Chengfeng was going to use his ability to conduct exploration, so he was ready to wait on the ground for Li Chengfeng to bring back Captain America. But I didn't expect that his ability could take him down with him. What you're talking about is just taking someone with you. If I can't take you down, how can I get that old popsicle out from the bottom? After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he took Phil Coulson off the Airbus, followed by Hela and Loki. As soon as they got out of the air, they attracted the attention of everyone nearby. It was not because of their good looks or their strong aura, but simply because you were wearing too little. Loki was okay. At least he was wearing a dark green suit. Hela is different. Her combat uniform reveals her big shoulders. Fortunately, it was the goddess of death and the god of trickery. Otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't survive for more than a few minutes in the Arctic wearing such an outfit. Ahem. Aren't your outfits too conspicuous? Li Chengfeng also noticed this situation and quickly reminded him in a low voice. Although the FBI now has many ability personnel, there are also personnel seconded from other departments in this scientific expedition task force. Don't exaggerate. As the Asgardian most adapted to Earth's environment, Loki reacted instantly, and the emerald green magical power swept over everyone in the outer circle. After taking it back, it transformed into two fur robes with a very Western fantasy flavor on himself and Hela. They will be back to normal in 10 seconds and forget about us getting off the plane. As a magician, you finally know how to use magic to solve problems. Loki rolled his eyes at Li Chengfeng in a proud manner. He understands the truth, but magic is work, and close combat with the beloved little dagger is life. Li Chengfeng couldn't hear Loki's inner mumbling, and definitely wouldn't care even if he heard it. After suffering 2 more losses, Loki himself will know how ridiculous it is to have a magician holding 2 small daggers. He brought a few people to the area that had been marked by the Scientific Expedition Task Force. The last photo of Captain America was taken when a member of the Scientific Expedition team accidentally slipped into an ice crack. They thought they were going to die without a burial place, but they did not expect that the crack in the ice would twist and turn and lead directly to the frozen location of Captain America. After being rescued, they reported to the FBI, and then America got the news. What Li Chengfeng had to do was to dig along the extension of this ice crack. By the way, Phil Coulson, you probably haven't seen my ability yet, right? That's right. Now, all the information about you in the America General Bureau requires a level 10 agent clearance to view. I only heard Director Nick Fury describe your ability orally. It seems to be a green light. Level 10 authority? Li Chengfeng curled his lips. To be honest, Nick Fury was being a little over the top. Is he afraid that I'll be targeted by someone with ulterior motives? After all, the FBI is just the FBI and cannot influence the government's thinking. The American government has always been at odds with the FBI and has been reducing the budget for the American Bureau of Investigation every year. After all, politicians' brains are different from normal people. Phil Coulson was also helpless when he said this, so as a Republican, it is best to keep your identity as confidential as possible. Politicians? TSK, 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 got it. Li Chengfeng smiled pretentiously. But those who know him well know that he is very narrow-minded. However, after hearing these 2 sentences from Phil Coulson, Li Chengfeng made a new decision about Grant Ward's future. I originally wanted to drive him away or dispose of him harmlessly. But now, he has thought of a way to solve both problems at the same time. Driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Sun Lingjun is truly not deceiving me. Before everyone arrived at the ice crack, Li Chengfeng admitted that he had underestimated the vastness of nature. This is not a seam. If it were any bigger, it would become a canyon. Phil Coulson, tell me, with such a big crack, how careless would that expedition member have to be to fall in? Those eyes are not for seeing things, but for breathing. You really misunderstood me. Phil Coulson still had that gentle smile on his face. It can be seen from his increasingly frequent body movements that he is indeed getting more and more excited. Originally, it was just a barely noticeable crack in the ice, just enough to allow a person to disappear on the Arctic ice field. But the expedition team members slipped and fell a week ago. 2 days ago, when the expedition team was not in place, 2 earthquakes occurred in the Arctic. Although the magnitude was not large, it caused the ice shell to crack and shift, resulting in the current state. Li Chengfeng frowned. There was no earthquake in the morning or evening, but it happened to be earthquake in these 2 days. But he didn't think much about it and started transforming immediately. After the oath, Green Lantern appeared. Then Li Chengfeng, relying on the imagination of a time traveler, used the green light of his will to materialize a glacier shuttle that could move freely in the ice. After Ada Wong and Harley Quinn, who had delivered the order, came over, Li Chengfeng wrapped everyone in green light and also materialized seats and seat belts for everyone. The few people who had seen Green Lantern and the green light of will were not surprised. But Phil Coulson and Hela were extremely shocked. Phil Coulson was just generally amazed at the magic of supernatural abilities. But Hela looked deeper. The materialization and plasticity of energy is almost impossible in the Asgard's understanding of power. Moreover, this energy called green light of will is too stable and there's no risk of getting out of control at all. Maybe this power has not yet reached the strength of Level God Father, but it is probably a matter of time. What kind of power is this? What are you talking about? Li Chengfeng shook the hand wearing the Green Lantern ring. This thing is called the Green Lantern ring. It was born from the green of will in the emotional spectrum. It uses willpower as its energy source. The stronger the willpower, the stronger the Green Lantern ring. Green Lantern ring? Emotional spectrum? Willpower? Hela nodded silently. Although I have never seen this new power, I can see the stability and plasticity of this energy. I'm afraid this is the most lawful power in the so-called emotional spectrum. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but look at Hela a little more. Yes, the green of will is in the center of the emotional spectrum. It can also be called the light of order. He is truly worthy of being a top-level player at level Godfather. Even though his current strength is less than 1/5, his vision and perception are real. But what made him a little unbelievable was that Hela had actually touched his Green Lantern ring many times over the past few days. At that time, Dr. Doom was immediately chosen by the Green Lantern ring as soon as he came into contact with the green light of will. As a level Godfather who has been sealed for thousands of years, Hela can still chat and laugh with him and have an ambiguous relationship with him. No matter how you look at it, Hela must be a person with extremely strong willpower, right? But the green light furnace didn't respond at all. Could it be that it was a power that was more suitable for other emotional spectrums, so it was rejected by the Green Lantern? But think about it. Considering Hela's life experience, it seems that the power of red light and yellow light is more suitable for her. Li Chengfeng stopped worrying about this. Too many green lights are not a good thing. What if the team-killing debuff is triggered? Phil Coulson's expression immediately turned red in this even colder ice cave. Li Chengfeng glanced at him subconsciously. This guy was completely overwhelmed with passion. Phil Coulson, calm down. Your idol is still a popsicle. Even if you are Captain America's dream boy, just hold it in until you get back to the headquarters. Ahem, you are the dream man. Your whole family is dream men. Phil Coulson coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment, and then retorted to Li Chengfeng. It's really hard to imagine that America's most representative hero has been frozen in the Arctic for nearly 100 years. The most unimaginable thing is that he is still alive after being frozen for so long. I'm not questioning the strength of your American scientists, but after all, that was technology from hundreds of years ago. If this was simply the Marvel Universe, Li Chengfeng wouldn't have asked any more questions. But this is a hybrid universe after all, so Li Chengfeng thinks it is normal no matter what happens. You don't need to worry about this. When the super soldier serum was developed, the need to survive in extreme environments was taken into consideration, so it has a high tolerance to both high and low temperatures. Phil Coulson seemed to be giving Li Chengfeng some scientific knowledge in the first half of the sentence, but the second half immediately gave him away, and most importantly, the expedition member who fell had detection equipment on him, and it detected that Captain America still had vital signs. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. You should have said earlier that you had confirmed that Captain America was alive. However, Li Chengfeng would not blame Phil Coulson. After all, he knew that Phil Coulson was too excited and it was good enough that he could remember this. In short, dig the person out first. So Li Chengfeng once again released more green light of will to materialize it. A whole set of ice-breaking tools made of green light was suspended in the air, and then under the operation of Li Chengfeng, they began to chisel the permafrost around Captain America. After a series of clanging sounds, Captain America and the layer of ice around it were chiseled off. Is that all it takes? Harley Quinn was disappointed. I want to see old Popsicle come back to life. It's useless to revive on the spot. Although the person is still alive, it still takes some time for the body functions to fully recover from the hibernation state. Li Chengfeng wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. The tool materialized by the green light of his will was too sharp. The reason why he kept the thick layer of ice around his body, in addition to the reasons he mentioned, was actually because he was afraid that he would accidentally injure someone. We will be colleagues in the future. It will have a bad influence. Although Li Chengfeng was sure that with Captain America's high moral standards, he would not blame himself even if he really left injuries on him during the excavation. Ada, inform the scientific expedition team that the matter is over and they can pack up their equipment and go home. You're too late. Before we came down, I had already repatriated the scientific expedition team through the FBI's command authority. They've probably already loaded their equipment into the car and are ready to leave. King Ida had long anticipated Li Chengfeng's order. In fact, when Li Chengfeng decided to do the excavation himself, King Ida knew that it would be best not to let the scientific expedition team see what happened next. It is said that King Ada understands people's hearts. Although her personal combat capability is not outstanding in the Star Team, she is Li Chengfeng's adjutant after all, so it is not an exaggeration to say that she is an external brain. After all, Li Chengfeng has a very big imagination, and he comes up with whatever he wants. In fact, most of the details are perfected by Ada Wong. Seeing that Ida had arranged everything, Li Chengfeng nodded and directly opened the portal leading to the Airbus. What kind of ability is this? Phil Coulson's eyes widened. This was an ability that was not recorded in the information. This is teleportation magic, just a little trick. It shouldn't be recorded in the data, right? After all, it's an ability I just acquired, and this is the first time I've used it in front of you. Li Chengfeng threw an old popsicle that looked like an irregular ice coffin into the portal, and then called Phil Coulson and others to enter the portal. So Phil Coulson, Ada Wong, and Harley Quinn walked in first. Phil Coulson and Ada Wong went to the equipment room first to see if there was any equipment that could be thawed initially. The ice is too large to be transported easily. Harley Quinn's crazy and jumping brain might have been temporarily frozen by the low temperature. Instead of having fun, she prepared to go to the medical area to get a set of testing equipment to reconfirm Captain America's vital signs and status. Seeing this scene, Li Chengfeng was so moved that he almost cried. Harley Quinn actually did something serious, and it was worth it that he risked his life to become her object of affection. Every time he saw her, her neck would be kissed and nibbled. With strawberry and lipstick marks on his face every day, he has lost all his innocence. After the three agents whose physical fitness did not exceed the limits of ordinary people returned to the Airbus, Li Chengfeng turned around and prepared to call his dear goddess of death and his naughty brother, the god of trickery, back to the Airbus. But we saw the brother and sister standing next to where Captain America originally was. Now there was only a big pit left there. The brother and sister just lowered their heads and looked at the pit. Hela, Loki, we should go. No, my queen, come here. Hela didn't even raise her head and directly called Li Chengfeng over. Something is wrong here. I've already said that I don't want the position of Queen of God. Oh, forget it. What's wrong with this place? Li Chengfeng closed the portal first and prepared to go over to see what the Asgard siblings had discovered. Loki is fine, but Hela is, after all, a level godfather who is qualified to call herself a god. Her perception and reaction are at least better than his. Wait a moment. Hela raised her hand, and a night sky sword appeared from thin air. This move is similar to his use of the green light of will to concretize things. Li Chengfeng shapes the green light of will through his imagination. Hela used her own night sky sword as a mold, compressed her own divine power, and used the surrounding elements to shape it, and finally created a replica. Although it sounds a bit complicated, it actually only takes a moment. The scene of Magneto pulling up the sky, full of metal, is indeed quite terrifying, but now he is just an old man tied up in a green straitjacket. Li Chengfeng looked at Magneto and felt that something was missing. Harley Quinn ran over, rolled up some gauze from the lab, stuffed it into Magneto's mouth, and finally sealed it with a piece of tape. Finally, Li Chengfeng used a layer of green light of will as a barrier to completely isolate Magneto from the outside world. Sure, how did you know I wanted to gag him? When I was in the kidnapping business, I had to do this. I learned it after watching it many times. The conversation between Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn made the surrounding X-Men look at them strangely. Brother, we are from the FBI and we eat public food. How come you are so skilled in the methods of criminals? Ada Wong did not join in Harley Quinn's daily cuteness. She always felt that the layout of the castle was a bit strange. The inner and outer spaces seem a bit unequal, which means there's a secret passage going down here. King Ada finally found the switch of the secret passage and continued. Usually, the tunnels in this kind of ancient castle have only two uses, escape or secret dungeon. Li Chengfeng looked at King Ada in shock. Sister Wong is really a person who does great things quietly, but it would be better if she could listen to me and change into white stockings. But Li Chengfeng immediately put this thought behind his mind, because the leather pants and long boots were really sexy. Using the green light of will to hold Magneto in the air in front of you, you can keep an eye on him and provide lighting at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Although the tunnel spirals downward, it is not very long, and we reach the bottom quickly. What came into their sight was a high-tech cell that was totally out of place in the ancient bunker. And a handsome but somewhat evil man stood inside. At this moment, he spread his hands and said speechlessly, "Okay, a new group of people has arrived. Do you also want to receive divine revelation from the great god of trickery?" These are the first words Loki uttered in the cell, which immediately stunned the X-Men. "Did you hear that? He just said he was God." "I heard you, Emma. There's no need to make such a fuss. I've lived for so many years, and I've seen many mentally ill people who claim to be gods." "Logan, you've lived a long time, right? Do you think you can compete with Raven?" "I won't compare my age with an old woman. Who is like her? She is obviously very old, but she claims to be only over 200 years old like me. God knows if she wants to eat me, a young grass." "Logan, shut up. You think you're a jerk? Isn't Lee much more jerk than you? He was 25 years old, in the prime of his life. Just be a bit more virtuous. You are old enough to be someone's ancestor." But as the topic became more and more off-topic, even Loki in the cell rolled his eyes. "These earthlings are so noisy." Li Chengfeng rubbed his eyes and looked carefully at Loki in the cage. Yes, it was Loki himself. When he searched the FBI database for major events that had occurred in this world, he learned that a Loki invasion had also occurred in this world. It was just that it was Metropolis that chose to invade, but it was ended directly at the source by the big guy from Kansas. So there was no Metropolis war. But after the invasion, Loki disappeared completely, and even the FBI had no news of him. Although I had seen Loki's scepter in the Research Institute before, I didn't expect that Loki was really staying in the dungeon of this Hydra Research Institute. What to say? A pleasant surprise? First of all, we in the Republic don't believe in foreign gods. Li Chengfeng walked forward and knocked on the cell window. Secondly, I've never heard of any god being arrested by a group of pyramid schemers. Ahem, kid, my power comes from the scepter. As long as you release me and take back my scepter, I can even give you the whole world. Can you as Guardians brag a little? Do you think Earth is a prehistoric civilization? You should have told me earlier that you knew I was from Asgard. Do you think I am not ashamed to make up such a story? Loki saw that his identity was directly exposed, so he did not insist. But to be honest, to Asgard, even the current Earth is not much different from prehistoric civilization. Li Chengfeng looked at the awkward Loki in the room and wholeheartedly agreed with the nickname given to Loki by fans. The Second Princess. It turns out that there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Pure and arrogant during adolescence. Li Chengfeng once again signaled Ada Wong to use his strengths to find the switch to open the cell. Before that, he still needed to find out some things. Okay, now that we have informed each other of our identities, I will ask you a few questions. If you answer well, I can consider releasing you. Are you going to kill me if I don't answer well? I really don't recommend you to do this, otherwise your Earth will face the invasion of the Asgard army. Li Chengfeng knew that Loki was telling the truth. Even though he is not Odin's biological son, Odin's attitude towards Loki can even be described as pampering. As the son of Odin's mortal enemy, giants of Jotunheim Lauf, Odin treated him as his own son and sealed the giants of Jotunheim characteristics in Loki, making him no different from an Asgardian. Although the seal is temporarily ineffective when Loki comes into contact with a power of the same origin, he only looks like an Asgardian with blue skin. In fact, this shows that Odin did not hesitate to use the power of Level God Father to permanently change Loki's physical characteristics. How could that be? Dear God of Trickery Loki Odinson, I just think it's a waste to transfer you from one cell to another. Li Chengfeng rubbed his hands, like an old profiteer who was ready to deceive the naive, rich second generation. How about this? On behalf of the FBI, I will sign a 150-year employment contract with you and hire you as a high-level agent of the FBI. Hire? Are you kidding? Although Loki said this, Li Chengfeng could tell from his impatient body movements. He was absolutely moved. Loki may be scheming and scheming, but he is definitely not a patient person. Even if he was sent back to Asgard to be spanked by Odin, it would be better than staying in this pure white cell. A cell or limited freedom. Choose one. Li Chengfeng didn't argue with him anymore. He turned around and told the X-Men to leave. Okay, 150 years is 150 years. I'll sign a contract with you. It's too late. Because you hesitated a little, the price has now increased to 200 years. If you were a profiteer like you would be hung on the top of a tower in Asgard and dried in the sun. Fine, I'll sign for 200 years. What did you find? How come you even found a sword? Li Chengfeng's heart trembled and his expression became more serious. He still remembered the other things mentioned in the system task introduction. Could it be that Hela's stronger perception perceived something? Hela did not answer Li Chengfeng's question, but instead mobilized her divine power, controlling the night sky, sword to penetrate straight into the center of the deep pit, constantly going straight down. Then he said to Li Chengfeng, "Control the green light of will to follow night sky's sword, and then increase the frequency to illuminate everything below." Hearing this, Li Chengfeng did not hesitate. He adjusted the brightness of the green light of will to the maximum, and then extended it all the way downward along the hole made by Night Sky's sword. After going down about 10 meters, Li Chengfeng felt that the green light of will had touched the seawater under the ice. Then, the green light of will illuminated the glacier and the sea. Facing the dazzling green light, an eye as big as the ice beneath his feet suddenly opened. Li Chengfeng was stunned for less than half a second. Then he immediately turned on the communicator and shouted, "Take off now. Quick, F***K. There's a big starfish here." After Li Chengfeng sounded the alarm, he immediately opened the portal, kicked Loki in, and then took Hela's hand and rushed in while she wasn't paying attention. On the other side of the portal was the open space in front of the Airbus. After Li Chengfeng rushed out of the portal, he immediately began to observe the situation around him. "Li Chengfeng, you asked me to enter the portal. How could I not enter? Do you think you would kick me in a ***? Shut up, you arrogant girl. If you keep talking, I'll instigate your sister to beat you up." When Loki heard this, although his face was still full of indignation, he closed his mouth obediently. There is no way. He had no feelings for his adopted elder sister, but Li Chengfeng could be regarded as her savior. Moreover, her elder sister now called Li Chengfeng "my queen of gods," which showed that she had begun to treat Li Chengfeng as her own. And the most important thing is, he can't beat either of them, and if he continues talking, it might lead to a mixed doubles fight between men and women. After confronting Loki, Li Chengfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ada ordered the scientific expedition team to return home before going down the ice crack. At this time, the vehicles of the scientific expedition team had already left for a considerable distance. At least now, I don't have to rescue people first. It is indeed a life form of huge amounts. I have been able to feel a slight pulsation since I first entered the ice cave. At first I thought there was something wrong with the frozen human, but later I found out that it was not him, but came from directly below him. Hela was not nervous at all. Instead, she was excited because her perception was correct. She turned around and asked Li Chengfeng, "There are such huge creatures in the Arctic of Midgard. How many surprises are there that the future king of Asgard doesn't know about?" "Dear Majesty Hela, this creature is not from Earth." Li Chengfeng shrugged and began to introduce the origin of the sea star below. "This thing is called Starro. It is a cosmic monster with intelligence. It constantly wanders among the stars to find the most suitable parasitic environment for it." Parasitic? Yes, it is a parasitic organism. If it finds a suitable environment, it will asexually reproduce countless parasitic spores through its own division and use them to control and enslave local native species. No matter which planet in the universe it is on, it will cause considerable damage. What makes Starro different from other cosmic monsters is that those monsters only know how to forage and destroy based on their instincts. The damage caused by a single monster is actually quite limited. But Starro's goal is to parasitize and control the local native population at the top of the food chain. so that he can directly occupy the original ecological niche and then exploit and destroy the planet's ecology and resources. To put it simply, the former smash and destroy things and then leave, while the latter does not smash or destroy things but lives in your house and takes your monthly salary. The main focus is on sustainable development. After all, if ordinary people are parasitized by spores and are not treated in time, they will not live long. Just as he finished speaking, Ada Wong's voice came from the communicator, about the Airbus up and hovering in the distance. What on earth is going on? What big starfish? What are you talking about? Although Ada usually likes to tease and flirt with Li Chengfeng when performing tasks, she is definitely the most reliable person around Li Chengfeng, no doubt about it. Just the fact that he immediately followed Li Chengfeng's incoherent words and took off was already perfect. Li Chengfeng was about to respond when he heard a loud boom sound under his feet, followed by a violent vibration. The next moment, huge amounts of purple and blue starfish broke out of the ice. Li Chengfeng immediately surrounded himself with green light of will for defense and stepped lightly on the huge ice blocks that were blown away, instantly creating distance between him and himself. Although Loki is not very good, he is only compared with Li Chengfeng and his cheap sister. Although Starro is terrifying, dodging heavy and clumsy attacks is a piece of cake for him. Hela didn't even bother to dodge, but floated in the air, and hundreds of identical night sky swords condensed around her body in an instant. Under the sharp sword light, huge amounts of ice cubes turned into ice powder all over the sky as soon as they came into contact with it. Li Chengfeng looked into Hela's eyes, his joy evident in his eyes. That's right, the goddess of death Hela is the commander of the Asgard army. She leads the army to conquer the 9 realms. She is a serious super fighter. It's no problem to say that she is a warmongerer. Such a god has been trapped in the sealed dimension for thousands of years. The warlike genes in his bones must have been suppressed and screaming. And this big starfish in front of me is simply the best object to vent my emotions. This is also the reason why Li Chengfeng was only worried about the ordinary people who were parasitized by Starro's spores and met with accidents, but was not worried about the threat posed by such a monster that was nearly 100 meters tall. It's just a cosmic monster, let alone Hela, a powerful level godfather. Even Loki could be defeated if he gave up the ridiculous close combat with those 2 small daggers and made reasonable use of the magic from all over the 9 realms that he was proficient in. After all, Starro in the movie and Suicide Squad were able to be dealt with by him. Although the one in the movie is definitely much weaker than the Starro in front of us, Suicide Squad is also weaker than Loki. A space monster being killed by a pack of rats is quite absurd for both sides. You are all slaves. At this moment, a sharp voice suddenly exploded in the minds of several people. Li Chengfeng and Loki looked at each other. This thing is definitely stronger than the version in the movie, and it even has some innate telepathy ability. But judging from the way he took a breath after saying every 2 words, it could be used to pass on a message at most. Perhaps if he had come 1,000 years earlier, he would have been worshipped as a god in the Western world, and the Cthulhu mythology created by Lovecraft must have been inspired by him, but now he can only cut into pieces by a true goddess. Li Chengfeng did not take action, but stood with Loki and watched Hela cut the huge amounts of starfish into starfish pieces bit by bit. Hundreds of night sky swords flew up and down like arms. The sharpness blessed by the power of Asgard was not something a big starfish could withstand. So the big starfish was sent. Apart from the fact that it appears to be a bit cool when it first appears, it lacks the oppressive power of a monster at all. After all, it is a battle between beast and god. But even so, Li Chengfeng still had a sigh at the power of level godfather. Even at the lowest point in his life, he still has this kind of fighting power. Even Li Chengfeng felt that even if he tried his best, he might not be able to defeat Hela, who was easily damaged. After all, the greatest fighting forces in his hands now are the Green Lantern Ring, the Diamond Form, and Loki's physical fitness. But apart from these level godfather characters, there is no problem in beating up Thor, Loki, Tony Stark. Soon, the Sea Star Starro landed in various places within 100 meters. Hela still stood proudly in the air. The anguish of not having fought for thousands of years vanished with her queenly laughter. Hee hee, space monster, that's it? Is he completely dead? Li Chengfeng looked at the fragments of Starro that had stopped moving and raised his head to ask Hela. I killed him completely. As the goddess of death, I can guarantee that I even cut his twisted soul into pieces. Hela fell to the ground from the sky and smoothed her hair with her hands. The ice powder that had stuck to her hair during the fight evaporated instantly. Although this battle was not high intensity for Hela, she was still quite satisfied. This so-called Starro has brought her the long-lost comfort. It can be said that after 1,000 years, it was only at this moment that I regained the feeling of fighting. Completely dead? Li Chengfeng scratched his hair and muttered in confusion. Shouldn't it? If I were completely dead, my mission would be accomplished, right? He also dug out Captain America. The so-called other things, that is, Starro was also killed by Hela, but the system didn't respond at all. Do we have to melt the ice that is wrapping Captain America? Li Chengfeng frowned and turned on the communicator again. Li Chengfeng, are you okay? What happened to the big starfish just now? Can this thing be eaten? Harley Quinn's excited voice immediately came from the communicator. Li Chengfeng's eyes twitched. It turned out that Harley could only be relied on for a short while. Harley, don't get excited. It's just a space monster. Huh? Space monster? I thought it was some kind of P***in monster or something. Boring. By the way, what can I do for you? What's going on in your head? Never mind. Have you finished checking Captain America's vital signs? Li Chengfeng gave up trying to follow Harley Quinn's random thoughts and asked directly. We had already done it when you asked us to take off. Our metabolism is almost at a standstill, but we are definitely still alive. Then you can start melting the ice now. Just now, Ada and the former bald guy have cleared away all the ice that was wrapping the old popsicle. Harley's answer stunned Li Chengfeng. Even if Captain America is completely rescued, Starro is definitely deader than dead. The mission has not been completed yet, so there is really only one last possibility. This so-called other thing is not Starro. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng felt a little bit depressed. Damn system. It has to hide something when sending out a task brief. Now that's better. Where does he find this something else? But there was no point in staying here. So Li Chengfeng simply opened the portal and returned to the Airbus with Hela, Loki, and his sister. As soon as I entered the Airbus, I saw a scene of a giant horse. Phil Coulson is taking a selfie with Captain America, who is lying in the medical cabin. He also took out the Captain America card from his inner pocket and took a photo with Captain America. Li Chengfeng looked at Harley Quinn, who was making coffee in the laboratory, and asked with a bit of smile, how long has he been like this? Let me think about it. He had already started when the big starfish appeared. He was so focused that he didn't even notice the big starfish. Damn, no matter whether you are male or female, young or old, you'll go crazy if you succeed in chasing a star, right? Even middle-aged agents like Phil Coulson are no exception. Phil Coulson, stop being crazy. Li Chengfeng couldn't bear it any longer, so he rushed forward and had a friendly fight with Phil Coulson, slapping him back to life. Li, did you just slap me? No one touched you? Are you crazy with excitement after seeing Captain America? This is not what an agent should do. I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. It seems that Phil Coulson was really a little crazy just now. When Li Chengfeng said that he didn't beat him, he actually believed it. While rubbing his face, he continued, since we have successfully rescued Captain America, let's go back next. Return trip? Return the hammer. You, old man, have succeeded in chasing your idol, but I haven't completed my mission yet. Just when Li Chengfeng was still thinking of a reason to stay in the Arctic for a while longer, Ada Wong's voice suddenly came through the broadcasting system in the Airbus. Everyone, gather in the combat meeting room. There was a hint of disbelief in King Ada's tone. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately came to the combat meeting room. King Ada didn't say a word, but directly turned on the electronic projection. This was discovered after Airbus reached this altitude. In the projection, there was actually a pyramid-like building made up of ice crystals. Li Chengfeng frowned, feeling that this thing looked a little familiar. We didn't find this building when we came here because it can only be observed from this height. From other heights, we can only see an ice field. And the radars of various countries have never been able to detect this building. Maybe this is some kind of alien relic surrounded by shielding technology from higher technology, but this point is the only coincidental loophole. Ada Wong was analyzing, and when she mentioned alien ruins, Li Chengfeng shuddered all over. Oh shit, Arctic, pyramid-like buildings built with crystals. Isn't this the Fortress of Solitude of the big guy from Kansas? If Li Chengfeng wasn't reluctant, he would have slapped himself twice. What's wrong with forgetting? Forget that the Arctic is the big guy's territory. Wait, the Fortress of Solitude seems to have an automatic sensing system. If someone enters or affects the Fortress of Solitude, it will send an alarm to the big guy. Although Hella's destruction of Starro didn't make much of a fuss, but Starro, that lousy cosmic starfish, caused huge amounts of vibration when he broke through the ice. This must have activated the Fortress of Solitude's automatic sensing system. So if nothing unexpected happens, the big guy will receive the message. Two terrifying life entities are fighting near the Fortress of Solitude. And most importantly, today is a holiday. The big guy is probably at home. Just come when you say it. The fastest speed of the big guy's flight can reach superluminal speed. He obviously won't use this extreme speed in the atmosphere, but it is still much faster than an airplane. Fortunately, there was no impact on his Fortress of Solitude. Otherwise, he would have to face a mature big guy. Li Chengfeng said, "I am still a child. I can't stand the big guy. By the way, I have already released 3 drones to take pictures and take samples of this building." What the hell? 3 drones? After hearing what King Ida said, Li Chengfeng was dumbfounded. King Ada was also startled by Li Chengfeng's inexplicably loud voice. He was a little confused for a moment and asked weakly, Three drones are not enough?" Li Chengfeng smiled bitterly and did not explain. "Well, I think it's too little." After saying that, he called up the real-time monitoring screen of the drone and saw that the drone was getting closer and closer to the Fortress of Solitude. Suddenly, a shadow flashed across the 3 cameras at the same time, and then the signal was lost. Li Chengfeng slapped his forehead. Damn it! While others around were still wondering why the camera had no signal, Hella suddenly looked towards the door of the Airbus. The hatch was opened by pure force, and a big man in a blue tight suit came in with 3 drones, then immediately closed the hatch tightly. The main character is both violent and polite. "Hey guys, are these little toys buzzing around my house yours? Is the Arctic land in your name?" No, but... "No, that's fine. Is there any problem with us sending drones to conduct exploration in the unowned Arctic?" "It seems not. Then shouldn't you apologize to us and compensate us for the drone?" "Do I look like a fool to you? You look like Clark Kent, whose ancestral home is Krypton and whose birthplace is Kansas." When Li Chengfeng saw the big guy really appear, he was not actually scared. He is from the FBI's All-Star Squad, and they do things right. There is no way the big guys would make things difficult for them. At most, there was a sudden earthquake near his home, and he found a drone taking pictures of his house, so he came to ask. After Li Chengfeng said Dazilio's real name, his eyes just widened a little, and there was no special reaction. Can it even be said that it was within his expectations? You're not surprised at all? Bruce Wayne has mentioned you a lot recently. Agent Li Chengfeng. Clark Kent put the wreckage of the drone aside and sat down on a sofa in a familiar manner. Except for Li Chengfeng and Harley Quinn, everyone looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Li Chengfeng looked at Harley Quinn with some shock. The reason why he was calm was because he knew Clark Kent. When did Harley become so tough? Just as I was thinking about this, Harley Quinn moved. He walked straight forward, pulled the little tuft of hair on Clark Kent's forehead. Clark Kent, when did you develop this habit of wearing tights? Senior Harleen Quinzel, long time no see. Long time? Bullshit. Didn't you come to visit me with Bruce Wayne when I was locked up in Arkham Asylum? TSK. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize you if you were wearing glasses? Ahem. It is necessary for us to hide our identities. Li Chengfeng looked at Harley Quinn talking to Clark Kent, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Oh my God, could the connections of Harley Quinn in this world be any more terrifying? The DC Universe's biological son and the DC Universe's biological father are all her friends? There is no justice in this world. Agent Lee, you may not know much about our relationship. Clark Kent nodded to Lee Chengfeng, ignoring Harley Quinn, who was looking for scissors. Louise, Harleen Quinzel, and I are alumni of the same university. When I was a freshman, Louise and Harleen Quinzel were already juniors. Lee Chengfeng blinked. Invincible. Really invincible. The amount of information in these two sentences is simply explosive. I met the big couple in college, and then I met Bat Boy after graduation. Now he's trying to take me away completely. No, you are the protagonist, right? Also, it is known that Lois is 31 years old, so Clark Kent, who is 2 years younger, is probably around 28 or 29 years old. However, how can Superman, who is less than 30 years old, be close to maturity? It seems a bit like cheating. So you and Lois are still in a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. Well, how should I put it? I don't really want to associate our affairs with age. This will give people a stereotype. Don't listen to his nonsense. Harley Quinn didn't find the scissors and sat down next to Lee Chengfeng, a little unhappy. After hearing Clark Kent's words, she began to mock him directly. Clark Kent, when you mention Lois, you tend to talk nonsense. People who don't know would think that the two of them have been in love for a long time. In fact, there has not been even a decent confession from college to now. Harley Quinn's contemptuous look made this big guy, who was less than 30 years old, blush like a child whose lie was exposed. But Lee Chengfeng was not calm. What? You and Lois aren't together yet. Agent Lee is very familiar with Lois. Why do you ask? Ahem. I have definitely heard of the reputation of the great reporter Lois. But the reason I care about this is because I think you and Lois are a perfect match. Lee Chengfeng approached the big guy and said mysteriously, "Since you have always admired Lois, you should know the existence of Tony Stark, right?" The big guy was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Lee Chengfeng, as a high-level agent of the FBI, would be so gossipy and kind to others. As a reporter for the Daily Planet, he often met with people from various public institutions. Except for the FBI, almost all institutions had a natural contempt and fear for the media. However, the FBI people he met several times were completely different. They were all approachable and very down-to-earth. After all this fuss, is this the style of the entire FBI? But when Lee Chengfeng mentioned Tony Stark's name, Clark Kent's eyes changed. Although there's no intention to kill, there is definitely no good attitude. Definitely knows Tony Stark. Lois, and I did an interview with him. Since then, Tony Stark has been pestering Lois and even bought a stake in the Daily Planet to get closer to her. Look, if you don't hurry up and confess, there will be more people around Louise. After all, she is a very attractive woman. Tony Stark is not the first, and he won't be the last. Then, what should I do? Have you seen Harleen Quinzel? Have you seen the Asian lady next to her? Have you seen the big sister who has been glaring at you with dangerous eyes? I can handle them with ease. Don't worry, I have my advice for you. Loki felt a little annoyed when he saw Lee Chengfeng patting Clark Kent's shoulder confidently. These two people stand out in that one dares to teach and the other dares to believe. Lee Chengfeng was whispering with Clark Kent, but the gods and agents beside him finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the man known as Clark Kent really has no hostility. Sister, is this man named Clark Kent really that strong? Loki lowered his voice and whispered to Hela beside him. Although he was knocked flying by a punch from a man with an S sign on his chest, he was still somewhat curious about his strength. Very strong. Hela frowned and gave Loki a brief answer. But after thinking for a while, he added another sentence. I can feel that if he goes all out, I will have almost no chance of fighting back now. Loki's breath hitched. There was almost no ability to fight back. Even if my father came to Midgard in person, my eldest sister would not be powerless to fight back, right? What if it's on the land of Asgard? If I stand on the land of Asgard, awaken my army of the dead with the eternal fire, and hold Mjolnir and Gungnir, I may be able to hold on for a while, but the final outcome is already determined. The Asgard people actually have one very good commonality. That means you might be stubborn, but he never speaks harshly. In an Airbus hovering over the Arctic, the atmosphere in the rest area has reached a tense level at this moment. Everyone's face was red and they were arguing, except for Hela and Clark Kent. Hela was shocked by Clark Kent at the beginning, but now she is so bored that she picks up Li Chengfeng's phone again to check the Republic's Weibo. Although Clark Kent was not overwhelmed, he was a little at a loss and looked at Hela for help. Young god of the world, you have to get used to these inexplicable disputes. I really can't get used to it. Clark Kent smiled wryly. Phil Coulson in front of me changed his gentle and elegant appearance, took off his suit jacket, loosened his tie, rolled up his shirt cuffs, and put away his watch. He slammed the table and pretended to have a fight with Li Chengfeng. Since Clark Kent has feelings for Lois, why can't he just confess his feelings to her? Does he have to wait until he dies once, so that they can never meet again? Phil Coulson yelled, his eyes red. He thought of his girlfriend Audrey before his sacrifice, a gentle and intellectual cello player, who could even be said to be the white moonlight that illuminated Phil Coulson's entire career as an agent. But with his previous death, he was destined to never appear in front of Audrey again. Normally, he could definitely suppress his emotions. But today, there were too many emotional ups and downs, especially when Li Chengfeng inexplicably started discussing the relationship between Clark Kent and Lois, and asked him what he thought as an older senior. What do you think? Phil Coulson said he sees with his eyes. So Phil Coulson and Li Chengfeng actually started arguing with each other about Clark Kent's emotional issues. Later, even King Ada and Loki joined the battle after they were affected. Only Harley Quinn is in this for fun. She kept saying brother is right. Me too. Harley Quinn, support you with my real name. Although Lois has many suitors around her, Clark Kent is definitely the most special one. In addition, Lois is a well-known, career-oriented woman, so she should take her time and not rush into things, and then use the identity of Superman to drive away other suitors. Li Chengfeng grinned and sneered. As the saying goes, all is fair in war. You are cheating on me. You are a cheating scumbag. After hearing this, Ada twisted her slender waist and gave Li Chengfeng a fierce spinning kick. Aren't we discussing other people's problems? You're doing this on purpose. Don't take this opportunity to vent your anger on me, Ada. You short-lived humans are too superficial. What's the point of talking about love? Ruling the universe is the destiny of us Asgard gods. Get lost, old man. After everyone despised Loki, the scene became extremely intense. Clark Kent looked at everyone in confusion, not knowing whose advice to follow. Hela looked up. The aura of kingship emanated instantly. Clark Kent, the god from outside the Nine Realms. Although your power is extremely strong, your mind cannot match your power for the time being. Hela put down her phone and continued, I am thousands of years older than you, and I will give you a piece of advice. Ms. Hela, please go ahead. Don't be influenced by others. Just follow your heart. Follow your heart. I understand, Ms. Hela. Clark Kent's frown finally relaxed. He nodded gratefully to Hela, then opened the hatch in the same way and left. It still has that unique style of being both violent and polite. What do you understand? I don't understand anything. Hela curled her lips. Thousands of years of wisdom are not only used in fighting and war. Okay, stop acting. The moment Clark Kent left the house, he left directly on the highway. As soon as Hela finished speaking, everyone stopped. Phil Coulson was adjusting his suit, and Li Chengfeng stretched lazily. King Ada walked forward to check whether the drone storage device could be restored. Loki walked aside and poured a martini that could only be drunk after the mission was completed. Only Harley Quinn was still out of the loop. Hey, why don't you guys stop arguing? Keep going. I just felt something. Holy gold. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes at Harley Quinn. The reputation of the mentally ill queen was well-deserved. Oh, the look in your eyes just now really makes me a little unable to stop. Oh, excuse me, everyone. I have to go see if I brought spare shorts. Harley Quinn uttered a bunch of threatening words in front of everyone, then hurried to her room on the Airbus. Sure, Phil Coulson, your acting is great. I actually thought you were red hot. Yes, that's right. This is all my acting. Are you really expressing your feelings? Li Chengfeng looked at Phil Coulson with a questioning look in his eyes. Which woman are you obsessed with? How could that be? I'm a cold-blooded, high-level FBI agent. Looking at Phil Coulson, who was forcing a smile, Li Chengfeng's mouth twitched slightly. We guys are putting on an impromptu show to fool the big guy. Why did you take it for real? Nick Fury really needs to pay more attention to the mental state of FBI agents. Lee, the memory of these 3 drones has been destroyed. As expected, Clark Kent is just relatively innocent. He's not an idiot. Li Chengfeng is no longer interested in the Fortress of Solitude. Now that I have officially met the big guy, I may have to continue dealing with him in the future. Maybe the Avengers and the Justice League can start forming. Or just set up a Justice Avengers? This is definitely just an idea. There is no crisis in the level universe that can make these superheroes who usually work alone cooperate. Okay, Ada, set the course. We really should go back this time. With the automatic route set, the Airbus finally came out of hovering. The Airbus model is relatively old and consumes a lot of fuel in hovering state. This time when he returns, Li Chengfeng has already made up his mind that he must extort more funds from Nick Fury. As the Airbus flew high into the sky and completely left the Arctic, the system prompt finally sounded. Ding! The mission, the Frozen Perfect Man, has been completed. Quest-related characters: Phil Coulson, Captain America, Loki, Hela, Superman. Obtaining Phil Coulson's Kree blood. Get Captain America's Super Soldier Serum. Get Loki's Astral Projection. Obtain Hela's Necromancer. Get Superman's Thermal Vision. How to describe Li Chengfeng's mood? Comfortable. Although I still don't understand how the system selects the characters associated with the task. But this time at least it shows that the same character can be selected again. Plus there are some big guys in the prize pool. That person will definitely not choose a garbage ability. And in terms of results, it even exceeded Li Chengfeng's expectations. First up is Phil Coulson. Although Phil Coulson is a very charming person, Li Chengfeng originally thought that Phil Coulson would not be able to contribute any ability in terms of combat effectiveness. The result was Kree blood. This is the key to unlock the ability of the alien. That is to say, after possessing Kree blood, as long as he finds a Terrigen crystal, he can unlock his own inhuman ability. I can't say it's that strong, but compared to Phil Coulson's agent skills, which aren't that strong, it's definitely an SSR. As for Captain America's Super Soldier Serum, it goes without saying that it is another wave of comprehensive enhancement of physical fitness. Simple and unpretentious, but effective in becoming stronger. Then there's Loki's Astral Projection and Hela's Necromancy. Astral Projection is difficult to understand just by looking at the name, but directly translating it into Soul Astral, which retains power, is much more intuitive. The necromancy magic belonging to the goddess of death is naturally powerful, but the style is not very suitable for the image of the FBI. However, Li Chengfeng will definitely not use it in areas with a relatively dense population. The undead are probably more likely to cause panic than supervillains. Finally, there is Thermal Vision. Among Superman's many bug abilities, it is not outstanding, but it is one of Superman's most commonly used abilities. Not only does it have an output far exceeding that of Cyclops, but it can also perform many subtle operations by adjusting the amount of energy, such as cleaning and suturing wounds. For Li Chengfeng originally, this ability made up for the problem that he lacked a special means of long-range attack, except for the Green Lantern ring. That's wonderful. So you're saying that this guy called Superman has an alien fortress like the pyramids in the Arctic? Nick Fury widened his one eye and asked Li Chengfeng in disbelief. That's true, but don't have any bad intentions. Li Chengfeng was not going to tolerate Nick Fury. Let me put it this way. There is no one in the world who can afford to offend this gentleman. My suggestion is to clear this memory from your mind so that you don't commit suicide and drag us all into it. Not really. The goddess of death beside you. Nick Fury is clearly unwilling to give up. That's an alien fortress. How much high-tech technology is inside that is beyond the technological level of this world? not to mention taking them all, even if we can only get 1 or 2 out of them. That will allow human technology to reach a new level. Nick Fury, I warn you again, don't put all of us in danger. Li Chengfeng's expression was more serious than ever before. Superman is the god on Earth given by God. As long as you don't think of using him or the people around him, he is an absolutely good person. He is not stingy in using his abilities to help anyone who is in trouble. But once you make this god on Earth extremely disappointed in people, he will no longer be merciful. Li Chengfeng is not talking nonsense. Bu Yichao's experience is there for everyone to see. If that kind of thing really happened, Li Chengfeng would definitely go to the Republic with his relatives and friends. Fury, Agent Li is right. As long as we don't cross his bottom line, he will be a completely harmless good guy. Bayadin nodded in agreement. White duck eggs have telepathy ability and have seen many evil human hearts, so they naturally understand human nature better than black salted eggs. Oh well, black salted egg touched his bald head. Li Chengfeng knew that he had not given up completely, but Nick Fury would probably not have any more ideas before he had a great opportunity. That's all for this mission. I'm leaving now. What the hell did you report? You just told me about that Superman, didn't you? Isn't this the most important thing? Where's Captain America? The medical department is lying down. Where's Phil Coulson? The photo of him hugging his ex-girlfriend in the bathroom is emo. Okay, go now. Black Braised Egg quickly waved goodbye to the guest. He was afraid that if Li Chengfeng stayed any longer, he would have to take 2 quick-acting heart pills imported from the Republic. This time, Li Chengfeng did not go home directly. Instead, he entrusted Hela to Sister Wong and Harley Quinn, letting these 3 queens play by themselves. Then he took Loki to drag Phil Coulson out of the bathroom on the 31st floor, and they quickly came to the Air Command Center of Phil Coulson's team. Although the Airbus was handed over to Li Chengfeng by Nick Fury, there's still many Air Mobile Command Post SHIELD with similar specifications. Li, you've already read their information, so I won't introduce them to you one by one. Li Chengfeng looked at the faces in front of him, some excited and some calm, and quickly identified their identities. Hello, Agent Li Chengfeng. You and Star Team have become legends throughout the FBI. Fitz, please don't stutter at this time. Agent Li, I heard that you have a very strong self-healing ability. I wonder if I can have the honor of extracting some of your body tissue for research. The first to rush up were naturally the Science Babies duo. Li Chengfeng smiled. These 2 people had the unique temperament of clerical agents. Especially Gemma Simmons. This statement definitely has the potential to be that of a mad scientist. Fitz, take Gemma away and calm her down. Phil Coulson gave a wry smile. These 2 science babies are good at everything except that they tend to get overly excited. It's okay, Phil Coulson. Li Chengfeng smiled. Not all of your people are here. Where's Grant Ward? Reporting to Agent Li. Sky stepped forward and replied calmly. Agent Grant Ward is staying alone in the rest area. He is still struggling with whether to join this team. Oh, really? Then I'll go meet him. Phil Coulson, Captain America has been in the medical department for a long time, and he should be waking up soon. You'd better take the members of the team with you. That old popsicle has been frozen for nearly 100 years, and he will definitely be stressed when he wakes up. Li Chengfeng waved to everyone and walked towards the rest area. Halfway through the walk, he leaned back and said to Sky, "Little sister, next time you want to watch it, just watch it openly. There's no need to hide it." After saying that, without caring about Sky's instantly red face, he went straight to the rest area of the Air Mobile Command Center. Along the way, he also turned off all the monitoring facilities. Hello, Grant Ward. As a member of HYDRA, is it really not stressful to sit here? What are you talking about? Agent Li Chengfeng. I'm just drinking a beer here alone. The acting skills of this scumbag Grant Ward were perfect. Even when he was suddenly attacked, he did not reveal any flaws. Li Chengfeng had to admit that if he was not a time traveler, he would have been fooled by this grandson. Don't pretend. If you pretend for too long, you might end up believing it yourself. Li Chengfeng sat down next to Grant Ward and whispered softly in his ear, "Assassination, infiltration, lurking, you are one of the best FBI agents and one of the best Hydra agents." Grant Ward smiled when he heard this, but his hand had already pulled out the silver Glock from his waist. It's just that Li Chengfeng is much faster than him. At the moment he drew his gun, Li Chengfeng had already reached out his hand, pushed the pistol back from the holster, and then turned on the safety of the pistol. Grant Ward watched what was happening in shock. His brain reacted, but his body could not keep up with Li Chengfeng's movements. In the end, he had no choice but to let go of the gun. His expression perfectly portrayed the image of a loyal and brave man who still stood up to resist in a desperate situation. Who are you? Are you the Hydra that infiltrated the FBI? Damn it, I won't let the events of a few years ago happen again. Li Chengfeng watched Grant Ward's acting skills and couldn't help but applaud. What is HYDRA? His acting skills are amazing, and he is also handsome. If he enters the entertainment industry, he will definitely turn these traffic stars into scum in seconds. As long as he is willing, Li Chengfeng will send him directly to the Republic to make his debut. Definitely, this is just a joke in Li Chengfeng's mind. My God, you're a really good actor, aren't you? Even just now, I felt that you must have a certain degree of split personality. One personality is FBI Agent Grant Ward, and the other personality is Hydra Agent Grant Ward. That also explains why you weren't actually brainwashed by HYDRA. This is because most mentally ill people are immune to brainwashing or mental interference. Just like Harley Quinn, unless you Hydra physically change her brain structure, it's impossible to brainwash her. Li Chengfeng's tone revealed admiration, and he had an "oh my God" expression on his face. By the way, take a bottle of beer from Grant Ward. The other party still looked wary, but beads of sweat were already visible on his forehead. Just now, he questioned Li Chengfeng very loudly, but it did not attract other people's attention. This means that not only was there no one in the Air Mobile Command Center, but all the surveillance equipment had been turned off or destroyed. Grant Ward now found himself alone, and this environment must have been deliberately created by the people of the Republic before us. Most importantly, he was definitely no match for this beer-drinking, super-ability monster in front of him. Oh, by the way, I remember your former supervisor was John Garrett, right? I have no comment. You HYDRA, don't even think about getting any information from me. I really don't want to praise your acting skills anymore. Your sense of conviction is truly unmatched. Li Chengfeng gave Grant Ward a thumbs up, but the sharpness in his eyes was even more intense than before. John Garrett, a leader of HYDRA, and you are his most loyal lackey. As soon as Li Chengfeng said this, Grant Ward felt the hairs on his back stand up and cold sweat instantly soaked his collar. The second biggest secret in my heart was revealed by someone. I was horrified, but more than that, I couldn't believe it. Agent Li Chengfeng, I know you are a talent seconded by Director Nick Fury from the Republic General Bureau. You are nominally a level 7 agent, but your actual power is second only to the director. With such a high-level undercover like you, how come you, Hydra, are still targeting me? Oh, are you still not telling the truth? Li Chengfeng was a little unhappy. Although his acting was good, he might as well admit it since his mistake had been exposed. His time is very precious. He heard that Sister Wong bought new clothes recently, so he hurried back to see. What he meant was that he was in a hurry to go back and help Sister Wong with some outfit advice. You don't think I said all this just to trick you, do you? You never understand that the real liar is the most suspicious one. Li Chengfeng flicked the beer bottle on the table and watched the liquid flow down the bar to the ground. You used to be a protector, protecting your brother from your brother and father, but in the end it was you who pushed your brother into the well and crippled him. Isn't that the past you have been hiding? No matter how good your acting is, no matter how you whitewash the past in your memory, you are still the liar, the ultimate abuser. When Grant Ward heard this, his breathing suddenly stagnated, and the look in his eyes that had just revealed grievance and stubbornness instantly turned into cruelty. As a time traveler, Li Chengfeng knew that in Grant Ward's mind, Hydra and John Garrett were nothing compared to the image he had created through his subconscious changes. Childhood brother's guardian? Don't be ridiculous. Who are you? Why do you know all this? Do you know my brother? My past has been completely erased by Garrett. The continuous questions meant that Grant Ward's inner defenses were finally broken. Li Chengfeng smiled secretly. Breaking the defense is the right thing to do. I'm just an FBI agent. You don't need to know the reason. You just need to know that I know everything. Compared to me, John Garrett's self-proclaimed acute eyes behavior is simply a joke. His ability is the high-level authority of an FBI 8th-level agent. This joke is so funny that I can definitely laugh for another 10 years. After Li Chengfeng revealed all the secrets about Grant Ward and John Garrett, including the fact that Grant Ward liked older women, Grant Ward calmed down instead. What do you want to do? Oh, you didn't commit suicide out of anger? That's not very HYDRA. Right now, the entire Air Command Center is in a state of being helpless. My chance of escaping is less than or equal to 0, but you have not taken action yet. So you must want me to do something. Grant Ward was helpless. He couldn't win the battle, and all his details were known to others. What else could he do except surrender? All you can do is clean your neck and see which one the other person likes. And he's not as loyal to Hydra and Garrett as you might think. Yes, very clever. Now I want to give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Grant Ward was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? Don't think too much about it. It's just what it means literally. Only by helping me do something can your life be saved and your secret remain a secret. Li Chengfeng didn't give Grant Ward any room to refute, nor would he give him such room. Grant Ward seemed to be thinking about the gains and losses, and his face gradually became gloomy. So, what benefits can I get? What? You still want benefits? Li Chengfeng was shocked. Does this brother value his life or not? I can let you, HYDRA, survive. What else do you want? Isn't this already a huge benefit? Okay, I understand. What happened to the saying life is precious, love is more precious, but for freedom, both can be abandoned. Why do you disregard everything just to survive? Is that it? Is that the promised land, the land of freedom? Li Chengfeng was indeed somewhat disdainful of America and Western values, but these taunts had no lethality to Grant Ward. He is not loyal to America, nor to HYDRA, nor to John Garrett. Grant Ward was true only to himself. Survival is above all else. So he didn't say a word. Li Chengfeng finally stopped mocking him and continued. It seems that you have come to your senses. Then the first thing you need to do is to help me kill someone. Kill who? You have to kill a lot of people. The first one is one of the top officials of the FBI, Agent Sitwell. Most of the Hydra members in the FBI were recruited by him, and he has too many connections with the political circles. He has won over too many high-ranking officials in the name of HYDRA, so you have to kill him. Li Chengfeng paused and continued. By the way, send all those politicians who are in cahoots with Hydra to hell. There may be a lot of people, but I believe you can complete this task for your own life, right? Your actions are even more Hydra than HYDRA. Even a ruthless killer like Grant Ward couldn't help but gasp after hearing the first task given to him by Li Chengfeng. He was not averse to killing people. He was just amazed that this was a mission assigned to him by an agent from the Republic, the country known for its civilization and etiquette. Grant Ward, please clear your mind. Do you think I will use some humane methods on a group of guys who are essentially Nazis? And those fat-bellied American politicians, for the American people, the more of these people die, the better. After Li Chengfeng finished speaking, he stretched out his hands, partially transformed into a diamond form, and slowly ground the beer bottle in front of him in a glass powder. This move made Grant Ward's eyes widen suddenly. Besides the self-healing ability, you actually have other super abilities? Li Chengfeng curled his lips and canceled the diamond form. Who told you I only have one ability? And even if I only have one ability, I can beat you into a pulp that no one can recognize. Now get out of here, Grant Ward, and don't forget to tell Phil Coulson that you want to quit the team. Grant Ward stood up, his eyes filled with fear of Li Chengfeng and luck of escaping death. And then he quickly left. Between killing others and killing himself, he decisively chose to kill others. Li Chengfeng looked at Grant Ward's leaving back and sneered. Although he remembered the more important figures, He was not familiar with the network of relationships Hydra had woven in the political arena. Although he didn't understand, Grant Ward did. Killing one's own people is the most efficient way. As for the bald guy Sitwell, Li Chengfeng had not expected that this guy had not been exposed during the last cleanup of the remnants of HYDRA and had been hiding under Maria Hill until now. At this moment, the FBI still needs to be cleansed internally, and no Hydra should be let off. But for the current FBI, it is too easy to do this. There are at least a dozen people with telepathy ability on the X-Men side. This thing is really useful for catching undercover agents. No matter how good the acting skills are or how deep the hypnotic ability is, it will still be swept away by the telepathic ability. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng slapped his head and quickly opened a portal. All right, I'm still needed for Ada's new outfit. Can't miss the legendary patent leather boots and shiny stockings. 3 days later, Phil Coulson stood in the open space outside the Air Command Center and said to the members of his team, "It is with great regret that I inform you that Agent Grant Ward has withdrawn from this special emergency response team due to personal reasons. But we also have a new colleague, FBI Level 7 Agent Melinda May. She was recruited to the FBI by the first director of the American General Bureau, Peggy Carter, and she was once my partner." Amid the cheers of the young people, Melinda May walked up to the crowd, nodded very coldly, and then glared at Phil Coulson. "You told me at the beginning that there were only 2 science kids and a forensics expert. How come there's another hacker kid now?" Melinda May glanced at Skye, who looked a little bewildered. "There are already 2 kids in the team who can't fight, and now there's another one?" Ahem. Although Skye was not included in the special emergency team's plan at first, it turns out that a top hacker is really useful. Phil Coulson coughed a few times under Melinda May's scrutiny and then continued, "But Skye told me that she not only wants to be a hacker, but also wants to receive training and assessment as a field agent. For this reason, I specially helped Skye select a supervisor." "Supervisor? Who is it?" Melinda May asked, casting her eyes towards Oliver Green Arrow Queen and Wade Deadpool Wilson in the team. In her opinion, these 2 people should be the most suitable. But at this moment, a portal appeared out of thin air beside her, and Li Chengfeng walked out while wearing a suit jacket and stood side by side with Melinda May. "Hello, fellow countrymen. Nice to meet you. Li Chengfeng, I have heard of your name for a long time. You have already gained a great reputation in the general administration of the Republic." Melinda May and Li Chengfeng shook hands, but they spoke in the Republic language. Oliver Queen was probably the only one present who could understand their conversation. "So, you're the supervisor of the hacker baby?" "Yes, I will stay with Phil Coulson for a while." "Oh, what about Team Star?" "The Star team will be undergoing a 1-month special war training." Li Chengfeng shuddered and said with lingering fear, "The goddess of death in our family will be in charge." Special training from God. Ada and Harley were fine, but Li Chengfeng couldn't bear to look at the pitiful looks of Wanda and Pietro. How tragic it is. Hey. What are Agent Lee and Agent May talking about?" Deadpool, Wade Wilson, poked Barry Allen next to him with his elbow and asked in a low voice, "You ask me? I don't understand Republic language." Barry Allen could only look at Oliver Queen. "Ollie, you should be able to understand, right?" It was a meaningless conversation. It said that Sky's supervisor was the captain of the Star team, Agent Li Chengfeng, and that the Star team was dragged away for special training by the goddess of death. After Oliver Queen finished translating, the team members around him all gasped. Goddess of Death. A few days ago, when Agent Li Chengfeng brought the goddess of death from Asgard to the headquarters, the energy detection equipment in the entire building almost exploded. Is it a good thing or a bad thing to be specially trained by such a terrifying person? But you are really lucky. Li Chengfeng is here to be your supervisor. Wade Wilson said to Skye with envy. Even if he takes away all his super abilities, he is still as famous as Natasha Romanoff. How could Skye, the little nympho, hear Wade Wilson's mumbling? She now wished she could stick her eyes on Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng's physique is not that of a muscular man with a body as big as a mountain, but his slender and agile body makes him look like an extremely lazy leopard. It may seem harmless, but it can actually jump up at any time and take someone's life. She regretted going undercover in the FBI for the Rising Tide organization. If you want to be a hacker, just be a hacker. Why do you have to expose some government conspiracy? Is a conspiracy that they are hiding this top-notch Republic beauty? After meeting with the entire Phil Coulson team, Lee Chengfeng finally came to Sky. Hello, Sky. I'm your supervisor, Lee Chengfeng. If that's hard to pronounce, you could just call me Lee. Hello, Lee. Sky extended her hand politely, but she didn't expect that after Lee Chengfeng shook hands with her, he would go even further and pull her into his arms. She subconsciously wanted to curse, but she didn't expect her shoulder strap to be flipped up at this moment. At this moment, she was not thinking about being molested, but it's over. There was a memory card hidden in her shoulder strap, which was used to store the FBI information obtained internally, and she would take the opportunity to hand it over to the Rising Tide organization later. Phil Coulson, go ahead. Lee Chengfeng casually threw the memory card to Phil Coulson. Didn't you say that someone has been downloading internal intelligence without authorization? It was the hacker baby who did it. Lee Chengfeng definitely doesn't have X-ray vision. He just knows a little about Sky. But the process of this world is somewhat different. For example, Sky joined the FBI first, not because of a series of coincidences after the bombing in New York City yesterday. But overall, Phil Coulson and the others still don't know Sky's identity. Faced with the onlookers of his teammates, even Sky seemed to be giving up. How can you keep us silent? How can you do it? The cruel truth is known to everyone and can be seen everywhere. You are doomed to fail in stopping the Rising Tide organization. We are like the tide. You will never find us, and you will never be able to see our true face. We will always rise up and fight against those who hide the truth of the world from us. Sky shouted at Lee Chengfeng, who was holding her hands, as if she had put herself in the shoes of a female agent behind enemy lines who had fallen into the enemy camp, and the next scene would be something inappropriate for children. Lee Chengfeng shook his head and felt that he should watch less movies with simple scenes that could be performed by one or two people. Thinking of this, Lee Chengfeng smiled, as gentle as a god who had fallen into the mortal world, leaving Sky stunned. Then her eyes went dark, and Lee Chengfeng covered her head with a black hood. Damn it! What are you trying to do to me? The FBI is a monster that devours the truth. The Rising Tide is the Asgardian of the truth. Resist the FBI. Resist the dictatorial organization that destroys the public's right to know. Chirp. Isn't it annoying? Lee Chengfeng casually hit Sky on the forehead with a blow. When did the hacker organization package itself as a messenger of justice? It sounds good, but do you know that the Rising Tide organization is reselling the FBI's intelligence at a high price? What has the FBI done to offend anyone? On the one hand, they're risking their lives to protect you, and on the other hand, they have to find a way to solve the troubles you have caused. This is all slander. The Rising Tide organization is the embodiment of justice. Okay, you are all partners of justice, okay? Next, please keep silent. If you speak again, I will spank you. Be careful. I am a single dog, and you can't tell what inhumane things I will do to you. So what you mean is that you don't have a girlfriend yet? Mr. Sky, you are a nymphomaniac to a degree I have never seen before. In front of all the team members, Lee Chengfeng and Phil Coulson threw Sky into the interrogation room of the Air Mobile Command Center. Lee, I've just confirmed it. Although they are all unimportant intelligence, they are indeed information that reserve agents are not allowed to access. Phil Coulson nodded. And from the latest intelligence, Sky appeared at the scene of the New York bombing yesterday and posted a video using the account of the Rising Tide organization. The video showed a man in a hoodie climbing up to the 5th floor with his bare hands, and after rescuing someone, he jumped down without any protective equipment. Lee Chengfeng nodded and took off his black hood. Sky regained his sight and found himself in a closed room made entirely of monochrome metal. There was no furnishings except simple tables and chairs. Are you going to interrogate me next? Well, to be honest, your little tricks are not worthy of interrogation. Lee Chengfeng curled his lips and picked up the information about Sky. But you have intelligence that we are interested in. How much do you know about the New York bombing yesterday? Although Li Chengfeng understood the general plot, it had been changed from the original novel after all, so it was better to proceed step by step. Most importantly, if I tell Phil Coulson directly, how can I explain why the captain of the Star Squad is interested in a seemingly ordinary bombing case and investigates the issues behind it? Sky. So we need a name. Li Chengfeng sat opposite Sky with a heavy face. That's a hero, but because of the video you posted, he's in a very bad situation now. What makes you think I know? You were undercover in the FBI, and you were at the bombing yesterday, so we think you filmed everything and had Rising Tide release it. Yeah, but you just found out that there's no way to break the encryption on my phone and laptop. In other words, you actually got nothing. You know, the cases handled by the FBI do not require procedural justice like the NYPD does. In short, since you released the video, we have reason to suspect that you planned the bombing just to lure out this super ability person. Hearing what Li Chengfeng said, Sky, who always claimed to be righteous, slammed the table. How could it be me? It was obviously you. Isn't the ultimate way to cover up everything a bomb? This is not the first time you have done this. This time's Centipede plan is also... Centipede? What's Centipede Project? Phil Coulson frowned, but Sky reacted immediately. Wait, you didn't know about this. This time, Sky almost laughed out loud. Haha, billions of dollars worth of high-end equipment is just like garbage in your hands. I bet I can beat your communications department to a pulp with just my laptop. Li Chengfeng listened to Sky's laughter and couldn't help but look at Phil Coulson. There's something wrong with what Sky said. The FBI's communications department is indeed a bit useless. In the field of hacking technology, being treated like a dog by the Rising Tide organization is a real shame, as they have an absolute crushing equipment advantage. This matter can be handed over to the FBI Academy to solve later. It is time to focus on recruiting and training a group of talented hackers like Sky. But you have to think about that person. We admit that we do want to recruit him, but we only want to recruit him into our camp, not to do anything to him. Li Chengfeng placed his hands on the table and leaned his upper body forward, with their faces only a few centimeters apart. They could feel each other's warm breath. But what about others? You know, those organizations that are keen on bringing the existing order into chaos. They will want to use him. What happens after using him? They may even dissect him. Li Chengfeng stared at Sky's eyes very seriously. The better ones may just slice him up for research, while the more perverted ones may even slice him up to taste it. The Centipede Project. This project once briefly appeared on the online human resources market, but it disappeared immediately after finding enough people. Later, I found a MAC access point through reverse tracking, and its location was the building where the explosion occurred. There was a little struggle in Sky's eyes, but she finally chose to tell the information she had obtained. Because Sky is not an overly stubborn person. On the contrary, she is an extremely smart person, otherwise she would not be able to call the shots in the hacker world. After listening to Li Chengfeng's words, she quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Although the government organization headed by the FBI is a monster that devours the truth of the world in her eyes, it is still aimed at maintaining order after all. The purpose of those evil organizations hiding in dark corners is pure destruction. Li Chengfeng looked at this soft-hearted hacker girl with interest and couldn't help but teased. Let me see. You hacked into the FBI and even went undercover in the FBI, and you can track people with super abilities on the internet. You're not still hanging out under Tony Stark's mustache building, hoping to have a romantic encounter with Iron Man, are you? At this point, Li Chengfeng showed a vicious smile. Are you a stalker of a super ability person? How can you slander someone's innocence for no reason? I did it once, Sky said with eyes wide open. I'm just curious. How can you call it stalking when it comes to hacker girls' affairs? There were a series of difficult-to-understand words, such as, I'm really not interested in Iron Man, and is it true that you didn't have a girlfriend? And for a moment, the interrogation room was filled with a happy atmosphere. But after laughing, Phil Coulson knew that continuing to mess around with Sky would be fruitless. The first mission of a special emergency team is to avoid any problems. Thinking of this, his eyes rolled, and the cunning of the middle-aged man instantly flooded into his mind. Phil Coulson pulled a gun out of his suit pocket, gun-shaped syringe. He placed him in front of Sky and introduced him in a calm, but somewhat creepy tone. This is a QNB T16. You may not know it just by hearing the serial number, but this is the latest super powerful drug developed by the FBI to induce confessions. Even a person with a strong willpower will confess how many times he wet the bed as a child. But the effect only lasts for an hour, which is not long, but not short either. As soon as Li Chengfeng saw it, he immediately knew that Phil Coulson, this middle-aged man with a kind face but a black heart, wanted him to cooperate. Originally, this job belonged to Grant Ward, but now I'm afraid it will fall on me. If this drug that induces confession is real, Li Chengfeng would not cooperate, even if he beat Phil Coulson to death. But this drug was purely made up by Phil Coulson just to fool Sky, the little nymphomaniac. You don't need to worry at all. Once we get all the information, we will release you immediately. Li Chengfeng pretended to comfort Sky and slightly raised his right hand to signal Phil Coulson to hurry up. The kind-hearted but evil-minded actor Phil Coulson definitely received the signal and stabbed the man with a gun-shaped syringe without any hesitation. He patted Li Chengfeng's triceps, then lowered his voice and said, "It's just a little saline solution." Seeing Li Chengfeng nodded imperceptibly, he immediately raised his voice. "Agent Li Chengfeng, does it hurt?" "It definitely doesn't hurt, but a surprise attack would really scare Dead Man." Li Chengfeng was halfway through complaining when he changed his tone extremely smoothly. "Well, it did hurt a little, but I swear it was only a little. It's just that I usually pretend not to care about the pain in front of pretty girls. You know, it makes me look more manly." "Oh my God, Phil Coulson, this thing works so quickly." Li Chengfeng's last sentence was actually a reminder to Phil Coulson that he could leave the stage and it was up to him to perform next. Even if a man is not drunk, he can still make you cry. You don't trust the FBI and think we are monsters that want to devour the truth of the world, right? Now, you can ask him any question and, anything that Phil Coulson said and walked out of the interrogation room. Before leaving, he gave Sky a look that said, "You know," and at the moment Sky really took the bait and approached Li Chengfeng with a smile, a hint of cunning in his smiling eyes. Unlike the Sky who just thought she was a fighter for the free world, now she is like a little girl who saw a new toy. Sky didn't speak immediately, but slowly took off his thin coat, leaving only a light gray sports vest on his upper body. Then he sat down close to Li Chengfeng and even deliberately turned slightly sideways so that the contact area between them was larger. "Agent Li, are you nervous?" "Nervous? That's funny. You're indeed very beautiful. But as a man who can easily juggle 3 women as Aquaman, how can I be nervous when facing a little girl like you? The only one I love the most is always Queen." "You like queens? Really? Am I not queen enough?" Sky brushed her hair. "If you're not nervous, why do I feel you're shaking slightly?" "Well, I was just imagining that if this scene was seen by those 3 women, or to be more precise, 2 women and a goddess, I would probably have to die temporarily for about a month before I could be resurrected." "What? Resurrection?" Sky immediately became excited after hearing Li Chengfeng's words. Unlike the seductive gesture that he was forcibly imitating, he was really excited. In other words, in addition to being able to open the portal, you can also be resurrected? "Oh my God, aren't you a superhero?" "Superhero? I'm just an FBI agent with special abilities." Li Chengfeng sneered. "Although I respect those heroic deeds, I really don't understand why they choose to wear tight battle suits. It's okay that I can't change my own green light transformation, but what on earth are those who make their own battle suits thinking?" This was definitely Li Chengfeng taking this opportunity to complain. "Then, do you have other abilities besides the ability to create portals and revive?" Speaking of super abilities, Sky immediately opened up. "I've studied many real and fake super abilities, but most of them only have one ability. It's really rare to have multiple abilities like you." "Other abilities?" Li Chengfeng first transformed into a diamond form, then turned on the green light to transform, then used thermal vision to carve Sky's name on the table, and finally used necromancy to summon a heavy and majestic skeleton warrior out of thin air. As Li Chengfeng displayed more and more abilities, Sky looked at Li Chengfeng with more desire. If this were in a comic, Sky's pupils would probably turn into hearts. He even said that he is not a crazy fan of super abilities. Oh, a woman who says one thing and means another. May and Phil Coulson at the moment stood in front of the monitor, watching the interaction between Li Chengfeng and Sky. It's hard to imagine that a young agent like Li Chengfeng could reach a consensus with a cunning old man like you in an instant. There is absolutely no bottom line. Looking at the smiling Phil Coulson, Melinda May complained, I understand why Nick Fury let the two of you form an almost completely independent team. It seems that the three of you are exactly the same kind of people. I neither admit nor deny your compliment. Phil Coulson still looked like a gentle middle-aged man. But I have to record this. I believe Agent Ada Wong and Agent Harley Quinn will be very interested. Phil Coulson is obviously holding a grudge against Li Chengfeng for exposing him for his ex-girlfriend in the Arctic. Come on, Phil. The entire FBI now knows that the relationship between Agent Li Chengfeng and Agents Ada Wong and Harley Quinn is in a delicate balance. You don't want to break this balance, do you? Balance is meant to be broken, isn't it? Phil Coulson smiled, then returned to seriousness. What did Fitz and Simmons find among the wreckage left at the scene? Melinda May raised an eyebrow behind Phil Coulson, who turned around and, just in time, saw Fitz and Simmons walk out of the lab. We have some bad news. The explosion was caused by a centipede-shaped vane filter. After analyzing the contents, it was found that it contained all currently known supernatural energies, including but not limited to extremis, gamma energy, super soldier serum, and various alien substances. Phil Coulson's face froze. He thought it was at most a deliberate attack, but it involved the Rising Tide organization and an unknown super ability person. But I didn't expect. What was obliterated by this explosion is the real point. But from the state it's in, it's a mixture with extremis as the main component. It can be seen as a stitched version of extremis. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. It was Li Chengfeng who had just finished the drama of inducing a confession, and Sky, whose cheeks are flushed and who thinks he knows a lot about the FBI. Can the surveillance footage be recovered? If so, how much information is in it? Fitz. Li Chengfeng immediately pushed away Sky, who was still trying to get close to him, and got into work mode. Fitz looked at the most popular agent in the American General Administration with a feeling of flattery and nodded hurriedly. In theory, it can be restored, but the data is so defective that even the time code cannot be synchronized. Therefore, we can only make a rough analysis or even a profile of the on-site situation, but it is still not accurate enough. The time code can't be synchronized. What if I can provide you with the audio files from that time? I was using a homemade long tube microphone to collect the sound of that laboratory not far away, but unfortunately there was too much noise. I thought it was useless. But for scientists like you, separating noise should be very easy, right? Sky calmed down and walked over to the two science kids and said, the electronic file of the audio file is in my truck. Fitz and Simmons immediately entered the realm unique to science babies. No one could understand the purpose of the series of professional terms that came out of the mouths of these two geniuses until they discussed a feasible conclusion and smiled at each other. Thank you so much. It would be great if there was audio. Phil Coulson looked at his teammates, with whom he had no estrangement, and smiled with relief. In fact, the FBI recruits a lot of people like Sky every year, just like big internet companies are happy to give a high-paying offer to hackers who successfully attack their own firewalls. The best among this type of people is the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, who has only been heard of but never seen. As long as you're not HYDRA, the FBI is happy to play with anyone. But Phil Coulson heard Sky mention her van. I put all your devices in your broken truck. You were right before. We were unable to crack the encryption on your devices. I repeat, that's a truck, not a junk truck. Sky seemed to be particularly obsessed with her truck. It's normal that you can't unlock it. Now that we are ready to wear the same pants as you, I am not afraid to tell you that the encryption system I set up is coupled with the global positioning system. In other words, only when my truck is driven to the set location can it be unlocked. Sky is very proud of her little tricks. After all, Even a world-class organization like the FBI can't do anything about her encryption. Li Chengfeng opened his personal terminal, clicked a few times, and then placed it in front of Sky. The FBI has driven your van back to the alley where it was first found, and they've also given you a thorough vehicle maintenance inside and out, definitely free of charge. What? No. Sky looked at his old truck, which was so clean that it reflected light, on the screen of his personal terminal, and let out a wail. Yes. My weathered and sexy car body was ruined by you guys bastards. I made it look old on purpose. Looking at Sky, who was a little crazy, Li Chengfeng scratched his head. What's going on? Besides being a super ability person, you're also keen on checking out trucks? Are we cleaning your patina? Li Chengfeng looked up and down at Sky's figure. Checking out an entire truck is a lot of work. Can you handle it with your small body? In the end, it was Li Chengfeng who accompanied Sky to the truck to get the audio files. Originally, it was going to be Phil Coulson and Wade Wilson, but Li Chengfeng chose to volunteer. Although Wade Wilson is one of the best agents in the entire FBI, he is no match for Mike Peterson, a death warrior who has been implanted with the centipede. In Li Chengfeng's opinion, Mike Peterson's ability is good enough to enter the Avengers. So, how long are you going to stare at me like this? Sky glanced at Li Chengfeng, and his fascination with Li Chengfeng's identity as a super ability person finally subsided temporarily. The door opened with a clatter, and the interior of the old truck was a different world. More than a dozen screens and various devices were flashing lights, some new and some old, giving it a wasteland punk style. You are an undercover agent of the Rising Tide organization. We haven't completely forgiven you yet. Li Chengfeng rolled his eyes. In fact, I shouldn't have been asked to join this team. The main reason is that Captain America's physiological indicators have returned to normal after being thawed, but he has not woken up yet. Otherwise, Phil Coulson and Captain America should be keeping an eye on you here. What? Captain America? Is it the legendary Captain America who punched Nazis and kicked HYDRA? Sky suddenly became excited, but his hands on the keyboard did not relax. This is called professionalism. Captain America will actually join this special emergency team. In theory, yes. But you also know that it takes time to wake up again after nearly 100 years, and it may take time to readapt to society. I may not be able to return to the team soon. Li Chengfeng sighed. If you put yourself in Captain America's shoes, for him, resurrection from the ice is simply a hellish torture. He traveled through the ice for nearly 100 years and came to another completely unfamiliar world. The only thing that is connected to the past, apart from the national flag, is an old woman with exhausted energy and chaotic consciousness. And that was the career for which he had given everything, and a lover he reunited with after a long separation. As the aging Peggy Carter said to Captain America, holding his hand, sometimes the best option is to start over. We have been apart for too long. Too long. Love will not be defeated by time, but it will become a lifetime regret. Li Chengfeng wiped his face. Sometimes, too much emotion is not a good thing. I know. Just like when I grew up at a church orphanage, the nuns there gave me the name Mary Sue Bobo. After I left, I adapted to society like a newborn baby, and then I found that this name was really infuriating. Sky turned off the computer, unplugged the memory card, turned around, and shrugged at Li Chengfeng. But life has to go on, doesn't it? Nailed it. All the information you need is in there. Sky raised the memory card in his hand, and I also sent a message to Mike Peterson. Can you handle him? You mean that kind of deal? Definitely something that will prevent him from exploding. Sky looked into Li Chengfeng's eyes seriously. He is a father with a child. Sky may be a somewhat unscrupulous hacker, but kindness still dominates his nature. Growing up as an orphan, she didn't want to let another innocent child go through this. That's why she helped Mike Peterson in the beginning. Then you have chosen the only right path. That's good. Be careful behind you. The moment Sky looked up, he actually saw Mike Peterson with his hand raised behind Li Chengfeng. But before he could finish his words, Li Chengfeng, as if he had foreseen the future, turned around in an instant, arrived first, and grabbed Mike Peterson's neck with one hand. He pushed him directly against the wall, making a dent. Who are you? He. You're asking the right question. Li Chengfeng laughed, shook his head, and said, I've climbed the 3 mountains and traveled the 5 peaks. I hate that the sky has no handle and the earth has no ring. I am in charge of the American General Administration and the counties around Washington. I am the real hero, Li Chengfeng. After saying this, Li Chengfeng suddenly felt refreshed. He had wanted to use this joke for a long time. But Mike Peterson doesn't think this joke is so funny. He is basically Wu Zetian's dead husband now. He lost Li Ji. Although he didn't understand the crosstalk, he heard the word FBI clearly. Sky, you betrayed us. Didn't you say you were here to help me? Didn't you say these government guys in black suits would hurt us? He experienced a series of misfortunes, such as unemployment, homelessness, and injury. Coupled with the extreme instability of this stitched-together version of extremists named Centipede, Mike Peterson's fragile sanity was on the verge of collapse. And Sky, who always said she wanted to help him, also betrayed him, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. As a result, the rapid surge of adrenaline caused the blood vessels in his entire body to begin to turn into a bright orange-red color. Even people who knew nothing about super abilities knew that this was definitely a sign of extreme danger. And in fact, it is true, Mike Peterson has become a human thermobaric bomb about to explode. At this moment, a child's voice full of fear and worry came into everyone's ears from the rear of a truck not far away. Dad! Just one sentence was enough to calm Mike Peterson, who was on the verge of exploding, down for a short while. Li Chengfeng sighed and gave orders to Sky. Take the child away now. Quickly. Then Li Chengfeng turned around and growled at Mike Peterson. Listen to me. Mike Peterson, your child is still alive. Do you want to kill him too? So calm down now, so I can help you. Mike Peterson struggled violently, but Li Chengfeng was stronger, so he still held him down steadily. The struggle didn't stop until the last sentence was uttered. As the movement stopped, hot tears flowed. The collapse of an adult often only takes a moment. Li Chengfeng controlled Mike Peterson, but now a problem arises. His ability can basically make Mike Peterson's explosion invisible, but that presupposes killing him. But he had just seen the bright-eyed kid. Li Chengfeng couldn't kill his father in front of child. At this time, the communicator rang. Hey, are you there, Lee? It's me, Tony. Phil Coulson told me his team was having a bit of a problem, and I figured since I have nothing else to do, I'd come and offer some technical support. So, when did you get involved with Phil Coulson? Previous.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.